Chapter 67. On the battlefield, the hard stone slab under their feet was directly shattered into powder with a loud bang. Cracks spread out continuously like a spider web. Immediately after, a figure shot out like a cannonball and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body fell to the ground and slid a few meters on the floor before coming to a stop. In the spectator stands, countless gazes gathered. When they confirmed the person who had lost, their faces turned grey. Xuebeng lost. This result was too sudden and unexpected, causing them to be caught off guard. Luo Tian, what is going on? Didn't you say that he was only a one-star dosha? The vice principal sucked in a breath of cold air and was at a loss. At this moment, he did not have the calmness he had when he was in charge of the outer court. Instead, he was like a person who had been struck by lightning. When I brought him back to the academy, he was indeed only a one-star dosha. Instructor Ruo Ling can testify for me. As for the situation before us, I have no way of knowing. Luo Tian was flabbergasted. His brain had already lost the ability to think. He stood there like a piece of wood and stared blankly at the victorious Xiao Yang. Doqi armor. He is a Da dosha. No wonder Xuebeng lost. Is he really a new student? Finally, an uproar sounded from the crowded spectator stands. The gazes of the academy's disciples, who had looked at Xiao Yang with disdain earlier, clearly contained an additional unknown meaning when they looked at him. A Da dosha, forget about among the new students. Even when placed in the entire Jiunan Outer Academy, he would be considered an outstanding person. Of course, he was qualified to participate in the finals of the inner court. Brother Xiao won. Brother Xiao is actually a Da dosha. Brother Xiao is mighty. As for the new students present, they were already shouting crazily. They were completely fanboys. On the fighting stage, the 50 students who had entered the finals looked at each other. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The strength that Xiao Yang had displayed similarly caused them to be greatly shocked. Instructor Luo Tian, do you think Xiao Yang can join the finals now? Chu Bei asked Luo Tian with a smile. At this time, Luo Tian seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Chu Bei in disbelief and said tentatively, Boss Chu, you must have improved Xiao Yang's cultivation. That's not important. Chu Bei shrugged. I'm afraid you're the only one who can do it. Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. The other party didn't refute his question, which undoubtedly confirmed his theory. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian turned around to look at Vice Dean Hu Gan and the two elders. Hu Gan and the two elders exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. Xiao Yang, even though you've just reported to the academy, but based on the strength you revealed earlier, we've unanimously agreed to allow you to enter the inner court and participate in the finals of the inner court selection competition this time. After announcing the results, Hu Gan once again looked at Chu Bei, hesitating to speak. Thank you, Dean. Xiao Yang first cupped his hands towards Hu Gan, then bowed towards Chu Bei. Finally, he leaped up onto the fighting stage. Brother Xiao, do your best. The group of new students stood up from their seats and cheered for Xiao Yang. Little guys, I don't need to repeat the rules of the competition, right? Do you all understand? Hu Gan's gaze swept across the 51 figures on the fighting stage. Understood. Orderly shouts sounded from the fighting stage. Since that's the case, then I announce the start of the finals. Boom. As Hu Gan's shout fell, the originally quiet fighting stage instantly exploded with dozens of different colored doqi, dazzling everyone's eyes. Immediately after, the figures on the stage flashed, one by one retreating towards the edge of the fighting stage. Since this was a big chaotic battle, everyone on the stage was an enemy except for themselves. Because of this, they were all afraid of being in the middle of the battlefield and being attacked by a group, or being attacked from behind and being blasted out of the fighting stage. Looking once again at the spectators' stand, the moment Hu Gan announced the start of the finals, excited screams and wild shouts resounded through the clouds. The group of spectating disciples almost broke their throats as they cheered for the contestants that they liked. This year's chaotic battle mode is indeed more inciting than the previous year's round and round battles. Hu Gan's face was filled with pride, as if he was satisfied with his own decision. Rumble as the competition began, Those contestants who were unable to retreat to the edge of the fighting stage at the beginning could only be forced to enter the chaotic battle first. Perhaps it was because they were afraid that the people who had already occupied the edge would suddenly attack, but even if they exchanged blows with others, they would only make contact and retreat. At the same time, their gazes were vigilantly looking at their surroundings. Since they were more or less familiar with each other, those who were weaker and were in the middle of the fighting stage gradually became the primary targets of the other people's attacks. Very quickly, those who were weaker began to be eliminated. Gradually, some people learned from experience. On the battlefield, those who were usually on good terms with each other began to get closer to each other and form groups. As more and more people found their companions, the chaos in the arena began to turn for the better. The situation in the arena also began to change. One by one, small groups began to work together and attack those who were left alone. This kind of chaotic battle is completely unfair to Brother Xiao. That's right. Those who are on good terms with each other have begun to form groups while Brother Xiao is alone. The situation is not good. If only we had Brother Xiao's strength. Then we would be able to go on stage and help him. On the spectators' platform, a group of new students felt injustice for Xiao Yang. As the competition continued, a group of 4 had their eyes on Xiao Yang. Unfortunately, none of the 4 had stepped into the Da Dosha class and were unable to pose any threat to Xiao Yang. In the end, the 4 of them were all blasted out of the fighting stage by Xiao Yang. With the previous example, the other groups who had originally wanted to attack Xiao Yang one by one gave up on the idea. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Yang directly unleashed a 4-star Da Dosha Do Chi ripple, intimidating everyone in the arena. Other than Xiao Yang, there were 6 other strong auras that rushed out of the fighting stage. Each of them occupied a position. Looking over, these 6 people were Xue Feng, Nangong Chong, Shi Tian, Wu Hao, Hu Jiao, and Bai Shan, who were favored to win the championship. What caused people to be stunned was that these 6 people actually did not form a group. They even took the initiative to attack the competitors who had formed groups. This was especially true for Xue Feng, Nangong Chong, and Shi Tian. They were like ferocious tigers that had left the mountain. No matter which group they met, they would use their tyrannical methods to blast them out of the arena. You are Xiao Yang, right? I saw your fight just now. It is really rare for you to be able to become a Da Dosha at your age. Wu Hao appeared in front of Xiao Yang in a flash. Let me have a taste of your skills. Then, please enlighten me. Xiao Yang's expression became serious. This Wu Hao from the law enforcement squadron in front of him was above him in terms of cultivation. He had already reached the peak of 5 stars. Chapter 68. Quickly look. Wu Hao has found that new student. This new student has already entered the Da Dosha class at such a young age. He can be said to be truly talented. Unfortunately, he has been targeted by Wu Hao. He can be considered unlucky. That's right. Wu Hao is different from Xue Beng. He has been training in the Black Corner region all year round. At least 100 Da Dosha have died in his hands. His cultivation has also reached the peak of 5 stars. I just don't know how long this new student can last in Wu Hao's hands. On the viewing platform, the group of disciples quickly noticed Wu Hao's movements. When they realized that his prey was Xiao Yang, their expressions revealed pity for Xiao Yang. Under countless gazes, Wu Hao's figure moved like a ghost. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Sensing the frightening force that was coming toward him, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. After locking onto Wu Hao's position, he immediately unleashed an all-out attack. Bang! A low muffled sound echoed. The 2 figures separated when they came into contact. It seems that I have underestimated you. Wu Hao looked at Xiao Yang approvingly. His speed began to increase. Xiao Yang's expression was serious. His speed also increased accordingly. Bang bang bang! The 2 figures quickly crossed each other. In just a few breaths' time, Xiao Yang and Wu Hao had exchanged more than 10 blows. He can actually contend with Wu Hao. He has already become so strong. Looking at his Do Chi ripple, he is at least a 4-star Da Dosha. The group of disciples who were watching the battle had faces of disbelief. At this moment, the situation in the other battlefields on the fighting platform had also suddenly changed. Xuefeng, Nangongchong, Shi Tian, Hu Jiao, and Bai Shan had actually cooperated with a tacit understanding and launched a destructive attack on those tyrannical groups. Damn it! Amidst the low roars of unwillingness, the number of people on the fighting platform decreased. When the last group was expelled, only Hu Jiao, Bai Shan, and the other two people, Xiao Yang and Wu Hao, who were still fighting, were left on the fighting platform. There were a total of 7 people. Those fellows who were there to make up the numbers have finally all been chased away, Bai Shan said as he straightened his clothes. After this, it will be our battle. I will not show any mercy to you. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes at Bai Shan. What's the rush? Wu Hao is currently locked in battle with that new student. Bai Shan pointed at the battle between Xiao Yang and Wu Hao. This new student called Xiao Yang has really given me a great shock. If Wu Hao doesn't bring out his trump card, I'm afraid we won't be able to take him down in a short time. It wasn't just Hu Jiao, Bai Shan, Shi Tian, and the others. The gazes of the 2 elders on the rostrum, Vice Dean Hu Gan, and everyone in the spectator seats were all focused on Wu Hao and Xiao Yang. At this moment, the battle between the two had reached its climax. Bang! There was another loud bang. The 2 figures retreated several steps at the same time. However, this time, Wu Hao didn't immediately launch another attack. Instead, he glanced at the battle stage where only the 7 of them remained. Wu Hao, can you do it or not? That's right. You can't even take down a new student. No matter what, you are still an influential figure in the law enforcement team. Your current performance has disappointed me. Xuefeng, Nangongchong, and Shi Tian let out mocking laughter one after another. Wu Hao ignored Shi Tian and the other two's ridicule. He only snorted coldly and his gaze once again returned to Xiao Yang's body. Perhaps your future achievements will be above mine. However, right now, it will end here. As the low and deep voice fell, Wu Hao flipped his right hand and a completely silver-white long spear flashed out from his storage ring. The long spear trembled. Silver-colored dough chi that flickered with lightning covered the body of the spear like numerous small snakes. Accompanied by a stern shout, Wu Hao held the handle of the spear. At the same time as he swept forward, the tip of the spear quickly trembled and brought about several wisps of silver-colored light. Clank, however, just as the silver-colored light was about to pierce through Xiao Yang, a long saber appeared in the latter's hand and he met the attack head-on. Although the long spear was blocked, Wu Hao's expression did not change in the slightest. His arm trembled once again and a lightning-like silver-colored dough chi violently surged out along the body of the spear. Its target was Xiao Yang's head. Xiao Yang did not dodge or evade. Just as the silver-colored dough chi was only 30 centimeters away from his forehead, the boundless dough chi within his body condensed into an energy membrane diagonally above his head. Another muffled sound resounded. Layers of ripples appeared on the energy membrane due to the bombardment. However, Xiao Yang's body was still unscathed. Wu Hao's expression finally became gloomy after his attack was neutralized once again. In the next moment, he held the handle of the spear with both hands and then violently rotated it. Suddenly, the silver-colored long spear turned into a windmill. The berserk energy fluctuation even lifted the surface of the fighting stage. Its power was terrifying. Looking at Wu Hao's body, the silver-colored light on the surface of his body flourished. From afar, it looked like a silver-colored ball of light. I didn't expect that I would be forced to use this move. Regardless of whether it was Hu Jiao, Bai Shan, or Xuefeng, Nangongchong, or Shi Tian who had previously ridiculed Wu Hao, when they saw the silver light on the surface of Wu Hao's body flourish, all of their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Feeling the berserk thunderbolt-like energy condensed on the long spear in Wu Hao's hand, Xiao Yang's expression became somewhat grave. At the same time, he held the handle of the saber with both hands and began to wave it in an orderly manner. Gradually, the silver-colored long spear that had turned into a windmill in Wu Hao's hand became still again. However, at this moment, the long spear had completely transformed into a silver-colored thunderbolt spear. The handle, the body, and the tip of the spear were all flashing with lightning, accompanied by a frightening sound of thunder. Thunderstorm. Wu Hao's gaze was firmly fixed on Xiao Yang. As soon as he shouted, the spear in his hand flashed. After a short moment, the long spear pierced toward Xiao Yang. Under countless shocked gazes, a thick silver-colored electric arc shot out from the tip of the spear. Wherever the electric arc passed, the calm empty space appeared to be torn apart, forming a gully. Its speed was also extremely fast as it flashed past. Seeing such a frightening attack, the sound of cold air being sucked in sounded from the viewing platform. Each of them subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of attack, forget about a 4-star DA dosha, even a 7-star or 8-star DA dosha would be seriously injured if struck by it. As the spear pierced out, an additional denseness appeared on Wu Hao's face. This thunderstorm was a high Xian class Do technique. In terms of destructive power, it could even be compared to an ordinary DI class initial stage Do technique. It was also his strongest attacking method. When he was training in the Black Corner region, he had relied on this move to make a name for himself. On the rostrum, the deputy headmaster Hu Gan was ready to make a move. He seemed to want to make a move. However, when he saw Chu Bei's carefree manner not far away, he descended into hesitation. Extreme Blade Storm. However, just as the spear that carried a frightening force was about to pierce Xiao Yang, the long saber that Xiao Yang was holding with both hands was swung out. At the same time, a cry also sounded from his mouth. At this moment, the gazes of the people who had been focused on Xiao Yang actually formed a kind of absent-minded feeling. In that instant, Xiao Yang's figure disappeared. When they once again saw Xiao Yang, the other party had already swung his saber and hacked at Wu Hao's silver-colored thunderbolt spear. Chapter 69. Swish. Xiao Yang's blade and Wu Hao's spear collided with each other. An ear-piercing sound rang out as the blade cut through the lightning. Wu Hao frowned. However, just as he was about to stab out a second time, his opponent quickly swung out a second blade. Wu Hao switched from offense to defense. However, just as the spear in front of his chest blocked the blade, a strange energy fluctuation enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, Wu Hao felt his body become light as he uncontrollably rose into the air. His entire body's Do Qi was sealed and he was unable to move. "You've lost." It was also at this moment that a light voice sounded in Wu Hao's ears. The person who spoke was Xiao Yang, who had already swung out his third blade. Compared to the previous two blades, the might of the third blade was obviously more terrifying. Even the air emitted a trembling sound. Bang! Just as the blade was about to land on Wu Hao's body, Xiao Yang flipped his right hand and smashed down with the back of the blade. With a low muffled sound, a huge force shattered Wu Hao's armor and fiercely smashed onto his chest. Poochie. Under this huge force, Wu Hao spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body flew out and landed outside the fighting stage, creating a round pit. Defeated. Wu Hao actually lost. How could it be like this? Looking at the dusty round pit, the crowd of disciples on the spectators' platform fell into a trance. When they came back to their senses, their eyes were filled with disbelief. What's with the Do skill that he used just now? Why was Wu Hao in the air? At that moment, Wu Hao's Do Qi seemed to have been sealed. On the fighting stage, Xuefeng, Nangong Chong, Shi Tian, Hu Jiao, and Bai Shan looked at each other. When they looked at Xiao Yang again, they no longer had the calm attitude from before. Their expressions were filled with fear. Wu Hao's strength was on par with theirs. If they were the ones fighting, under the premise that they didn't know how to break Wu Hao's previous Do skill, their result would probably be the same as Wu Hao's. "Oh my God! Brother Xiao won! Brother Xiao is mighty! Brother Xiao won!" Gradually, the new students also reacted. The worry on their faces disappeared and was replaced by excitement. The excitement and joy on their faces made it seem as though they were the ones who had defeated Wu Hao and were still standing on the stage. "Do you understand?" On the rostrum, Vice Dean Hu Gan looked towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian shook his head. "Dean, please enlighten me. I'm also confused." Hu Gan narrowed his eyes and locked onto Xiao Yang as he let out a sigh. I'll look for you again. Wu Hao crawled out of the pit and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao immediately cupped his fists at Chu Bei, as if he was grateful for the other party's mercy. Welcome to the battle. Xiao Yang smiled. Extreme Blade Storm was the first fighting technique he drew. A few days ago, he used this move to defeat Nailan Yangran, who had broken off the engagement. As his cultivation level rose, the killing power of this move also increased. Wu Hao turned towards Nangong Chong, Shi Tian, and the other four and sneered, I wish you all good luck. You all saw the strange move he used to deal with Wu Hao. Thunderstorm couldn't do anything to it. Do you all have any moves to counter it? On the stage, Nangong Chong glanced at Xiao Yang and then looked at the other four. Since it's like this, why don't we join hands and send him off the stage first? After that, the five of us can have a good fight. Hearing Nangong Chong's words, Bai Shan, Hu Jiao, and the other two frowned. What? Do you all really want to be like Wu Hao and be knocked off the stage by a new student who has just reported for less than 7 days? If that's really the case, I'm afraid you'll become a joke in the academy. Nangong Chong lowered his voice and spoke again. This time, Bai Shan, Hu Jiao, and the other two were visibly moved. After a few seconds, the four looked at each other and nodded. They said in a deep voice, okay, then let's send him off the stage first. What are the 5 of them doing? They can't be joining hands to deal with Brother Xiao, right? F***CK. They're too shameless. Brother Xiao is so domineering. Even if you lose, you're still the champion in my heart. Watching Nangong Chong and the other 4 on the stage, who were moving toward Xiao Yang in a circular formation, the new students were filled with righteous indignation and cursed out loud. Are you all afraid? Below the stage, Wu Hao's face was filled with disdain as he swept his gaze over Nangong Chong and the other 4 and let out a cold laugh. Headmaster, from the looks of it now, the rules of the chaotic battle are very unfair to Xiao Yang. Luo Tian glanced at the battlefield and said to Hu Gan. Who would have thought that this brat would have such a strange do technique? Even Wu Hao couldn't handle it. Hu Gan stroked his beard and said, From what I see, since there are still 6 people, why don't we switch back to the previous year's turn-based system? At this moment, an elder transmitted his voice. Hu Gan was stunned for a moment before he looked at Chu Bei. Don't bother. The result will be the same. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. Hearing this, Hu Gan didn't say anything but his face revealed a questioning expression. With Bai Shan, Nangong Chong, and the other 4 joining hands, even if the opponent was a 1-star doling, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Although Xiao Yang's move was strange, Hu Gan didn't believe that it was comparable to a doling rumble. At this moment in the battlefield, Nangong Chong, Shi Tian, and the other 4 had completely surrounded Xiao Yang. The 5 of them summoned their Do Qi armors and the Do Qi in their bodies surged out. Their powerful auras climbed to the peak. Junior, this is the battle of the seniors. It's better for you to watch from below the stage. Nangong Chong coldly looked at Xiao Yang and a purple-colored long sword appeared in his hand. Almost at the same time, the other 4 also took out their own battle weapons. That move of his can only block one of us. Attack together! Shouts sounded and the 5 figures rushed toward Xiao Yang. At this moment, the 5 people's Do Qi armors charged their powerful Do techniques to the limit. Instantly, 5 waves of incomparably fierce energy shot toward Xiao Yang. Wherever the energy passed, the hard floor cracked and dazzling cracks spread directly to the edge of the fighting stage. On the viewing platform, regardless of whether it was the freshmen or the seniors, everyone's heart was tightly suspended. However, as the person involved, Xiao Yang's dark black eyes remained as calm as an ancient well. He put away his long sword and wisps of black ripples began to slowly seep out of his body. Finally, they gathered in his palms. Under the black ripples, the air around Xiao Yang seemed to become distorted and illusory. Seeing that the 5 figures were getting closer and closer, Xiao Yang slowly raised his arms. Then, the black ripples suddenly surged and transformed into 2 terrifying black halos. Under countless gazes in the field, the halos collided with the 5 waves of energy. Rumble. At the moment of collision, there was an earth-shattering explosion. In the explosion, the huge fighting stage shattered inch by inch. However, when the fighting stage was about to turn into ruins, the raging energy released by Nangong Chong and the other four seemed to have suddenly fallen into a whirlpool and disappeared quickly. The so-called whirlpool was the source of the two black halos in Xiao Yang's palms. Chapter 70. What's going on? Nangong Chong and Shi Tian's attacks are weakening. No, to be precise, they are being devoured. What kind of dou skill did that freshman use? On the spectator stand, a group of disciples stood up. Their gazes were fixed on the battlefield with widened eyes. Where did this guy learn all his dou skills? It's really strange. Seeing Xiao Yang resolve the attacks of Nangong Chong and the other four by himself, astonishment surfaced in the eyes of the two doyens. However, just when everyone thought that the battle would enter a stalemate, the black light emitted from Xiao Yang's palms suddenly soared. Not only did it devour the energy of the 5 terrifying attacks in an instant, it also split into several rope-like mist strips and wrapped around Nangong Chong, Shi Tian, and Hu Jiao at the same time. No! Impossible! The energy in my body is flowing away. What did you do to us? Soon, Nangong Chong, Shi Tian, and the other four discovered the abnormality in their bodies. Their energy was being devoured by the black mist uncontrollably. As the energy decreased, the energy of Xiao Yang became more and more terrifying. Finally, fear appeared on the faces of Nangong Chong and the other four. At this moment, Xiao Yang's dou qi fluctuation had already reached or even surpassed a 1-star douling rumble. A loud sound reverberated. With Xiao Yang as the center and the black light as the carrier, a terrifying repulsive force exploded. Pu, 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 pu. Under this huge force, Nangong Chong, Shi Tian, and the other four, who were already weakened, became even more miserable. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the 5 of them were sent flying in 5 different directions like cannonballs. They heavily smashed into the ground outside the fighting stage. Compared to Wu Hao, their potholes were only deeper and not shallow. One could faintly hear painful wails from them. Hiss, on the spectator stand, the group of disciples who were watching the battle with rapt attention subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air when they witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Then, the entire place fell into a dead silence. After a long while, he won. Brother Xiao fought 1 against 5 and won. Haha, Brother Xiao is mighty and domineering. Sure enough, in the face of absolute strength, any alliance is nothing but bullshit. The group of new students finally reacted, and they were finally unable to restrain their excited hearts. One after another, they jumped down from the spectator stands and surged towards the battle arena. As for the senior students, they looked at each other in dismay. No matter what, they'd never imagined that the champion this year would actually be a new student that had reported for less than 7 days. Furthermore, it was 1 against 5 and he won the championship in a dominating manner. Luo Tian, you've really brought back an amazing guy. Vice Dean Hu Gan patted Luo Tian's shoulder. The meaning behind his words was hard to understand. Dean, if he is properly nurtured, this little fellow will definitely rise to the top of the continent in less than 100 years. Luo Tian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anticipation for Xiao Yang. Dean, the competition is over. Shouldn't you announce the results? Chu Bei's indifferent voice sounded. Hearing this, Hu Gan nodded his head. Then, his gaze swept around the plaza. Little fellows, all of you have witnessed today's finals. I announce that the new student, Xiao Yang, is the champion of this year's competition. Nangong Chong, Shi Tian, Hu Jiao, Bai Shan, and Xuefeng are tied for 2nd place. Wu Hao is 7th. Following the announcement of the results, the crowd of new students on the battle arena burst into cheers that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Amidst this torrential wave of voices, the entire square was trembling. The group of senior students gazed at Xiao Yang, who was embraced in the middle, and their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Although she was only a new student, he had used his strength to announce his existence to all the outer court disciples in a high-profile manner. At this time, Nangong Chong, Bai Shan, and the other four had also climbed up from the deep pit. Their twitching faces showed the intense pain that came from their bodies. Under the attack from before, they'd directly lost their ability to fight. Damnable guy. He attacked so heavily and didn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex. He's really not a man. Hu Jia's pearly white teeth tightly bit her red lips. Her originally quick-witted and crafty eyes were currently filled with dense resentment. Ever since she was born, this was the first time that she'd suffered a setback in the hands of a man. More importantly, this man was younger than her. When she looked at Nangong Chong, Bai Shan, and the other three again, a hint of resentment flashed through their lowered eyes. The four of them were influential figures in the outer court and had received all kinds of flattery. However, today's battle had caused them to lose all face. Xiao Yang indifferently glanced at Nangong Chong, Bai Shan, and the other four. He ignored them and walked toward Chu Bei. "Boss Chu, I didn't disappoint you, right?" Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows at Chu Bei. He was very pleased with himself. Chu Bei softly grunted in response. "Little guy, what's the name of the move you just used? If I didn't see wrongly, that move of yours seemed to have swallowed their do qi for your own use." Hu Gan looked at Xiao Yang with a puzzled expression. Hearing Hu Gan's question, the two elders, the group of instructors, including the defeated Nangong Chong and Bai Shan, as well as all the disciples present, all curiously stared at Xiao Yang. Obviously, they were all eager to know the last move that Xiao Yang had used. It's called the Great Absorption Technique. It steals the strength of others and absorbs one's own strength. Xiao Yang's gaze swept over everyone and his voice was calm. Great Absorption Technique? Why have I never heard of it? What level of qi method is this? The puzzlement on everyone's faces became even more intense. Xiao Yang, where did you learn this Great Absorption Technique and the blade storm that you used to defeat Wu Hao? Hu Gan couldn't help but ask. However, when he asked this time, he glanced at Chu Bei. "Sir Dean, the answer is as you think." Xiao Yang said meaningfully, "As long as you have enough money, why don't you try looking for Boss Chu?" Hu Gan was stunned. He looked at Chu Bei again, wanting to say something, but hesitated. The competition ended. As time passed, the group of disciples and instructors left one after another. On the way back, the topic of discussion couldn't avoid the two words Xiao Yang. 2 hours later, Vice Dean Hu Gan brought Luo Tian into an exquisite house. "Boss Chu, are you satisfied with the guest room that I arranged?" Hu Gan was very courteous. "It's all right." Chu Bei had a smile on his face. "Sir Dean, you're here to buy treasures from Boss Chu, right?" Xiao Yang, who was at the side, interrupted. "However, if you want to do business with Boss Chu, you must first know his rules." After saying this, Xiao Yang told Hu Gan about the process of him spinning the plates. 3 minutes later. "Boss Chu, I've been stuck at the peak of Do Huang for many years. I wonder if you have a way for me to break through?" After Hu Gan stated his request, he looked at Chu Bei with great anticipation. "I can arrange it." Chu Bei smiled knowingly and waved his hand. With a buzzing sound, a ripple appeared in the air. A golden disc with a diameter of 1 meter appeared from the ripple, emitting a piercing light. At the top of the disc, the words Level 8 Lucky Wheel were especially eye-catching. Chapter 71. How magical. Looking at the 10 exquisite boxes on the disc, Hu Gan couldn't help but let out a sigh even though he already understood from Xiao Yang. "This is the Wheel of Fortune that I chose for you to increase your cultivation. As for how many times you can spin out the treasure you want, it will depend on your own luck." Chu Bei looked at Hu Gan calmly. "Spin it once, 2 million gold coins. We're running a small business, no bargaining." Although he was already mentally prepared, Hu Gan still couldn't help but gasp when he heard the price with his own ears. Fortunately, he had accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. Otherwise, he could only sigh helplessly. "Let's start with 10. Just as Hu Gan took out 20 million gold coins from his storage ring, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the disc and swallowed all the gold coins in an instant. The system has gained 200,000 willpower. The host has received 100,000 willpower. The system's voice then sounded in Chu Bei's mind. The next moment, The needle spun wildly. Hu Gan's face was full of anticipation. Ding, a crisp sound rang. 10 boxes flew out one after another and lined up in front of Hu Gan. Boom. Accompanied by a loud sound, the boxes exploded. 8 thank you for your patronage, a 7th grade spirit plant, and a 6th grade fire-type magical beast core. Hu Gan took the spirit plant and the magical beast core. After determining their value, a trace of disappointment flashed through his eyes. Although these 2 items were also treasures, they weren't worth 20 million gold coins. Dean, you've only opened 1 set. Don't be discouraged. Xiao Yang comforted. Boss Chu, give me another set. Hu Gan looked at Xiao Yang and reluctantly took out 20 million gold coins. 40 million was already 80% of his savings. The system has gained 200,000 willpower. The host has received 100,000 willpower. The host's sales today have reached the upper limit. After the system's voice rang, a similar scene played out. 10 square boxes exploded. This time, there were 9 thank you for your patronage. However, the only box with a treasure was a golden elixir the size of a pigeon's egg. The elixir's fragrance was contained within but didn't overflow. A gorgeous halo floated on its surface, showing that its quality was extraordinary. Boss Chu, this is. Hu Gan carefully received the golden elixir. His expression was somewhat perturbed. Don't you want to step into the Dozone class? Chu Bei smiled at Hu Gan and said, it's enough. Really? Hu Gan swallowed his saliva. He was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. This pill is called the Void Comprehension Pill. If a 9 stars Do Huang consumes it, one can directly break through to the Dozone realm. Chu Bei added. It had to be said that Hu Gan's luck was still off the charts. Just the second group had already obtained a genuine level 8 item. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Hu Gan pinched the medicinal pill and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it. Immediately, Hu Gan's entire body became transparent and emitted a demonic light. The air in the room let out an ear-piercing sound of friction, followed by a rumbling sound. The entire room seemed to have been blasted apart by an invisible force, and debris flew everywhere. As he felt the energy surging within his body, Hu Gan slowly closed his eyes. Boom. With Hu Gan as the center, the natural energy in the space with a diameter of 100 meters began to fluctuate intensely. The natural energy seemed to have received some kind of traction and began to wildly surge toward Hu Gan. What's that sound? What happened? In the distance, the 2 doyens from the outer academy immediately sensed the sudden abnormality and rose into the air. It's in that direction. This energy fluctuation. Don't tell me that someone is advancing to the Dozone class. Don't tell me it's that old man who? Impossible. He has already been at the peak of the Do Huang class for dozens of years. From what I see, it's likely that he won't be able to break through in this lifetime. Then who could it be? Won't we know if we go and take a look? While the 2 doyens were chatting, the energy fluctuation above Hu Gan became increasingly intense. Gradually, the energy began to wrap around Hu Gan in an orderly manner. Its color also began to appear multicolored. Rumble, with the flow of time, the energy that gathered around Hu Gan increased. The rumbling sound became increasingly deafening. It's actually old man who. Did he obtain some kind of opportunity? The 2 doyens from the outer academy hurried over. Their faces were filled with disbelief when they recognized the figure within the energy storm. Due to the large commotion, the disciples who were not far away also gathered over. Has the vice-headmaster made a breakthrough? Haha, this is really great. Our Canaan college will have another elite Dozone. The group of disciples cheered. Tears flickered in Hu Jio's eyes as she cried tears of joy. This day was something that her grandfather had waited for over 10 years. It had finally arrived. Under a countless number of gazes, the wild and violent energy slowly and unceasingly surged toward Hu Gan's body. When it reached a balance point, another loud sound was emitted. An enormous energy light pillar rose from Hu Gan's body and shot toward the sky. At the same time, a frightening force that caused one's heart to palpitate carried a majestic Do Chi and spread out. Hu Gan let out a loud cry. As though he had stirred the natural energy, The surrounding space slowly became distorted. Numerous crack lines swiftly spread like a spider web. A deafening sound of rushing air continuously sounded. Quickly following this, Hugan opened his eyes. His feet gently stepped on the ground and he rose into the air. He did not have Do-Chi wings, but he was still standing in the air. Is this a Do-Zone? This is simply too wonderful. Hugan faced the sky and laughed out loud. His body did not move, but the majestic force that spread out was like a sharp sword that could split open the sky as it pierced through the endless sky above his head. Boss Chu, do you always feel a sense of satisfaction when you see the joy that comes from a customer's heart due to having a breakthrough in his training? Xiao Yang opened his mouth and asked when he sensed that the corner of Chu Bei's mouth had inadvertently lifted. Chu Bei shook his head. This is because I have another diehard fan. If one were to look at the entire Do-Chi continent, the Do-Zone realm was the true dividing line. Only by stepping into this realm would one truly possess the conditions to roam the continent. Old man Hu, congratulations. I don't believe that you had an epiphany. You should have encountered a great opportunity. Why don't you tell us? Let us two old fellows take another step forward. The two elders from the outer academy flew to Hugan's side and spoke one after another. Each of you lend me 50 million and I will tell you about this opportunity. Moreover, this opportunity is also suitable for you. Hugan pretended to be mysterious. 50 million? That's almost all of my savings over the years. Why do you suddenly need so much money? Could it be that you want to participate in the auction? One of the elders was shocked. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just asking you if you want to lend it to me or not. If you don't lend it to me and miss this opportunity, don't blame me. Hugan laughed. The two elders looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, they threw a storage ring to Hugan at the same time. After counting the amount, Hugan moved to the side of the two people's ears and said a few words in a low voice before flying toward Chu Bei. After hearing Hugan's narration, the two elders could not help but twitch the corner of their mouths. Their faces instantly became the color of pig liver. When their gazes turned to Chu Bei, they were filled with doubt and disbelief. Chapter 72. Boss Chu, thank you very much. Hugan flew to Chu Bei's side and bowed politely. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to step into the Do-Zone realm in this lifetime. Other than gratitude, Hugan's eyes were also filled with respect. Even though he had stepped into the Do-Zone realm, he realized that he still couldn't see through Boss Chu. What does Vice Headmaster mean? Don't tell me that the reason he broke through to the Do-Zone realm is because of that person. Where did he come from? The disciples not far away looked at Chu Bei and became even more curious. You provide the money and I provide the goods. This is a transaction. You don't owe me and you don't need to thank me. Chu Bei looked at Hugan and said indifferently, Boss Chu, do you think we can continue? Hugan waved the two storage rings in his hand. Let's stop here for today. Come and find me tomorrow. Chu Bei's voice was calm. Hugan was stunned at first. Then, he looked at the ruined house and said, I'll arrange a new house for you. The next day. In the morning, the 51 disciples who were qualified to enter the inner academy, including Xiao Yang, entered the book collection pavilion under Hugan's lead. They each chose different chi methods according to their ranking. In the afternoon, Hugan came to visit Chu Bei. The first time, 20 million, 10 thanks for your patronage. The second time, 20 million, 9 thanks for your patronage and a level 6 water-type magical beast core. The third time, 20 million, 8 thanks for your patronage and 2 thumb-sized green pills. 60 million gold coins. Chu Bei had reached the upper limit of the gold coins he sold. The system obtained 600,000 willpower, and he received 300,000 willpower in return. At first, Hugan thought that he had bad luck after spending 40 million gold coins. However, when the 2 green pills were opened and he learned of their functions, a smile blossomed on his face. Huaxiong Do-Chi pill. Swallowing 1 pill would increase one's Do-Chi by 50%. Swallowing 2 pills would increase one's Do-Chi by 100%. It could increase one's Do-Chi by up to 6 times and last for 4 hours. With Hu Gan's 1-star dozong strength, he would be able to fight with a 3-star dozong if he were to consume 2 Huaxiong Do Qi pills at the same time. In the afternoon, he began to arrange for the 51 disciples to enter the inner court. Boss Chu, we'll be heading to the inner court soon. I'm a little excited for some reason. In the room, Xiao Yang's face was filled with excitement. Chu Bei smiled but did not reply. In reality, he was looking forward to entering the inner academy even more than Xiao Yang. After all, the goal of his trip was the Fallen Heart Flame, and the Fallen Heart Flame was in the inner academy. 15 minutes later. When Chu Bei, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Zunna arrived at the gathering place, there were already several disciples waiting for them. Looks like everyone is here. After a long while, Hu Gan flew over from nearby. After he finished counting the number of disciples, he said in a loud voice, "Little fellows, all of you are well-known figures in the outer court. Very soon, all of you will embark on your journey to the inner courtyard. There, you will be able to stimulate your potential to the greatest extent. I guarantee that in less than a year, all of you will undergo a complete transformation. The inner court is where the core of Canaan College is located. Due to its confidentiality, even the instructors most likely do not know its exact location. Therefore, I will personally lead the way for all of you from now on." Hu Gan's loud and clear voice sounded beside the ears of all the disciples. Then, he whistled. In the distant blue sky, 12 black figures flew over. Griffins. When the black figures approached and the disciples saw their faces clearly, they cried out in surprise. Not long after, 10 huge griffins stopped in front of the group of disciples. "Little fellows, embark on a new journey." Hu Gan spoke again and took the lead to fly onto the back of one of the griffins. Seeing this, the disciples also jumped onto the griffins one after another. As for Xiao Zunna, she did not have the qualifications to enter the inner court in the beginning. It was Chu Bei who opened his mouth that Hu Gan made an exception to add such a quota. When everyone was in position, the griffins flapped their wings and a gale surged. Could it be that the inner court is hidden in this continuous mountain range? Xiao Yang muttered as he looked at the main peak of Canaan College that disappeared at the end of his line of sight. Hu Jiao stole a glance at Chu Bei and said to Xiao Yang, "I heard grandfather say that the location of the inner court is extremely secretive. Even if the students who came out of the inner court wanted to return, it would be very difficult for them to find the location of the inner court if they did not have a dedicated griffin to lead the way." After flying for half an hour, the griffin finally slowed down and began to descend. "There's nothing here." Xiao Yang looked down and furrowed his brows. Other than a bottomless mountain stream, the surroundings were still endless greenery. Not to mention the inner court, there was not even a shadow of a person. The other disciples also looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. Hu Gan seemed to understand the confusion in everyone's hearts, but he did not explain and continued to let the griffins descend. Soon, the flock of griffins landed on an open space in the mountain stream. "Grandfather, this can't be the inner court, right? But there's nothing here." Finally, Hu Jiao could not help but ask. If the inner court was so obvious, why would it be so hard to find? Hu Gan said with a proud smile. Then, under the gazes of several people, he formed a strange seal with his hands and pushed it forward. Immediately, a strange scene appeared. Ripples appeared in the originally calm empty space. When the ripples dissipated, a large silver door that was 70 to 80 feet tall appeared in everyone's line of sight. "Is this the entrance to the inner court?" Looking at the large silver door that had appeared strangely, the disciples were shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that this open space would hide such a mystery. "Follow me in." Hu Gan pushed open the large silver door and saw that the scenery behind the door was not much different from the mountain stream they were in. However, when the last disciple also stepped through the large door, the large silver door disappeared strangely. "Dean Hu Gan, I heard that a special good seedling appeared in this year's batch. Moreover, this seedling is a new student who has just reported and won the championship so powerfully. Where is he?" Just at this moment, 3 middle-aged men flew over from the depths of the forest. On the chest area of their clothes, there was a badge that was engraved with a tower-shaped pattern. Let's lead the way for these little fellows first. They can't wait to see the inner court. Hearing Hu Gan's words, the three middle-aged men could only turn around and lead the way. After walking along the forest for a distance and going over a hill, the group of disciples saw an extremely large sunken basin. In terms of shape, this basin was like an enormous meteorite that had fallen from the sky and smashed into it. Inside the basin, there were many tall buildings. On top of every building, there were several black shadows flashing and jumping. They intertwined and chased each other as if they were sparring. As expected of the inner court. I feel that everyone is very strong. Xiao Yang's face was filled with fanaticism and battle intent rose in his eyes. When he looked at Chu Bei again, his gaze was already sweeping around as if he was looking for something in the basin. Chapter 73. After entering the inner academy, other than Chu Bei, Hu Gan gave every new disciple a new student badge. After which, he disbanded the group and allowed the disciples to form their own groups to tour the inner academy. Just as Chu Bei's group arrived in front of a pavilion, they discovered a number of disciples rushing toward a certain direction like a swarm of bees. From the scattered conversations, Chu Bei found out the reason behind it. Within the inner academy, there was a strong ranking. Just a moment ago, 2 disciples who were ranked in the top 10 of the strong ranking had begun their daily spar. Boss Chu, shall we go and take a look? Xiao Yang's face revealed an expectant expression. Chu Bei nodded his head and immediately walked toward the direction where the crowd was rushing toward. Very quickly, Chu Bei's group arrived at a public square. There was an arena in the middle of the public square. On the arena, there were 2 figures facing each other as they waited solemnly. The surroundings of the arena were crowded with spectators and it was extremely noisy. Do you think Qian Mo will succeed in his challenge this time? Although the 2 of them are at the peak of the Douling class, Qian Mo has challenged Yang Hao more than 3 times in this half a year and has not succeeded. This time around, he will probably end up in failure. Haha, I also think so. However, this time around, Qian Mo seems to be very confident. Perhaps, he might really be able to defeat Yang Hao. Amidst the intense discussions, Chu Bei's group squeezed into the inner circle. Fatty Qian, do you really want to sit in the 5th position so badly? Can you have some self-awareness? On the arena, a young man let out a sigh. Me. I am no longer that young man from before. Another young man snorted coldly. Forget it, I'll torture you again. As Yang Hao's mocking voice sounded, the 2 people on the arena drew their weapons at the same time. Yang Hao's weapon was a huge jet-black hammer while Qian Mo's weapon was a large circular sawtooth-like golden object. The sharp sawtooth contained a penetrating cold glint. Fight! Qian Mo took the lead to attack. As the cry sounded, a dense do qi surged out from his body. His arm suddenly shook and the weapon in his hand shot toward Yang Hao like a golden lightning bolt. Bang! Almost at the same time, the jet-black hammer in Yang Hao's hand violently smashed onto the ground. In an instant, a crack that was as thick as an arm swiftly spread. Following which, an extremely powerful deep yellow energy shot out explosively from the crack and coincidentally collided with the golden lightning bolt that flashed by it, shaking it. Fatty Qian, you haven't improved at all. After dispersing Qian Mo's attack, Yang Hao laughed loudly. Stop looking. Quickly run. The brute force king is here. However, just as Qian Mo was about to launch another attack, a shrill cry filled with terror resounded from not far away. The do-do-do's does. Do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do. Do. Do of do-do of the do-do. Brute force king? Do-do of the do of do. Xiao Yang muttered as he watched everyone gather in one direction. At the same time, he curiously looked in the direction where the sharp cry had originated from. Not long after, a young man with a face full of fear ran at full speed. Following which, a petite figure casually walked over. It was a little girl dressed in white who was only a meter tall. She was about 12 or 13 years old and had a head of light purple hair that reached her waist. With her fair and tender cheeks and big, black and watery eyes, she looked like a doll carved from jade. This is the so-called brute force king? Noticing the fear in everyone's eyes when they looked at the girl in white, Xiao Yang was speechless. In his opinion, the brute force king who could cause so many people to be afraid should be at least 2 to 3 meters tall. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a harmless little girl. Looking back at Chu Bei, when he saw the little girl in white, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Xiao Yang Gij, look at the golden herb in her mouth. Xiao Zuna seemed to have noticed something and tugged at Xiao Yang's arm. Diamond Pu? Xiao Yang recognized the golden herb in the little girl's mouth. Just as he was about to say something, the herb was crushed by the little girl's teeth with a crack. How? How is this possible? Hearing the crisp chewing sound, Xiao Yang looked at the little girl's mouth, which looked like she was eating snacks, and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. His face was full of shock. Diamond Pu. Although its grade was not high, its body was as strong as black iron. Ordinary flames could not do anything to it. However, the little girl in white chewed it easily with her teeth as if she was eating candy. Boss Chu, is this girl still human? Xiao Yang took a deep breath and muttered. No. Chu Bei replied calmly. What? She's really not human. What is that? A monster. Xiao Yang was stunned at first, then he was dumbfounded. He only said it casually because he was shocked. He did not expect that the other party was really not human. After saying that, Xiao Yang looked at the little girl again. His eyes were filled with vigilance and fear. Her original body is a magical beast, but she has transformed into a human. Chu Bei added. A transformed magical beast. Could it be that she has already entered the Do Huang realm? Xiao Yang's mouth was wide open. Chu Bei shook his head. No, she only ate the transformation grass. So that's how it is. Xiao Yang nodded in understanding. The transformation grass was a rare spiritual plant in the forest. Magical beasts below the Do Huang realm could take human form after eating it. However, only those who had reached the Do Huang realm could turn back into magical beasts and freely switch between the two forms. Not long after, Xiao Yang seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chu Bei in surprise. Boss Chu, how do you know all this? Did you know her before? Chu Bei smiled knowingly. When you are strong enough, you can predict the future of all things in the world, not to mention a transformed magical beast that is not even a Do Huang. Hearing this, Xiao Yang pulled the corner of his mouth and did not ask any more questions. Are the two of you sparring? My hands are itching, bring me along. After the white-clothed girl finished chewing the diamond body, she leaped onto the stage and showed Yang Hao and Qian Mo her neat white teeth. Looking at the white-clothed girl's pure smile, Yang Hao and Qian Mo shuddered. You can't run, I will chase after whoever runs. Looking at the two people who were constantly retreating, the white-clothed girl waved her white fist. Her voice was like an oriole's, filled with a thick threat. Hearing the white-clothed girl's words, Yang Hao and Qian Mo's faces turned the color of pig liver. Around the stage, the disciples who had scattered in an uproar gathered together. Looking at the white-clothed girl on the stage, they could not help but shrink their necks. At the same time, all of them mourned for Yang Hao and Qian Mo in their hearts. Chu Bei, on the other hand, was looking at the white-clothed girl with a face full of smiles. He sized her up from head to toe without any hesitation. Come, attack together. Hit me. The white-clothed girl waved her hand toward her two opponents without any fear. Senior Zi Yang, you must be gentler when you attack. If you are serious, I'm afraid that my body will turn into minced meat on the spot. Yang Hao and Qian Mo exchanged glances with each other. They had difficulties in their hearts that they could not voice. Their cultivations were at the peak of the Doling class. Although they were respectively 5th and 6th on the strong ranking, the gap between them and the number 1 monster on the strong ranking was like heaven and earth. In the last strong ranking grand competition, they had personally witnessed this brute force king beating Lin Xiuya, who was ranked 2nd, into a meat bun. There were even rumors recently that this brute force king was about to break through to the Do Huang class. What are you afraid of? I just want to help you loosen your muscles and bones. Zi Yang had an evil smile on her face as she looked at Yang Hao and Qian Mo. She continued, if you don't attack, I will make the first move. Hearing Zi Yang's words, Yang Hao let out a long sigh. after which, the do qi in his body swiftly surged. The skin on the surface of his body instantly became like a rock, emitting a grayish-white color. He took a step forward. With a bang, he threw out the jet-black metal hammer with both hands. At almost the same time, Qian Mo bent his waist and exerted his strength. The weapon in his hand also shot toward Zi Yang at a tricky angle like lightning. Faced with these two sharp attacks, Zi Yang did not dodge. Instead, she casually extended her two small white hands. Duong. Accompanied by two low muffled sounds, Zi Yang accurately and easily caught Yang Hao's and Qian Mo's weapons. Under countless gazes, Zi Yang's white hands seemed to have turned into unbreakable welding pliers. No matter how Yang Hao and Qian Mo pulled, they were unable to wrest back control of their weapons from her hands. Xiu. At this moment, Zi Yang's figure strangely disappeared amid the sound of breaking air. Yang Hao and Qian Mo's pupils abruptly shrank as a sense of fear surged in their hearts. However, before they could do anything, the petite figure that disappeared appeared in front of them. Bang! In the next moment, under their terrified gazes, a seemingly weak fist pressed against their chests. Two mournful screams lingered in everyone's ears. On the stage, two figures were shot out like cannonballs. After flying for dozens of meters in the air, they heavily smashed into the ground. It feels really good. Zi Yang clapped her hands with a satisfied look on her face. In the distance, Yang Hao and Qian Mo were wailing in the deep pit, not daring to get up. The crowd of onlookers wanted to laugh when they saw Zi Yang, who was acting like a little adult on the stage. However, due to fear, they remained silent from the beginning to the end. Among the spectators, the only one who had a natural expression was Chu Bei. "Are you laughing at me?" At this moment, Zi Yang also noticed Chu Bei, who was grinning, and her beautiful brows immediately furrowed. This guy's guts have grown. Could it be that he has never heard of the brute force king's name? Hey! Speaking of which, this guy looks a little unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. The crowd's gaze followed Zi Yang and shifted to Chu Bei. "Come up. My hands are itching again." Seeing that Chu Bei did not respond, Zi Yang shouted angrily. "Sigh, another pitiful person." As soon as Zi Yang's voice rang out, the crowd of onlookers nearby looked at Chu Bei and sympathized with him. At this moment, Yang Hao and Qian Mo finally dared to climb out of the pit and quietly mixed into the crowd. When they looked at Chu Bei, there was no gloating in their eyes, only pity. "Good for you. Can't you hear me?" Zi Yang placed her hands on her waist as her flat chest trembled with anger. "Since you're not coming up, I'll go down." With that, Zi Yang jumped down the stage. Chapter 74. When you see the title, aren't you all caught off guard? This is the decision I have been hesitating about for a day. Lord Bargy is an author and a reader. From a reader's point of view, my favorite chapters of a book are the closing comments and closing comments. Therefore, when Lord Bargy posted this chapter, many readers clicked on it even if they didn't read the latest chapter. Here is the main text. Lord Bargy has always been a writer with a large volume of books. However, the 2 chapters per day for the new book is a little frustrating. The editor said, "Don't you want to release a lot of chapters? Then release it. Once it's released, you can choose how many chapters per day you want." The editor also said, "If it's released, you won't have a chance with Sanjiang and Force." Given the choice, I chose the former. Releasing 2 chapters per day is not my style. I just want to let you all enjoy reading it every day. Therefore, tomorrow, which is 52 a.m., will be released. Old readers who have followed me from the previous book know that Lord Bargy will not ask for recommendation tickets again after the new book release. Today is the last day of the new book release. Lord Bargy begs you for the last time to give this book a recommendation ticket. If you have already given it a recommendation ticket, I hope you can give it to this book tomorrow. Of course, to say something sad, after tomorrow's release, there will be some readers who will leave. It is inevitable. Lord Bargy will continue to learn during the process of writing until he writes a book that everyone will like. Let's talk about the results of this book. Chidian started with a trial run and went through a series of promotions. Currently, It has 8,500 favorites. Genesis has been promoted all the way and has 20,000 plus favorites. It is ranked 12th in the free books list. Let's talk about the content of this book. Some people scolded it, some loved it. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, at least they have read this book. I remember a reader from the previous book who scolded me from the beginning to the end. I didn't fight back. Why? This guy has been subscribing all the way. When I finished the book, he even tipped me 10,000 coins. Some readers suggested that a businessman who only knows how to spin dishes is too monotonous. How can he be a businessman? Don't worry, the book has just started. The pace has to be steady. There will be more and more functions in the future. If I start the book too early, how can I write the later chapters? I'm afraid I can't hold on. There were also some readers who were dissatisfied with the part where the Jiolai clan was killed. Actually, when the novel was written, it was during the worst period of the epidemic. In the novel, the Jiolai family also used poison. In order to eliminate the poison, when he looked back, that part was indeed a little too much, but it shouldn't be that hard to accept. Let's talk about the updates after they were published. The readers who followed me from the previous book know that I still owe the Old Book Alliance Master a lot of updates. As long as they discover this book one day, I will make up for the lack of updates in this book. After it was published, it was guaranteed to be at least 2 updates. Based on the foundation of guaranteed updates, the updating principle was, before the end of August, every 2,000 Chijian coins will be rewarded with an additional chapter. For every 100 increments, I'll add an update. Every increase of 100 in the monthly ticket will add one more update. Starting from the day after tomorrow, the priority will be to return the reward for the new book. From tomorrow onwards, you will see a new Lord Bajie. I hope that all of you will continue to support this book with a genuine subscription. Lord Bajie will also do his best to write this book well and not disappoint all of you. At the end of his speech, begging for one last recommendation. Chapter 75. Little girl, listen to my advice. You can't hit just anyone. Leave now and you won't suffer. Xiao Yang's gaze landed on Zi Yang. He could not help but open his mouth to persuade her. I'm so angry. However, Zi Yang didn't leave after hearing Xiao Yang's words. Instead, her aura became stronger. Where did these guys come from? Not only did they not run away, but they even dared to provoke the brute force king. They really don't want to live. Even if the elders are here, I'm afraid they can't protect them. Look, it's a freshman card. It turns out that they were selected from the outer court this year. No wonder they even dared to provoke the brute force king. Noticing the cards on Xiao Yang and Xiao Zuna, the sympathy and pity on the onlookers' faces became even more intense. Thump, thump, thump. Zi Yang strode toward Chu Bei. With every step, the bluestone bricks under her feet would shatter inch by inch, leaving a deep footprint. When she was about 2 meters away from Chu Bei, Zi Yang suddenly accelerated and punched out. Zi Yang was extremely fast. Wherever her fist passed, the friction with the air made an ear-piercing sound. In the face of Zi Yang's attack, Chu Bei's expression didn't change at all, and he was still smiling. Seeing that Zi Yang's fist was less than half a meter away, Chu Bei stretched out his right hand, and the green and red light in his palm flowed. He gently patted out. There was no expected collision sound. There was only a shocking scene. When Zi Yang's fist landed on Chu Bei's palm, there seemed to be a strange power in the latter's palm that drew and removed the power from Zi Yang's fist. This directly caused Zi Yang's body to suddenly lean forward and sweep past Chu Bei's right hand. What happened just now? After Zi Yang's punch missed, she steadied herself and asked. Chu Bei just smiled and didn't respond. Damn it. Zi Yang bit her lip, and the anger on her white and tender face became more intense. She attacked again at a faster speed, and the aura on her fist became more terrifying. However, a similar scene happened again. She had clearly hit him, but there was an indescribable force that caused her power to leak out and hit somewhere else. Zi Yang punched the air again. Because the speed was too fast, she almost fell to the ground. Why is that? After several failed attempts, Ziyang pouted and glared at Chu Bei angrily and unwillingly. Haha. Seeing this, Xiao Yang finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the laughter, Ziyang turned her eyes to Xiao Yang. I can't hit him, but I don't believe that I can't hit you. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's laughter came to an abrupt end. When he met Ziyang's murderous gaze, he inexplicably shuddered. Boss Chu, help. Xiao Yang quickly hid behind Chu Bei. He did not want to taste a punch from a peak Do king. Ziyang threw a punch at him with terrifying power. This time, Chu Bei still stretched out his right palm. However, the green and red lights flowing in his palm changed and suddenly merged together. At first, this strange force first diverted the power on Ziyang's fist, but then it did not let Ziyang's body lean forward. Instead, it suddenly erupted with a strong rebound force that fell back on Ziyang's fist. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Ziyang's petite body drew a beautiful arc in the air and smashed on the ground. Accompanied by a painful howl, Ziyang quickly got up from the ground. Her eyes were filled with anger, but she was at a loss. The brute force king was defeated. Oh my god! Did I see it wrong? Where did that guy come from? I can't even feel the fluctuation of his do chi. What a strange do chi. Yeah, I keep feeling that he defused the brute force king's attack. The crowd of spectators broke out into discussion, their faces filled with disbelief. I don't believe that you can defuse it every time. Ziyang walked around Chu Bei twice and snorted angrily. Immediately, with a loud shout, a fierce and violent do chi gushed out of her body and condensed on her fists. After finishing the accumulation, Ziyang's figure disappeared again and directly appeared in front of Chu Bei. However, Chu Bei seemed to have predicted Ziyang's position. At the same time, he slowly stretched out his right hand. Bang! A familiar scene happened again. Ziyang's power was first strangely dissipated, and then an even more powerful counterforce suddenly came to her. Ziyang flew backward and created a new big pit on the ground. This time, Ziyang quickly got up and then rose into the air. She appeared above Chu Bei's head and swooped down. Bang! The result was the same. In an unwilling roar, Ziyang attacked Chu Bei again and again. 3 bangs, 4 bangs, 5 bangs, 6 bangs. Unfortunately, the ending kept repeating itself and never changed in the slightest. Looking around, there were already deep pits everywhere. Ziyang's hair was messy, her clothes were in tatters, and her delicate white face was covered in dust. At first glance, she looked like a little madwoman begging for money. Even so, Ziyang did not give up. It was as if she was determined to fight Chu Bei. In the end, perhaps because Chu Bei started to increase his strength, Ziyang started to suck in air and the speed of her attacks slowed down. A look of fear appeared in her big, black eyes. Not far away, the inner yard disciples who had witnessed the whole scene were already dazed and numb. Their dazed expressions were like a bolt from the blue as they stared blankly at the battlefield. Yang Hao and Qian Mo were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and were speechless. When Ziyang first found Chu Bei, they sympathized with Chu Bei. Who would have thought that the same experience would lead to such a different outcome? Looking at Ziyang, who no longer dared to attack, the two could not help but feel happy. They looked at Chu Bei with eyes full of admiration and respect. Xiu. At this moment, a sound of rushing air sounded from afar. Hu Gan came over after hearing the sound. Seeing Hu Gan standing in the air with his hands behind his back, Ziyang was first stunned before her face was filled with joy. Old man Hu, you have broken through to the Dozone class. Ziyang shouted excitedly as if she had found a helper. She pointed at Chu Bei and said, "Quick, help me deal with this guy. Beat him until his teeth fall out." Nonsense. Just as Ziyang was fantasizing about how she could borrow Hu Gan's hand to trample on Chu Bei, Hu Gan's reprimand sounded beside her ear. In the next moment, Hu Gan landed in front of Chu Bei. "Old man who are you calling who?" Ziyang was just about to reprimand Hu Gan when she saw Hu Gan's attitude towards Chu Bei. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth because she was stunned. "Boss Chu, Ziyang is still a child. If she has offended you, I hope that you will not hold it against her." Hu Gan was extremely polite. Who exactly is he? The vice headmaster is actually so respectful to him. We actually foolishly thought that he was also a new student. Now that I think about it, it is really laughable. How can an existence that can trample on the brute force king so casually be an ordinary person? Hearing Hu Gan's words, the expressions of the disciples present became even more stunned. They were all once outstanding people in the outer academy and knew the temperament of the vice headmaster. Other than the headmaster, they had never seen the vice headmaster be so respectful to anyone. Why would I hold it against her? I really like her. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at little Zi Yang. As for Zi Yang, when she met Chu Bei's seemingly loving gaze, she inexplicably shuddered. Zi Yang, come over here and admit your mistake. Hu Gan turned around and coldly shouted. No way. Little Zi Yang stubbornly raised her head. Hu Gan shook his head and then walked to little Zi Yang's side. He lowered his head and whispered something into her ear. Zi Yang was startled at first. Then, she looked at Chu Bei and widened her eyes. In the end, she obediently walked to Chu Bei's side and bowed. Moreover, she sincerely admitted her mistake. What are you all looking at? Quickly disperse. Along with Hu Gan's cold shout, the disciples who were watching from afar dispersed in confusion. Obviously, they were all very curious about what Hu Gan had said to Zi Yang that caused her attitude towards Chu Bei to change 380 degrees. Big brother Xiao Yang, what do you think the vice headmaster said to the brute force king? After Hu Gan left with little Zi Yang, Xiao Zuna looked at Xiao Yang with a curious expression. In my opinion, it must be related to Boss Chu. Speaking until here, Xiao Yang seemed to have thought of something. He quickly tilted his head and looked at Chu Bei. Boss Chu, the move you used to deal with the brute force king just now seemed a little familiar. Drawing and shifting the enemy's strength, changing the yin and yang qi, borrowing the enemy's strength to fight the enemy's strength. It's called heaven and earth. Chu Bei looked at Xiao Yang and said indifferently. This skill came from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. It was the Ming cult's treasure. Chu Bei had spent 30,000 power of will to obtain it. After walking in circles for another quarter of an hour, they finally stopped. Chu Bei stopped. 100 meters away, there was a huge sunken piece of land. In the middle of the sunken piece of land, an extremely huge black tower was buried deep underground. Only the tip of the tower was exposed above the ground. A tower buried underground? Could it be that this is the blazing sky chi refining tower that the vice headmaster mentioned can speed up cultivation? Xiao Yang's gaze locked on the tip of the tower as he exclaimed. At this moment, there were several disciples lining up around the tip of the tower to enter. Perhaps it was due to the rules, but these disciples were extremely quiet during the process of entering. There's a bit of a riot. Chu Bei narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Even though there was a distance between them, he could feel the blazing energy that permeated from the tower from time to time. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Boss Chu, should we enter the tower to take a look? Xiao Yang looked at Chu Bei expectantly. Since we are in someone else's territory, we have to do things according to their rules. Chu Bei patted Xiao Yang's shoulder lightly. Let's wait until you've been allocated the fire ability before entering the tower. The sun was setting in the west. The curtain of night gradually approached. When Chu Bei had just returned to the residence that Hu Gan had arranged for him and was about to have a good rest, a petite figure rushed into the room with a swoosh. It was a little girl wearing a pink dress. She was about 12 or 13 years old. Her light purple hair naturally fell to her waist. Her white and tender cheeks were like carved jade. People couldn't help but want to kiss, pinch and play with them. Looking at the uninvited girl in the pink dress, Chu Bei's face revealed a playful expression. The girl was the brute force King Zi Yang, who had been ravaged by Chu Bei during the day. Chapter 76. Little girl, why did you come to my room so late at night? Chu Bei sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Zi Yang with interest. Could it be that you didn't spar enough during the day? Of course not. Zi Yang pouted. I'm not looking for abuse. I'm here to buy something from you. Zi Yang moved a chair and sat in front of Chu Bei. She continued, Old man who told me that he was able to break through because of you. He also said that you have a treasure that can allow me to change my original form freely. The premise is that I have enough money. At this point, Ziyang waved her small white hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a pile of scattered items was spread out on the bed. Looking carefully, there were high-level magic cores, elixirs that emitted a medicinal fragrance, cultivation methods, fighting skills, and even weapons. I don't have much money. I stole these from the treasure pavilion. Ziyang looked at Chu Bei expectantly. Are these enough to exchange for a treasure that allows me to change my original form freely? If not, I can steal more. Looking at Ziyang's serious expression, Chu Bei couldn't help but laugh. It should be enough. But didn't old man who tell you that I'm closed today? Okay, then I'll wait here until tomorrow. After a short conversation, Ziyang found that Chu Bei wasn't as difficult to get along with as she thought. She jumped onto the bed and occupied a small space. Chu Bei's mouth twitched slightly. After a long night of sleep. Wake up. At dawn, Chu Bei was awakened from his sleep by a small hand. Let's start. Chu Bei glanced at Ziyang and waved his hand. The level 7 lucky wheel appeared. While Ziyang was shocked, Chu Bei briefly explained the rules of the wheel. The level 7 lucky wheel that Chu Bei chose had a product called Beast Spirit True Water. Not only could it allow Ziyang to change back to her original form freely, it could also greatly increase her defense. Big brother boss, take these and use them to spin the plates. Little Ziyang looked at Chu Bei ingratiatingly and took the initiative to push the stolen items in front of Chu Bei. Buzz, a vortex appeared in the center of the wheel, instantly swallowing the scattered objects. The system has gained 200,000 willpower points. The host has gained 100,000 willpower points. Almost at the same time, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. The next moment, the needle began to spin. Soon, 20 square boxes were floating side by side. Under Ziyang's expectant gaze, all the square boxes exploded. 18 thank yous for your patronage, a green-covered book, and a sky-blue jade bottle. How to Raise a Lowly. Ziyang took the green book, glanced at the big words on the cover, and threw it into the storage ring with disinterest. Then, he took the sky-blue jade bottle and sniffed it. Little guy, you're pretty lucky, Chu Bei said. Big brother boss, this is the treasure that can turn me back into my original form. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Ziyang was so excited that her hands were trembling. Won't you know after drinking it? Chu Bei said with a smile. Ziyang nodded repeatedly, and she didn't hesitate in the slightest to drink the liquid within the jade bottle. In just a few seconds, Ziyang's body began to change. Her body gradually became bigger. Her hands became sharp claws, horns grew on her head, and her body was covered with purple scales. Haha, I really changed back. Little Ziyang waved her claws and changed back into her human form, then back to her original form. Looking at the jubilant Ziyang, the corners of Chu Bei's mouth unconsciously curled up. He didn't expect an infant ancient void dragon to be so cute. Whoosh. At this moment, Hugan landed in front of the door. When he saw Ziyang, who had changed back into her original form, his expression suddenly froze. Old man Hu, I did it. I really have to thank you for this. I've decided not to pull your beard in the future. Ziyang was extremely happy. Boss Chu, based on your experience, do you know what kind of magical beast Ziyang is? Hugan asked. You'll have a chance to know. Chu Bei didn't answer his question. Since that's the case, let's spin the wheel. As he spoke, Hugan took out his storage ring. Chu Bei nodded and changed the level 7 wheel to a level 8 wheel. The system has received 600,000 willpower. The host has received 300,000 willpower, 60 square boxes, 56 thank you for your patronage, 1 level 7 spiritual pearl, 2 Huaxiong battle energy pills, and 1 battle zone pill. Boss Chu, looks like I've earned a lot again. Hugan carefully took the treasure. He was currently a 1-star battle zone. With this battle zone pill, he could instantly become a 2 stars battle zone. In addition, he also had 4 Huaxiong battle energy pills. If he consumed all of them, he could even fight a 6-star battle zone within 4 hours. After Hu Gan left with Zi Yang, Chu Bei opened the system interface. In the past 2 days, Hu Gan had provided him with a considerable amount of willpower. Including Xiao Yang, Zi Yang, and the previous ones, he currently had a total of 1,335,000 willpower. For the Battle King realm, it required 200,000 willpower to exchange for a 1-star cultivation. For the Battle Emperor realm, it required 500,000 willpower to exchange for a 1-star cultivation. At that moment, Chu Bei's cultivation was a 9 stars Battle King. Without hesitation, Chu Bei directly used 1 million willpower to exchange for a cultivation. The host has successfully exchanged for a cultivation. When the system's voice sounded, Chu Bei only felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones, filling every cell. The battle energy in his body surged crazily until it slowed down and stabilized. This process didn't even take 10 seconds. However, Chu Bei knew that he was now a 2 stars Battle Emperor. Compared to other people, he used willpower to exchange for a cultivation. Leveling up was as smooth as an ancient well. It was powerful in the midst of calmness. In the afternoon, Vice Principal Hu Gan gathered the disciples who had just entered the inner academy from the outer academy. Little guys, I think you've already seen the blazing sky chi refining tower from afar. Now, I'll bring you into the tower for a walk. Hu Gan's loud and clear voice floated in the air. This will also be your admission reward. Amidst the excited cheers, the mighty group followed Hu Gan to the sunken land where the blazing sky chi refining tower was located. Looking around, within a 100-meter radius of the blazing sky chi refining tower, it was filled with disciples cultivating. Although cultivating outside the tower wasn't as good as cultivating inside the tower, it was still far better than other places in the inner academy. Look quickly. Are those people the new students who came from the outer academy this year? I heard that the champion of this year's new students is only 15 years old, and it hasn't even been 7 days since he reported to the outer academy. What? In other words, he directly entered the inner academy with the result of first place in the preliminaries right after he reported. Oh my God. Is there such a monster? Where's that guy? Quickly point him out to me. Outside the blazing sky chi refining tower, some disciples noticed the arrival of Hu Gan's group. As the discussion unfolded, numerous gazes gradually focused on Xiao Yang's body, carefully sizing him up. Other than that monstrous new student, who's the guy walking side by side with old man Hu? Could it be a new student with some background? At this time, some disciples noticed Chu Bei and their words carried curiosity. Chapter 77. Old man who seems to be very polite to him. Looks like this guy's background is really not small. A disciple locked his gaze on Chu Bei and guessed. You lunatics, don't just focus on cultivating. When you're free, you should find out what's going on outside. At this time, a red-clothed young man walked over and narrated the process of Chu Bei trampling on Zi Yang in detail. The brute force king finally kicked an iron plate. Haha. Hearing this news is really satisfying. I just don't know the background of this great god. After listening to the red-clothed young man's narration, the disciples once again looked at Chu Bei with more admiration in their eyes. Brother Hu, is this the boss Chu you mentioned to me? In front of the tower, a grey-clothed old man came forward. After greeting Hu Gan, he cupped his fists at Chu Bei. Chu Bei nodded in response. Open the side door. This group of little guys can't wait any longer. Hu Gan pointed at Wu Hao, Hu Jiao, and the others behind him. All right. The grey-clothed old man replied and then opened the originally tightly shut pitch-black door. As the door opened, the temperature in the air gradually rose. Follow me into the tower. After everything was ready, Hu Gan gave the order. In the next moment, the mighty group passed through the pitch-black door in an orderly manner. It's actually so big. After entering the tower, all the newcomers, including Xiao Yang and Hu Jiao, sighed with emotion at the same time. Hey! It seems like a ball of flame suddenly appeared in my body. Me too. Dean, could this be the ball of flame that can speed up cultivation that you mentioned? Wu Hao, Nangong Chong, and the others quickly discovered the changes in their bodies and immediately looked at Hu Gan. Hu Gan nodded slightly. Before coming in, I made all of you swallow the frigid yin water to prepare for this. Now, let's refine that ball of flame. Hearing Hu Gan's words, the group of disciples looked at each other and then sat down cross-legged, closing their eyes and concentrating. As time passed, Hu Jiao, Nangong Chong, and the others were the first to open their eyes. They couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Obviously, they had refined the ball of flame that had mysteriously appeared in their bodies and obtained great benefits from it. Gradually, more and more disciples opened their eyes, their faces filled with excitement. Xiao Yang was the same. Yarou Lao, why would such a flame appear in my body for no reason? After refining it, the dou qi in my body will increase substantially. Xiao Yang shot a glance at Chu Bei, and when he discovered that Chu Bei wasn't looking at him, he transmitted his voice into his storage ring. Formless and colorless, manifesting through the heart, leaving no trace to be found. Could this be the fallen heart flame? An aged voice sounded in Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness. Fallen heart flame? What's that? Xiao Yang looked confused and hurriedly asked. The heavenly flame ranked 14th on the heavenly flame ranking, Yarou Lao replied. Heavenly flame? Xiao Yang's heart suddenly shook. He had long since learned of the name mysterious flame from Yarou Lao's mouth. It was something that all high-level alchemists would risk their lives to pursue. Don't be excited. The flame that appeared in your bodies should only be a part of the fallen heart flame's main body that was projected into your hearts. Yarou Lao's voice sounded once again. However, one thing is certain. The main body of the fallen heart flame is within this blazing sky qi refining tower. There have long been rumors that Canaan College possesses a heavenly flame. It is unexpected that it is hidden within the inner academy, and it is the fallen heart flame that is ranked 14th. Yarou Lao muttered to himself. Don't tell me that the source of the blazing sky qi refining tower's ability to speed up one's training is this fallen heart flame. Xiao Yang had an epiphany. Have you ever thought of obtaining this fallen heart flame? Yarou Lao changed his tone. What a joke. This is Canaan College. With a Do Huang or even a Do Zong in charge, what's the difference between obtaining a heavenly flame and seeking death? Xiao Yang shook his head. I'm not asking you to refine it now. There will be plenty of time in the future. Yarou Lao smiled. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment and said, I can do that. He had only refined one strand of the fallen heart flame out of the billions of strands, and he had already felt the wonders within it. If he could really refine the original body, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be endless. At this moment, Chu Bei's thoughts were not on Xiao Yang. Otherwise, if he knew that Xiao Yang also had designs on the fallen heart flame, it was unknown how he would feel in his heart. Under Hu Gan's lead, the group of new students also gradually understood the layout of the blazing sky qi refining tower. Every floor of the tower was distributed in a circular shape and training rooms of different sizes were built. Due to the different geographical locations of these rooms and their distance from the center of the tower, they could be divided into 3 levels, high and low. After you have been allocated the fire ability, you can choose a room to train in. On the same floor, the prices of the 3 levels of rooms are the same. However, it will still depend on your strength as to who gets it in the end. Hu Gan smiled as he looked at the group of new students. Therefore, even in the blazing sky qi refining tower, there is no fairness to speak of. Grandfather, this is? When the group of people walked to the center of the tower, Hu Jiao pointed at a bottomless black hole that was like the mouth of a well and looked at Hu Gan. And at this time, due to curiosity, more and more disciples gathered in front of the black hole and looked down. They only saw that the inside of the hole was pitch black and there wasn't the slightest bit of light. It was as if the black hole had penetrated the entire blazing sky qi refining tower. Don't you guys feel that the temperature of this hole is higher than other places? Could it be that the heat of the blazing sky qi refining tower originates from this hole? Wu Hao guessed. Just when Xiao Yang also moved his head closer to look at the black hole, the space within it suddenly started to strangely distort. Following that, the distorted space seemed to have transformed into invisible pythons and climbed up the hole with an extremely terrifying speed. All of you, scatter. Hu Gan seemed to have sensed something and his expression suddenly changed. He immediately waved his hands to create an energy storm and shook away Xiao Yang, Hu Jiao, Wu Hao, and the others who were around the hole. It was also at this time that a sharp ear-piercing hissing sound came from the hole. The pitch-black environment suddenly brightened up and the temperature in the air rapidly rose. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying and ancient aura that caused one's heart to palpitate pervaded out from the hole. "Grandfather, what's going on? Is there something in there?" Hu Jiao stared at the hole in a daze. Her face was a little pale and her throat couldn't help but roll. The space above the hole was already distorted to the extreme. Numerous spatial cracks spread out like a spiderweb and the hissing sound from an unknown source became even more ear-piercing and sharp. However, when one looked over, there was nothing in the entire space. It was extremely strange. "You guys don't need to ask too much. Just remember, don't go near that hole." Hu Gan seemed to know something but he wasn't willing to say too much. He only sternly warned Xiao Yang, Hu Jiao, and the others. "Xiao Yang brat, if my guess is correct, the fallen heart flame should be right below that hole." At this time, Yarrow Laro's voice sounded in Xiao Yang's mind. Looking at Chu Bei again, he had already leisurely walked to the side of the hole by himself. He lowered his head and looked down as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 78. Boss Chu, with your cultivation, you should be able to see it, right? Hu Gan had also arrived in front of the cave entrance and stood beside Chu Bei. Chu Bei nodded slightly in response. Below the cave entrance, a huge fire python that was over 10 meters thick was wreaking havoc. The fire python's entire body was wrapped in twisted flames. The fangs in its huge mouth dripped with hot magma. A pair of frightening triangular eyes were spitting out raging flames. These flames came from the same source as the heart flame that appeared in everyone's body. However, if the two were to be compared, it was undoubtedly the difference between a bright moon and a firefly. As for the flames that the fire python emitted, even if a Do Huang came into contact with it, he would not be able to escape and would be burned to ashes in the end. Hiss hiss, the fire python seemed to have discovered Chu Bei and Hu Gan at the entrance of the cave. It leaped up at a frightening speed. However, just as it was about to reach the edge of the cave entrance, a space cage that contained a powerful force appeared and blocked the fire python. The fire python seemed to have long been accustomed to the existence of the space cage. It opened its huge mouth and spat out hot flames, continuously burning the space cage. However, the cage was so sturdy that it was not damaged in the slightest. In the end, the fire python let out an unwilling roar and returned to the depths of the cave. "This strength is a little weak. Looks like I have to add some fuel to the fire." Chu Bei held his chin and muttered to himself. The purpose of his trip to Canaan College was to make a deal for the fallen heart flame. If he were to tell Hu Gan the reason for his visit without any reason, Canaan College would not make this deal no matter what, given how much importance they placed on the fallen heart flame. Because of this, Chu Bei could only play the role of a treacherous businessman. "Boss Chu, what did you say about adding fuel to the fire?" Hu Gan looked at Chu Bei in confusion. "Nothing. I just feel that with the strength of this fire python, the day of breaking the seal is not far away." Chu Bei casually said. "Boss Chu, don't worry. According to Great Elder Su's judgment, it will be fine for at least 3 years." Hu Gan was very confident. Chu Bei smiled and did not continue the conversation. However, when Hu Gan was unaware, a crimson red bead slipped from his left hand that was placed at the entrance of the cave and entered the cave. Chu Bei had spent 50,000 willpower points to purchase the fire spirit pearl from the merchant store. When combined with fire, it could strengthen the fire element. After visiting the Blazing Heavens Chi refining tower, Hu Gan led everyone to line up to receive a fire tablet. The next morning, the several hundred cultivation rooms within the Blazing Sky Chi refining tower were quiet as usual. There was a figure sitting cross-legged in every cultivation room. They were fully focused on using the heart flame to cultivate. Xiao Yang, Hu Jiao, Wu Hao, and the other new disciples also joined the army after they had been allocated the fire energy. Each of them occupied a training room. Rumble. Suddenly, A loud noise sounded from the center of the tower. Immediately after, the blazing heavens chi refining tower suddenly trembled. In the hundreds of cultivation rooms, the originally peaceful energy suddenly boiled like boiling water, becoming violent. The tower is shaking. This has never happened before. What happened? More and more disciples walked out of the cultivation rooms. All of them stabilized their bodies and looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with fear. Cultivation Room 211. Xiao Yang's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. He frowned as he felt the shaking cultivation room. Yarrow Larrow, why did the energy in the tower suddenly become so violent? Could it be the doing of the fallen heart flame again? Xiao Yang immediately transmitted a message to Yarrow Larrow. Strange. Very strange. Yarrow Larrow flew out from Xiao Yang's storage ring and stroked his white beard. Compared to yesterday, the aura that the fallen heart flame gave me is several times stronger. How is this possible? It has only been a day. Xiao Yang's face was filled with shock. If my guess is correct, the fallen heart flame has already started to rebel. According to the current aura fluctuation, it will break the seal in less than 3 days. Yarrow Larrow's expression was serious. But didn't old man who say that it wouldn't rebel for at least 3 years? Xiao Yang was astonished and had a confused expression. This is also something that I don't understand. Yarrow Larrow's brows were tightly knitted. But my feeling can't be wrong. The power of the fallen heart flame is indeed rising at a terrifying speed. All students in the tower, listen up. Evacuate from the blazing sky chi refining tower within 15 minutes. Just at this moment, a vigorous and old voice resounded in the entire tower. It reverberated in everyone's ears and did not disperse for a long time. This is Elder Chio's voice. Looks like something has really happened. We can't stay here any longer. Hearing the shout, the group of disciples came back to their senses and rushed toward the door like a swarm of bees. Xiao Yang also did not hesitate and used his speed to the limit. With the fallen heart flame rebelling, the energy in the tower was no longer suitable for cultivation. Staying here would only increase the risk. When the group of disciples arrived outside the tower, the shock on their faces was even greater. They saw that the sky above the blazing sky chi refining tower was blood red. They could faintly see that the space was distorted by the high temperature. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the sound of breaking air, several figures quickly flew over from afar. Bang! Before the distant figures arrived, a low muffled sound that was similar to the beating of a heart came from the tower. What's that sound? Quickly look at the top of the tower. Why are there so many fire snakes? Could it be that there's really something mysterious that we don't know about under the blazing sky chi refining tower? Looking at the thousands of fire snakes that appeared out of thin air at the top of the tower, the group of disciples gasped. Very quickly, several figures that flew over from afar appeared in the sky above the blazing sky chi refining tower. The one in the lead was an old man in a black robe with a white beard and white hair. Why did the strength of the fallen heart flame increase so much in just 1 day? Su Qian tilted his head and looked at the few elders that were guarding the blazing sky chi refining tower beside him. He questioned with a pair of cold eyes that were like the edge of a blade. First elder, we don't know either. At this time yesterday, there wasn't any abnormality. An elder spoke and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. Exactly where did the problem occur? Su Qian's brows were tightly knit together. With a stride, he had already appeared 10 meters above the top of the tower. Bang! 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 The sound that was similar to the beating of a heart sounded out once again. Along with the passage of time, the frequency of the sound became more and more hurried. Until a few seconds later, the group of elders, including Su Qian, were shocked to discover that the frequency of the sound started to correspond with the sound of their heartbeats. A ball of blazing heart flame abruptly rose from within their bodies. Damn it! It's launching an attack. The group of elders hurriedly circulated their do qi and crazily suppressed the heart flame that emerged from within their bodies. Rumble. The blazing sky chi refining tower trembled even more intensely. What are you all still standing there for? All of you, get away from the blazing sky chi refining tower. Feeling the energy that was still explosively rising within the tower, Su Qian swept his gaze over the group of disciples that didn't know what was going on and loudly shouted, "What exactly is within the tower?" The group of disciples flew swiftly towards the distance and occasionally turned their heads to look at the blazing sky chi refining tower. Another loud bang sounded out. A fiery wave that was over 30 meters tall gushed out from the top of the tower and charged into the sky. Chapter 79. Prepare to form the hand seals. Following Su Qian's shout, the elders on top of the blazing sky chi refining tower interweaved their hands and formed a strange hand seal. In a short moment, a boundless and vigorous energy leaked down and finally gathered at the top of the tower to form a colorful light film. Boom! However, the moment the light film was formed, another earth-shattering sound came from the pagoda. Following that, an incomparably large fire python broke through the top of the tower and collided with the light film. Not good. The seal within the tower has been broken. Looking at the fire python that had already rushed out of the top of the tower and was continuously attacking the light film, Su Qian's expression suddenly changed. Strengthen the power of the seal. The group of elders did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent as they poured all of their strength into the light film. They all knew that once the fallen heart flame broke through the seal, it would definitely deal a devastating blow to Canaan College. There really is a monster. Has it always been under the blazing sky chi refining tower? The group of disciples that had already hidden far away looked at the giant fire python in fear. When they thought of how they had been in the same tower as the fire python for a long period of time, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Rumble above the top of the tower, the fire python opened its mouth and revealed its sharp teeth that were formed from surging lava. Every time it attacked the light film, it would bring forth a circle of frightening energy ripples. Great Elder, we can't go on like this. The group of elders' expressions became more and more serious and their auras clearly fluctuated. Su Qian's brows were tightly knitted together. Then, as if he had thought of something, he flicked out a pitch-black light from his storage ring. It was 9 intertwined iron chains. When the 9 iron chains flew above the top of the tower, they quickly expanded with a buzzing sound and formed a hemispherical giant net. The 9 iron chains of the giant net were inserted into 9 different positions of the blazing sky chi refining tower and went straight underground. Great Elder, this is... The group of elders stared blankly at the 9 iron chains that had shrunk to the light film and their faces were filled with shock. With the support of the 9 iron chains, they clearly felt much more relaxed and the seal that they formed together became several times stronger. It's called the 9-chain formation. It was bought by an instructor from the outer court named Luo Tian under the name of the academy for 130 million. Su Qian looked at the 9 iron chains and continued, "At first, I thought it was a little too wasteful. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Moreover, the effect seems to be pretty good. He did us a great favor. From the looks of it, the 130 million was well spent. I'm curious about the person who sold this array. I'm willing to sell such a treasure." The group of elders spoke out one after another. "Mu Bei, Munan, the two of you go and find the dean." Su Qian looked at the giant fire python with incomparable fear. Its strength is still increasing at a terrifying rate. Even with the support of the 9 chains formation, I'm afraid it won't be able to last much longer. Due to the huge commotion caused by the fire python, more and more inner yard instructors and disciples rushed over. "Boss Chu, Vice Dean Hu Gan, you guys are finally here." The moment Xiao Yang saw Chu Bei, he immediately went to greet him. How could this be? Seeing the scene above the blazing sky chi refining tower, Hu Gan was stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. On a new day, he borrowed from all his old acquaintances in the inner yard. However, he had just finished rotating the plates at Chu Bei's place when he heard an intense roar. At first, he thought that it was a few old men from the inner yard sparring. Thinking about it, it was actually the fallen heart flame that had gone berserk. "Didn't you say that it would be fine for 3 years?" Chu Bei looked at this big customer beside him with interest. His face was filled with amusement. Just 15 minutes ago, Hu Gan had spent another 80 million gold coins, allowing him to obtain 400,000 will value. It shouldn't be. Hu Gan glanced at Chu Bei before rising into the air. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Su Qian. Old man Hu, you have broken through. When did this happen? Congratulations, congratulations. The group of elders were initially stunned when they saw Hu Gan. After which, they cupped their hands together and congratulated him. Shock flashed across Su Qian's eyes when he saw Hu Gan break through to the Dozong class. Why has its strength increased by a couple of times in just one night? Hu Gan looked at Su Qian. Su Qian shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Feng City. Although the city was not big, it was named after a person. In the entire Black Corner region, there were only a few people who had such an honor. Han Feng, a Tier 6 peak alchemist, the #1 alchemist in the Black Corner region. Due to the uniqueness of an alchemist, he possessed an important position in the Black Corner region. Even a Dozong would have to be polite when meeting him. After all, the rallying power of a Tier 6 peak alchemist could not be underestimated. In the middle of the city, there was a bamboo forest. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there were many bamboo houses. In the bamboo house, a middle-aged man wearing an alchemist robe was sitting cross-legged. On the back of the robe, there was an eye-catching foam character. At this moment, Han Feng was focused on a medicinal formula in his hand. His mind was not distracted. Suddenly, Han Feng raised his head. His sharp gaze shot toward the distant northern sky. He could faintly sense a strange yet somewhat familiar energy ripple. This is the aura of a heavenly flame. Han Feng's eyes focused. In order to confirm his guess, Han Feng slowly closed his eyes. He flicked his finger gently and a deep blue flame, which was like clear lake water, was emitted from his body. Finally, it tightly wrapped around him. This deep blue flame was extremely strange. At a glance, it was like a cluster of clear lake water flowing. Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Following the rise of the Sea Heart Flame, Han Feng's spiritual awareness soared. The vague feeling from earlier appeared to be surging beside him at this moment and was extremely clear. It is indeed a heavenly flame. Han Feng's expression was excited. However, a seriousness quickly surfaced on Han Feng's face. Han Beng, immediately contact the spies of the inner court of Canaan and see if there are any changes. A moment later, Han Feng circulated his Do Qi and transmitted his voice toward a bamboo house not far away. 1 hour later. There is news that the Blazing Sky Qi refining tower is suppressing an enormous fire python. Now that the fire python has rebelled, Su Qian and the other elders of the inner court are reinforcing the seal. However, the effect is not ideal. A man with red words appeared in front of Han Feng and was incomparably respectful. Fire python? Looks like the rumor is true. Canaan College does indeed have a heavenly flame. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Is Mang Qiankai in the inner court? According to the spies, Mang Qiankai is wandering outside. Su Qian is now in charge of the inner court. Han Beng replied. Haha, looks like this is the best time. Han Feng took out a token from his chest. His eyes were like lightning. We must hurry and get the heavenly flame before Mang Qiankai returns. Take this and invite the leaders of the Earthly Blaze sect, the Eight Doors School, and the Blood sect, as well as the Gold and Silver Elders. The Gold and Silver Elders are dead. The man in red cupped his fist and said, What? Dead? Han Feng was shocked. The Gold and Silver Elders combined could defeat the Battle Sect. In the vast Black Corner region, there were very few people who could defeat them, let alone kill them. Chapter 80. It said that the two elders died in the Karma Empire's Wu-Tan city. Han Beng continued. Wu-Tan city. Han Feng frowned. Could it be that these two fellows met a hidden expert? It's a mysterious merchant of unknown origin who lives in Wu-Tan city. Han Beng added. Forget it. Looks like I can only make use of those fellows. Han Feng sighed, as if he had made some kind of decision. Sir, once those fellows are provoked, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to get rid of them. The red-clothed man seemed to know something. I must obtain this heavenly flame at all cost. Han Feng's gaze was firm. He glanced at the red-clothed man and said, "Time is of the essence. Go and gather your helpers now." "Yes." The red-clothed man responded and quickly left. Looking at the red-clothed man who was gradually disappearing, Han Feng slowly let out a breath. Although he had an extremely large rallying power in the Black Corner region, Canaan College was also a colossus. Especially the dean, Mang Qiankai, who had an unfathomable cultivation. Normally, he wouldn't make an enemy of Canaan College. However, this was based on the situation where there was no temptation of the heavenly flame. If Mang Qiankai was still in charge of the inner courtyard, perhaps he would hesitate. However, it just so happened that the person he feared the most was roaming the world. Night fell. Deep in the inner courtyard, the area above the blazing Sky Chi refining tower was scarlet red, burning through half the sky. The giant fire python's body continued to grow, and its aura became more and more terrifying. On the inner courtyard side, other than Su Qian and the other elders, all the instructors had also joined the sealing team, continuously injecting their own energy into the large formation. As for the inner courtyard disciples, they all stayed on the mountain peak far away, nervously watching the situation on the field. They knew that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Rumble. On the top of the tower, the fire python once again launched a charged attack, fiercely crashing into the 9-chain formation. It opened its huge mouth and released a terrifying sound wave, quickly spreading out through the large formation. "Don't relax. Go all out." Su Qian immediately launched a few attacks to block the fire python's sound wave. In the great array, after the fire python crazily vented its anger, its triangular eyes that were suffused with flames locked onto Su Qian. Su Qian instantly felt a chill rise when the fire python's gaze locked onto him. It was as if his entire body had been scanned from the inside out. "Grand Elder, this beast's strength is still increasing. At this rate, even with the support of the 9 chains formation, we won't be able to last until tomorrow." An elder's eyes were filled with anxiety. "We can only pray that the headmaster can make it back in time." Su Qian's face was solemn. The next day. "First Elder, I can't hold on any longer." High up in the sky, the group of elders' faces were pale and their breathing was hurried. Even though they took turns to exert their strength, after an entire night, the do qi in their bodies was almost depleted. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 2 whistling sounds could be heard. "Where is the dean?" Su Qian asked impatiently when he saw Mu Nan and Mu Bei return. "We've searched all the places that headmaster used to stay in." Mu Nan and Mu Bei looked at each other, shook their heads, and joined the sealing team. "This old fellow is really too unreliable. He doesn't even show up at the critical moment." Su Qian let out a long breath, cursed under his breath, and frowned tightly. Chirp 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 inside the 9 chains formation, the fire python seemed to understand Mu Nan and Mu Bei's words. After knowing that Su Qian and the others' reliance had not returned, a trace of human contempt appeared in its triangular eyes. In the next moment, it rammed the 9 chains formation with even more force. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, it rammed the formation. Finally, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the ceiling grand array. Seeing this, the fire python's triangular eyes surged with excitement, and it rammed the formation even faster. "Spare no effort, immediately repair the formation. We can't let this beast break the seal." Looking at the continuously spreading cracks, Su Qian's expression was clearly flustered. "Grand Elder Su Qian, no wonder Canaan College's blazing Sky Chi refining tower can speed up one's cultivation. The root cause is this heavenly flame." At this moment, a vigorous voice with a smile suddenly sounded from afar, and then it reverberated in the ears of everyone present. A few black figures could be seen rushing over from the east, and finally stopped diagonally above the blazing Sky Chi refining tower, facing Su Qian and the others from afar. Who are they? Why would they appear in the inner courtyard? Coming at this time, I'm afraid they don't have good intentions. On the mountain peak in the distance, a group of inner courtyard disciples sized up the intruders and spoke one after another. Drug Sovereign, Han Feng. An elder recognized Han Feng and cried out in surprise. I wonder why Drug Sovereign has come to our inner courtyard. Even the sect leaders of the Earth Ember sect and Blood sect have been invited. Su Qian's cold gaze swept across Han Feng and the others, and finally stopped on a figure whose entire body was covered by a black robe, and a trace of vigilance appeared on his face. With his strength, he actually couldn't see through this black-robed figure. Han Feng, this is Canaan College's territory. You trespassed without permission. Aren't you looking down on our Canaan College? Hu Gan and Su Qian stood side by side, and shouted at Han Feng. Regardless of whether it was Su Qian or Hu Gan, in this kind of situation, they no longer had the mood to ask the other party how he was able to find the entrance to the inner courtyard. Han Feng smiled when he met Su Qian's and Hu Gan's gazes. He extended his hand and pointed at the fire python within the 9-chain formation. The heavenly flame is a natural treasure. Yet, you have sealed it here for your own personal gain. Isn't this a little too cruel? As an alchemist, the heavenly flame is our faith. I really can't bear to see you treat it in this way. Bullshit. Hearing Han Feng's dignified words, Hu Gan directly scolded, don't you want to take the opportunity to snatch the heavenly flame? If you really have that ability, you can give it a try. As his voice sounded, Hu Gan's 2 stars Dozong aura erupted. I really didn't expect that deputy headmaster whose cultivation would advance so quickly. Sensing Hu Gan's aura, a surprise flashed across Han Feng's eyes. Not far away, Xiao Yang, who had been observing the situation, suddenly had a change in expression. He realized that ever since Han Feng's group appeared, Yarou Lao's emotions had been fluctuating greatly. Yarou Lao, you know him? Xiao Yang pointed at Han Feng. I don't just know him. Yarou Lao coldly snorted, he is the unfilial disciple that I have mentioned to you. What? It's him. Xiao Yang was stunned. The gaze that he used to look at Han Feng once again had an additional sharp killing intent. Yarou Lao, why don't you lend me your strength? I will help you kill him. Yarou Lao shook his head, his strength has already reached the peak of the Do Huang class. Moreover, the black-robed person beside him cannot be underestimated. Don't act rashly. Looking at Chu Bei by the side, the corner of his mouth had lifted into an arc when Han Feng's group appeared. Initially, his plan was to wait until the fallen heart flame broke the seal and Su Qian, Hu Gan and the others could no longer control it before putting on an act and proposing a deal. Although Su Qian would definitely agree under such circumstances, there would always be a feeling of being coerced. However, with the arrival of Han Feng's group, he could once again continue to be a righteous merchant. Chapter 81. Within the ceiling formation, the enormous fire python seemed to have realized the goal of Han Feng's group. A sharp hiss was emitted from its mouth before a ball of blazing flames surged out. Although most of the flames were blocked by the 9-chain formation, there were still some that shot toward Han Feng through the cracks. Sensing danger, Han Feng frowned slightly. He glanced at the fire python. You are much stronger than I thought. Looks like I will need to spend some effort to subdue you later. As Cold in the Forest's words fell, a ball of liquid like deep blue flame suddenly rushed out from Han Feng's body. It carried a high temperature as it met the flames spat out by the fire python. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The flames spat out by the fire python were wrapped and refined by the deep blue flame. The temperature in the air rose once again. Heavenly flame! Looking at the deep blue flame that returned to Han Feng's side, Su Qian, Hu Gan and some of the discerning elders cried out in surprise. On a mountain peak not far away, Xiao Yang's expression also changed. His gaze locked onto the deep blue flame. This fellow has actually already obtained a ball of heavenly flame. To think that he would have such an opportunity. Yarou Lao snorted coldly. Yarou Lao, he already has a heavenly flame. Why is he still taking the risk to snatch the fallen heart flame? Didn't you tell me that one person can only have one heavenly flame? Xiao Yang had just finished speaking when he seemed to have thought of something and said, could it be that you have taught him the flame mantra? Yarou Lao helplessly replied, although he had only cultivated an incomplete version back then, so many years have passed. With his talent, he should have figured out something. When the gigantic fire python in the seal saw the deep blue flames beside Han Feng, A burning heat appeared in its terrifying triangular eyes. It was a desire that came from its instinct. Immediately, the enormous fire python struck the formation even harder. Han Feng, so what if you have a heavenly flame? In the sky, Su Qian coldly stared at Han Feng. Let's not talk about whether you can get past me. Even if you really forcefully release and obtain the fallen heart flame, do you think that the Dean will let you off when he returns? Han Feng's expression changed slightly, but he soon calmed down. As long as I get the heavenly flame, I will hide and cultivate until I have the confidence to deal with Nai Qian Kai. Then let me measure your strength. Su Qian's eyes narrowed as a wisp of killing intent flashed within his eyes. As his indifferent voice fell, Su Qian took a step forward. He clenched his fists, and the space suddenly shook violently. A vigorous aura fluctuation spread out in all directions. Great Elder Su, I'm afraid you're mistaken about one thing. I don't participate in fights. There was a smile on Han Feng's face. After giving the three people behind him a look, he shifted his position. Su Qian, let the three of us be your opponents first. The Earth Ember Sect, Eight Doors School, and Blood Sect's sect masters stepped forward and surrounded Su Qian. The three of you should spar with me first. Hu Gan moved his muscles a little before throwing a punch at the Ground Yang sect leader. The aura of a 2-stars Do Zone completely erupted. Rumble in an instant, Hu Gan was engaged in an intense battle with the Earth Ember Sect, Eight Doors School, and Blood Sect's sect masters. Su Qian glanced at the battlefield that had been pulled far away by Hu Gan. His gaze once again returned to Han Feng. Even though the Blood Sect's sect master and the other two were being held back, Su Qian's expression still carried caution. It was not because of Han Feng, but because of the black-robed person who had been standing beside Han Feng and had not spoken a single word. Hu Gan's breakthrough is beyond my expectations. Han Feng glanced at Hu Gan, who was not at a disadvantage when fighting three Peak Do Huangs by himself, and spoke. Once he said this, Han Feng turned around and looked at the black-robed person beside him. He was incomparably respectful. Ancestor, please intervene. Don't forget what you promised the old me. The black-robed person's voice was somewhat muddy and hoarse. It contained a dark coldness, as though it had come from hell. The next moment, an aura that caused one to be terrified erupted from the black-robed person's body. A blood-red Do Chi lingered around him, creating a kai-kai sound as it rubbed against the air. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the outermost black robe that covered the black robe of the black robe exploded. This was a red-haired old man whose face was filled with knife scars. His left eye was deeply sunken and his eyeball was nowhere to be found. Just one look at him would cause one's heart to tremble as fear involuntarily rose. Blood Fiend Ancestor. Seeing the red-haired old man's true appearance, Su Qian's eyes suddenly focused. Why is he still alive? Han Feng actually managed to invite him over, so this is his trump card. No wonder he dares to barge into our inner academy. The headmaster is not here. I'm afraid that something is going to happen. The gazes of the group of senior elders were fixed on the red-haired old man. All of their faces were extremely ugly. Hu Gan, who was fighting in the distance, also threw his gaze over. His eyes carried a seriousness. On the surface, the Gold-Silver brothers, the Ground Yang sect master, and the 8 Fan School's sect master were the strongest within the Black Corner region. However, there were some even more terrifying existences hidden in the dark. A few years ago, the Blood Fiend sect was the strongest force within the Black Corner region. However, because its members were too ruthless and harmed the innocent, they were finally eradicated by the headmaster of Canaan College, Mang Qiankai, overnight. As for the red-haired old man whose face was filled with knife scars, he was the former sect master of the Blood Fiend sect. Back then, Mang Qiankai massacred my sect. I hid for a few years and finally, the opportunity that I have been waiting for has arrived. Today, I will take revenge for what happened back then. The Blood Fiend ancestor's cold gaze swept across all the inner academy elders and instructors below. All of you will die. As the hoarse voice that was filled with monstrous hatred sounded, the red Do Chi of the Blood Fiend ancestor exploded, shaking the empty space until it split open many thin and long cracks. Everyone below the Do Wang rank, stay away from the battlefield. Su Qian issued an order. His loud and clear voice drifted over the field. At the same time, his palms began to perform Do skills. The wind from his palms tore through the empty space. Numerous sharp wind blades were formed in his palms. Kai. Su Qian's expression was solemn as he took the lead to attack. He did not dare to underestimate the Blood Fiend ancestor. A few years ago, the Blood Fiend ancestor was a 4-star Do zone. Looking at the other party's current aura, it was obvious that he had entered the 5-star realm. As for Su Qian, he had just entered the 3-star realm. A 3-star against a 5-star, he could not afford to be careless. You are merely a junior. The Blood Fiend ancestor's face was filled with disdain. As he waved his fist, rolling Do Qi surged toward Su Qian like a vast ocean. Rumble, soon, the second battlefield appeared. Su Qian and the Blood Fiend ancestor were fighting. Han Feng glanced at the two battlefields. He flapped his wings and flew toward the fallen heart flame. The group of Inner Academy elders wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by the other experts that Han Feng had invited. Han Feng arrived at the top of the blazing Sky Chi refining tower. He first glanced at the giant fire python. After thinking for a moment, he gathered all the Do Chi on his fists and blasted it toward the 9-chain formation. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded. The 9-chain formation, which already had cracks, was attacked from both inside and outside. The cracks spread even faster. Looking at the seal formation that was on the verge of collapse, the giant fire python let out an excited hiss. The twitching of its huge snake tail increased in frequency. Han Feng took out various icy items. His face was filled with anticipation. The corners of Chu Bei's mouth curled up. It was as though he was also waiting for this moment. The anticipation in his eyes was even greater than Han Feng's. Chapter 82. Rumble. A couple of battlefields were formed above the sunken ground where the blazing Sky Chi refining tower was located. Among them, the battlefields of Su Qian and the Blood Evil Ancestor were the most intense. Various kinds of frightening Do techniques emerged one after another as they exchanged blows. The beautiful afterglow of the battle caused one to be dazzled. Wave after wave of frightening energy ripples spread in all directions. Hu Gan was fighting 1 against 3. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the 3 of them had yet to break through and appeared to be at ease. Hiss hiss. Within the ceiling formation, the enormous fire python became increasingly excited with Han Feng's help. The frequency of its attacks on the formation became increasingly faster. This cannot continue. We must stop Han Feng. If he really releases the fallen heart flame, the Inner Academy will definitely suffer a calamity. Seeing the increasing number of cracks on the formation that was on the verge of collapse, the faces of the elders revealed anxiety. Unfortunately, Han Feng had brought many strong people with him. They were unable to break through the obstruction. Su Qian also realized the danger. However, the person he was facing was the Blood Evil Ancestor who was 2 stars higher than him. It was already extremely fortunate that he was not immediately defeated, much less defeated. Hu Gan, it is unexpected that you are actually able to step into the Dozone class. If we continue to fight, it is likely that we will be defeated by you even if the 3 of us join hands. Unfortunately, from the looks of the current situation, we only need to delay you. You do not have much time left. The Ground Yang sect leader, the 8 Fan school leader, and the Blood sect leader surrounded Hu Gan. They advanced and retreated together every time. Hearing this, Hu Gan first glanced at the formation that was on the verge of collapse. He then glanced at Su Qian who was gradually falling into a disadvantage. His brows were tightly knit together as though he was hesitating about something. The situation on the Academy's side is not good. Xiao Yang who was observing the battle muttered to himself. Boss Chu, are you not going to take action? Xiao Yang turned his head and looked at Chu Bei. Chu Bei glanced at Xiao Yang but did not reply. This group of fellows who take advantage of the situation, they really deserve to die. If the headmaster was here, how would they dare to be so presumptuous? Heaven-blessed Academy. Hopefully, The Academy will be able to get through this difficult time. From the looks of it, the Elders' situation is not good. That fire python is about to break the formation. In the distance, the inner court disciples who had been paying attention to the situation of the various battlefields from beginning to end had anxious expressions on their faces. They clenched their fists and looked at Han Feng, blood-fiend ancestor, and the others with eyes filled with hatred. Hu Gan, after Patriarch Bloodfiend finishes off Su Qian, it will be your turn. After the Earth Flame Sect's sect master attacked, he retreated once more with a mocking tone. Hu Gan once again glanced at Su Qian's battlefield. At this moment, Su Qian was clearly unable to hold on any longer and was retreating in defeat. After witnessing this scene, Hu Gan let out a long breath and took out 6 thumb-sized green balls from his storage ring. After I kill you all, I'll definitely plunder your belongings. Hu Gan's cold gaze swept across the 3 sect leaders. After he finished speaking, he threw all 6 green pills into his mouth. Immediately, Hu Gan's entire body emitted a green-colored do qi. His head of white hair suddenly rose up. The hot white steam above his head rubbed against the air, producing an ear-piercing screech. Immediately after, there was a loud rumble as a terrifying and tyrannical energy gushed out from Hu Gan's body. In merely a few seconds, the natural energy in this space began to fluctuate intensely with Hu Gan at the center. It was as if they were being pulled by something as they wildly surged into Hu Gan's body. What happened? What exactly did he eat just now? Why did his strength soar so much in such a short instant? The Earth Flame Sect's sect master, the 8 Fan School's sect master, and the Blood Sect's sect master were the first to sense the change in Hu Gan's strength. They exchanged glances with one another. Their bewilderment contained shock. Although Hu Gan had stepped into the 2 stars Do Zone class earlier, they were confident that they could delay the battle if they joined hands. At this moment, however, the energy ripple that had erupted from Hu Gan caused them to be unable to raise any thoughts of fighting with him. This strength was even above Patriarch Bloodfiend's. Vice Headmaster whose strength is soaring. Did he break through in the middle of the battle? But it doesn't seem like he just broke through by 1 star. No matter what, the increase in Vice Headmaster whose strength is beneficial to us. The group of Inner Academy elders looked at Hu Gan with excitement in their eyes. What exactly did this fellow do? Su Qian's body flashed. After narrowly dodging Patriarch Bloodfiend's attack, he looked at Hu Gan a short distance away and muttered. The other party's current do qi ripple caused him to feel fear. The attention of Patriarch Bloodfiend and Han Feng was also attracted by Hu Gan, whose aura had soared. Their expressions gradually became grave. Is this really grandfather? Hu Jia was startled as she looked at Hu Gan in the sky. She swallowed her saliva and her face was filled with disbelief. Come. Attack again. Hu Gan's gaze swept across the 3 sect leaders and cried out loudly. In an instant, the natural energy was stirred. The surrounding space slowly became distorted. Numerous crack lines spread like a spider web. Deafening explosions continuously sounded. The Earth Flame Sect's sect master, the 8 Fan School's sect master, and the Blood Sect's sect master faced each other. Just as they were at a loss, Hu Gan's figure moved. He arrived in an instant. Hu Gan was the first to appear in front of the Earth Flame Sect's sect master. A punch was thrown out. It was direct and clean. Next was the 8 Fan School's sect master. Finally, it was the Blood Sect's sect master. 3 consecutive punches were thrown out in a split second. Under the overwhelming strength, the do qi armors of the 3 sect leaders were directly shattered. Their chests caved in and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Their bodies flew back like cannonballs. The expressions of the 3 of them also became pale. Their auras immediately fell to the bottom. Hu Gan, whose do qi had soared, was the first to break the deadlock on the battleground. Deputy Headmaster who is so strong. I feel that the current Deputy Headmaster's strength is far above the First Elders. The group of Inner Academy disciples were initially stunned when they saw the 3 sect leaders fly back. After which, they cheered loudly. Old Su, you should leave this bloodfiend ancestor to me. Hu Gan appeared in the battleground where Su Qian was as he took a step forward. His gaze met with the blood-fiend ancestor. The majestic aura that spread out was like a sharp sword that could split the sky. It was extremely sharp. How did you do it? Su Qian looked at Hu Gan. His eyes were filled with a dense confusion. The Hu Gan in front of him was comparable to a 6-star Do Zong in terms of the strength of his Do Qi. There is not much time left. You should go and deal with that little Han Feng first. We will talk about the soaring of my strength after we have settled the current problem. Hu Gan pointed in the direction of Han Feng. All right. Su Qian nodded and replied. Boss Chu, if I have guessed correctly, the green pills that Deputy Headmaster Hu swallowed earlier should have been obtained from you. Xiao Yang looked at Chu Bei and could not resist opening his mouth to speak. What do you think? Chu Bei smiled knowingly. Eyeing Hu Gan, who had turned the tide in the sky and leaped to become the focus of the entire battleground, Chu Bei began to doubt whether it was a mistake to sell the spinning wheel to the other party. If not for those 6 Huaxiong Do Qi pills, it was likely that it would have been time for him to appear. Chapter 83. Rumble. Deafening explosions sounded on the various battlefields. Ever since Hu Gan had swallowed the 6 Huaxiong Do Qi pills, his strength had soared. Even when facing the 5-star Do Zong, Hu Gan still held the upper hand, beating the latter until he was repeatedly forced to retreat and bitterly defend. The group of disciples cheered and were extremely excited as they loudly cheered for Hu Gan. After First Elder Su Qian withdrew from the battlefield, he immediately flew toward the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. His target was Han Feng. Damn it! Han Feng viciously swept his gaze over Hu Gan in the distant battlefield. After which, his right hand danced and swung out a cluster of deep blue-colored fireballs that rushed toward Su Qian. Su Qian coldly snorted. He clenched his fist and threw it out. Accompanied by a loud sound, a thick Do Qi smashed the fireball. You have barged into our academy and tainted the fallen heart flame. Now, let's see who can save you. Su Qian coldly stared at Han Feng. His body shook and a majestic Do Qi surged toward Han Feng like an ocean. The might of a 2-star Do Zong was completely displayed. In the blink of an eye, Su Qian had already appeared in front of Han Feng. His palm turned into a claw and directly pierced through the hot fireball that Han Feng had once again shot out. Eyeing the claw that was close at hand, Han Feng's brows were tightly knit together. However, there was no fear in his eyes. Die. Su Qian's cold in the forest word sounded. However, just as Su Qian's claw was about to pierce through Han Feng's throat, a large amount of rolling black fog suddenly surged out from behind Han Feng and covered the sky. This black fog swiftly agglomerated and finally turned into a cluster of deep-colored fog that was over 10 feet wide. In the next moment, a large hand was extended from the cluster of fog. With a kai sound, it cut through the air and replaced Han Feng to meet Su Qian's claw. Bang! Under the focus of a countless number of gazes, the two attacks that contained a frightening energy collided with a bang. Immediately, a wave-like aftershock spread out, shaking the empty air until it emitted a buzzing sound. A mere 2 stars Do Zong actually dares to be so arrogant. At this moment, a hoarse and disdainful voice was emitted from the cluster of fog. As the voice sounded, the strength of the large hand that was extended from the cluster of fog increased abruptly and instantly broke the deadlock. Wild and violent energy smashed into Su Qian's chest. Kai! Immediately, Su Qian let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Under numerous shocked gazes, Su Qian, who had suffered a heavy blow, immediately circulated his Do Qi. He repeatedly tapped the air and flew back nearly 100 meters before he managed to stabilize his body. Great Elder is injured. What is that? Is this Han Feng's backup plan? The group of disciples stared blankly at the black fog that had suddenly appeared behind Han Feng. Their eyes were filled with confusion and worry. When the 3 sect leaders, who had been seriously injured by Hu Gan earlier, saw the appearance of the black fog, their faces were initially at a loss. However, their faces were quickly filled with joy. Although they did not know what the black fog clump was, judging from the current situation, it was clearly Han Feng's trump card. Moreover, compared to Patriarch Bloodfiend, His strength was even superior. The appearance of the black mist turned the situation around once again, and they once again gained the upper hand. Compared to the joy of the people from the three sects, the elders of the Yunlan sect from the inner yard were in a gloomy mood. Especially when they saw Su Qian spit out blood and retreat in defeat, a sense of uneasiness quickly surged into their hearts. After going around in circles, the ending is still the same. When the black fog clump appeared, a glint of surprise flashed across Chu Bei's eyes. After muttering to himself, the corner of Chu Bei's mouth lifted into a smile that was difficult to understand. "Old Su, can you still hold on?" After Hu Gan forced Patriarch Bloodfiend back with a punch, he flashed and appeared beside Su Qian as he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm fine." Su Qian stared cautiously at the black fog clump behind Han Feng with a serious expression. "What exactly is that thing? How many trump cards does this Han Feng have hidden?" Hu Gan's gaze locked onto Han Feng, filled with a thick murderous intent. "Han Feng, you should know the price of my attack." The black fog clumped together once again until it formed a black shadow. The hoarse voice seemed to have come from the netherworld. "Protector Yu, I will naturally do what I have promised you." Compared to Patriarch Bloodfiend, Han Feng's expression was even more respectful when facing the strange black shadow. There was even a kind of fear. The source of this kind of fear was not only because the other party had the strength of an 8-star Dozong but also because of the frightening faction behind the other party. Who exactly is that person? The three sect leaders sized up the black shadow. They faced each other after being unable to guess the other party's identity. The gaze that Patriarch Bloodfiend used to look at the black shadow was also at a loss. Clearly, he did not expect that Han Feng had invited an existence that was even stronger than him. A short distance away, Xiao Yang once again sensed Yarrow Laro's intense emotional fluctuation. This evil creature is indeed colluding with them. Yarrow Laro did his best to suppress the spiritual fluctuation. The killing intent in his voice was biting cold. "Yarrow Lao, who exactly are they?" Xiao Yang immediately inquired with a face full of curiosity. "Hall of Souls." Yarrow Laro heavily spat out 2 syllables. "Hall of Souls?" Xiao Yang frowned. Just as he was waiting for Yarrow Laro to elaborate, the latter did not move. A 2-stars Dozong and a 6-stars Dozong, the black shadow that Han Feng called Protector. You had not finished speaking when his gaze was fixed on Hu Gan's body. "Your chi is a little strange. A 2-stars Dozong is actually able to display the strength of a 6-star Dozong. It is worth bringing you back to properly study." A blood-red glow flashed across the black shadow's eyes. He sized up Hu Gan as though he was looking at his prey. Su Qian and Hu Gan exchanged glances with each other. After communicating with their eyes, they simultaneously raised their chis to their limits. "Does the famous Canaan College only have you 2 ants overseeing it?" The black shadow looked at Su Qian and Hu Gan with disdain. He moved his palm and a dark black chain carried a clanking sound as it extended out from his palm. Finally, it shook gently and meandered around his body like a poisonous snake. As the voice that carried ridicule sounded, the black shadow's arm shook. The chain instantly cut through the sky and pierced explosively toward Su Qian and Hu Gan. Seeing the black shadow attack, Su Qian and Hu Gan's expressions became serious. They each displayed their strongest Do techniques and their bodies rushed out. Rumble, 3 black shadows swiftly intertwined in the battlefield. The deafening explosions of the battle continued without end. The beautiful Do techniques emitted a bright brilliance that caused one's eyes to be dazzled. The group of inner academy elders and disciples nervously watched the sky. Their fists were tightly clenched and their hearts were in their throats. Bang! Under a countless number of gazes, a figure was the first to fly out from the battlefield. First Elder. Recognizing that figure, the group of elders and disciples cried out loudly. Their voices carried anxiousness and worry. Su Qian was whipped by the chain. The long bloody scar on his chest was a shocking sight. His face had lost all color. Bang! However, before Su Qian landed on the ground, a second figure flew out from the battlefield. Hu Gan's situation was not much better. His chi was incomparably chaotic and he repeatedly coughed up blood. The 2 figures landed on the ground one after another, creating 2 deep pits. First Elder Su, do you still think that the person who will die will be me? Han Feng flapped his wings and looked at the huge pit below with an expressionless face. He let out a cold laugh. Blood Fiend Ancestor, I'll leave the matter of washing Jiulan Academy in blood to you. Han Feng glanced at Blood Fiend Ancestor, then flew toward the blazing Sky Chi refining tower after he finished speaking. Chapter 84. On the battlefield, Su Qian and Hu Gan flew out of the deep pit one after another. Their faces were pale. Looking at the proud blood demon ancestor whose eyes were filled with killing intent, Su Qian and Hu Gan's aura rose again. However, compared to before, after being seriously injured by Protector Yu, the aura of the two was clearly much weaker. First Elder and Vice Headmaster are in a bad situation. In their current condition, they are no match for Blood Demon Ancestor. Damn it! What is the background of that black shadow? Is our Canaan College going to be destroyed here today? Even if we die, we will drag them down with us. The eyes of the inner academy elders were filled with fighting intent. Their auras surged and they did not care about life or death. Old Su, looks like we can't escape this calamity. Hu Gan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head to look at Su Qian and let out a bitter laugh. It's all the headmaster's fault. We can't find him at this time. Su Qian's gaze swept across Blood Demon Ancestor and the black shadow of unknown origin. His face was filled with unwillingness. Old man Hu, at this time, can you tell me what happened to your explosive increase in strength? Su Qian sighed. Hearing Su Qian's question, Hu Gan was first stunned. After which, his serious expression turned into joy, as if he had thought of something. Old Hu, you can still laugh at this time? Su Qian mocked. Old Su, actually we still have a life-saving straw. After Hu Gan finished speaking, he looked around under Su Qian's confused gaze, as if he was looking for something. Very quickly, Hu Gan's eyes brightened and locked onto a direction. The next moment, Hu Gan's figure flashed and quickly rushed towards the direction he had locked onto. Countless gazes in the arena followed the movement of Hu Gan's figure. Finally, all the gazes were fixed on Chu Bei. Who is that person? Why have I never seen him before? I know him. The guest that the vice headmaster brought. However, it is said that the moment he arrived, he had a spar with Zi Yang. To be exact, it was a one-sided trampling. Don't tell me that the vice headmaster is seeking his help. Do you know his strength and cultivation? He should be at least a Do Huang, but if he is only a Do Huang, it is impossible to change the current situation. The group of inner courtyard elders sized up Chu Bei. When they saw the vice dean's solemn expression turn into a relaxed one, a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. The blood-evil patriarch glanced at Chu Bei and snorted coldly, as if he didn't care about him at all. Old man who is this? Su Qian came to Hu Gan's side. His words were filled with confusion. This is Boss Chu. Hu Gan briefly introduced Chu Bei to Su Qian. The reason why my strength has soared is all thanks to him. Thanks to him? Hearing this, Su Qian's pupils constricted, and his gaze when he looked at Chu Bei again had an additional trace of astonishment. Boss Chu, you've been watching the battle for so long. You must have seen the situation our academy is in. Hu Gan's expression was incomparably respectful as he bowed towards Chu Bei. I implore you to take action and save our academy from this crisis. Vice Principal Hu, you know that I'm just a businessman. Chu Bei looked at Hu Gan calmly. His emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Hu Gan was slightly stunned. After a moment of realization, he hurriedly said, when this is over, our academy will definitely repay you generously. Chu Bei smiled. You know, a small business. I don't sell on credit. The corner of Hu Gan's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and said, then Boss Chu, what do you mean? After he finished speaking, Hu Gan added, as long as we can get through this, you can name your price. We will definitely give it to you. Chu Bei pointed at the giant fire python that was still attacking continuously within the 9-chain formation. I have fate with this little guy. Why don't you use it to make a deal with me? Fallen Heart Flame. Use it to make a deal with you. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Hu Gan and Su Qian's mouths opened wide at the same time. They were dumbfounded. What? You're not willing? Chu Bei said indifferently. Hu Gan recovered and shook his head repeatedly. Boss Chu, aren't you making things difficult for us? You have also felt the aura of that fellow. Even with the strength of all the strong people in the inner academy and the 9-chain formation, we can only trap it for a short period of time. Our strength is simply insufficient to subdue it and use it to make a deal with you. You don't have to worry about this. Chu Bei patted Hu Gan's shoulder and said in a deep voice, as long as you agree to use it to make this deal, leave the rest to me. If this is the case, we are naturally willing. Hu Gan and Su Qian exchanged glances. After communicating with their eyes, they nodded at the same time. To them, the wild and violent fallen heart flame was also an enormous hidden danger. As long as it didn't fall into the hands of someone with evil intentions like Han Feng, it would be a good outcome. Very good. After the 2 calm syllables sounded, Chu Bei rose into the air and flew toward the blood demon ancestor. He did not turn his Do Qi into wings. He is a Do Zong. I wonder what star Do Zong you are and whether you can defeat the blood demon ancestor and the unknown black shadow. The group of inner academy elders stared blankly at Chu Bei, who was in the air, with shocked faces. Who are you? Canaan College doesn't seem to have a person like you. Seeing Chu Bei step into the air, the disdainful expression on the blood demon ancestor's face disappeared and was replaced by a grave expression. If you leave now, I will not stop you. Speaking until this point, the blood demon ancestor's tone suddenly changed and his voice became cold. If you insist on helping the Jiulan Academy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Faced with the blood demon ancestor's threat, Chu Bei only smiled. His hands were still behind his back and he did not give any response. I have already given you a chance. Seeing that Chu Bei ignored him, the blood demon ancestor snorted coldly and killing intent surged in his eyes. Immediately, blood-colored Do Qi spread throughout his body and his figure flashed. Blood demon splitting sky palm. When he was 100 meters away from Chu Bei, the blood demon ancestor shouted and struck with his palm. As he shouted, the light in his palm shone brightly and a blood-colored energy hand strangely appeared. Then, it tore through the air and slammed toward Chu Bei with a horrifying wind. Looking at the blood-colored energy hand that was getting closer and closer, Chu Bei did not dodge nor did he move at all. However, the group of inner academy elders and disciples who were watching the battle felt their hearts tighten. When the blood demon ancestor used this Do skill, he had defeated the great elder, Su Qian. But now, Boss Chu on the battlefield did not take any defensive measures in the face of this palm. Die. The blood demon ancestor continued to pour energy into the blood-colored hand. At this moment, the grave expression on his face had completely disappeared and was replaced with confidence. The distance was so close that even if his opponent wanted to dodge, it was already too late. However, just as the blood-colored hand was about to land on Chu Bei, a large amount of purple light surged out of Chu Bei's body. The purple light quickly surged and took shape outside of Chu Bei's body. Chapter 85. Under countless gazes, in just the blink of an eye, the surging purple light transformed into an enormous human-shaped purple armor that was hundreds of feet tall outside of Chu Bei's body. The human-shaped purple armor had a pair of purple wings on its back and a purple light sword in its hand. It was like a war god that stood between the heavens and the earth. The human-shaped purple armor was transparent. There was a strange energy flowing within it that was different from Do Qi. It was like an energy that did not belong to this world. Bang! The blood fiend ancestor's huge blood-colored palm violently slammed onto the human-shaped purple armor. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the huge blood-colored palm suddenly exploded. It lifted a frightening energy wave and tore many thin and long cracks in the empty space. Looking at the human-shaped purple armor again, it did not move. It was not damaged at all. How is this possible? The blood fiend ancestor's expression was suddenly startled. His face was filled with disbelief. Even a 5-star dozong of the same level would be seriously injured if he did not die after receiving the blood fiend splitting sky palm at such a close distance. However, The scene in front of him did not even break the other party's defensive armor. What made him feel the most depressed was that the other party's defensive armor seemed to be much larger and stranger than all the Dozong's Do-Chi armors that he had seen before. He received it without any injuries. The person that the vice headmaster invited is indeed not simple. The group of inner academy elders were shocked. Their gazes when they looked at Chu Bei had a new respect that was difficult to understand. Old Hu, what is the cultivation level of this boss Chu? Why does this Do-Chi armor not have the slightest Do-Chi fluctuation? Su Qian carefully observed the human-shaped purple armor that covered Chu Bei. His gaze landed on Hu Gan as he asked. Faced with Su Qian's question, Hu Gan shrugged his shoulders. I'm afraid that you will have to ask him personally. I know very little about him. In the high-altitude battlefield, before the blood-fiend ancestor could recover from his shock, the human-shaped purple armor outside of Chu Bei's body raised the purple longsword in his hand. He swung the sword. Kaila. Amidst the piercing sound, a 10-meter-long purple sword ray shot out from the tip of the sword. It pierced through the void and headed straight for Blood Evil Ancestor. Blood Evil Patriarch felt a chill in his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately poured all of his battle chi into his battle chi armor. At the same time, he moved at his fastest speed. However, the speed of the purple sword beam was extremely fast. Just as Blood Evil Patriarch moved, the purple sword beam arrived before him. Crack! The purple sword light easily cut through Patriarch Bloodfiend's battle chi armor. He continued forward. Bloodfiend Patriarch's left arm was cut off. Blood spurted out. A shrill cry of agony rang out from Blood Evil Ancestor's mouth, reverberating in the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, regardless of whether it was the inner academy elders or the experts who had invaded the three sects, all of them could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. One sword, one move, had cut off an arm of a 5-star Dozong. Such strength was simply terrifying. After a short moment, the anxious hearts of the group of inner court elders relaxed, and the hope in their eyes grew even stronger. As for the experts from the three sects, it was the exact opposite. Their proud expressions were withdrawn, and their faces gradually became gloomy. Not far away, Protector Yu frowned for the first time, and his expression became grave. You deserve to die more than Mang Qiankai. Looking at his arm that had fallen to the ground, Blood Evil Ancestor roared. His eyes became blood red, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. A cry that was filled with monstrous killing intent sounded. Blood-colored battle chi surged out from Blood Evil Ancestor's body in all directions. Following which, the battle chi rose and formed a huge sea of blood around his body, completely covering his body. Rumble, the sea of blood that filled the sky surged toward Chu Bei. Wherever it passed, the empty space was distorted, and the roar was deafening. Looking at the monstrous sea of blood that was surging toward him, Chu Bei remained calm, and there was no change in his expression. Chu Bei raised his left hand, and the huge humanoid purple armor around him raised its left hand at the same time. He flicked his finger. A cluster of purple flames instantly met the monstrous sea of blood. Kai kai kai, the moment the two collided, the monstrous sea of blood churned violently, and there was a burning sound. In just a few seconds, the originally dense sea of blood became thinner, and there was a nauseating stench coming from it. Other than that, there was also Blood Evil Ancestor's painful and miserable wailing. Swoosh! Finally, with a low roar, a blood shadow shot out from the thin sea of blood. This blood shadow was naturally Blood Evil Ancestor. Chu Bei's eyes were filled with disdain. He waved his right hand, and the purple longsword in the humanoid purple armor's hand fell. Crack! This time, the purple longsword was faster and more accurate. It directly hit the center of Blood Evil Ancestor. The empty space was cut open by the purple longsword, and there was a gap that was dozens of meters long. Blood Evil Ancestor was also cut open. Dead. Dead. Blood Evil Ancestor has been killed. Looking at the two halves of the corpse that fell from the sky, the faces of the experts from the three sects instantly turned gray. Their hearts sank as if they had been filled with cold lead, and their expressions were as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. They also seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water from head to toe, and their whole bodies were numb. This result came so suddenly that they were caught off guard. The elders of the inner yard, who were watching the battle, were also in a trance, as if they had been struck by lightning. They were like clay sculptures. They prayed that Chu Bei could win, but they never expected that the result would be so simple. So powerful. Zi Yang widened her eyes and swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Just the day before, he had taken the initiative to challenge such a horrible guy. All the disciples of the inner yard were like wood. Their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think, and they stared blankly at Chu Bei in the sky. After a long time, they all shouted excitedly and cheered for Chu Bei. Who the hell is he? Directly above the blazing sky refining tower, Han Feng stopped what he was doing and frowned. Blood Evil Ancestor was killed by a sword, and now his only reliance was Soul Hall's protector Yu. Chu Bei glanced at Blood Evil Ancestor's corpse and continued to walk. With every step he took, the humanoid purple armor would also take a step, and the void where his feet landed would sink. What benefits did Canaan College give you? What they can give, I, Han Feng, will give you 5 or 10 times more. Looking at the huge figure that was approaching him step by step, Han Feng immediately cupped his hands and said, "It's a small business, and we pay attention to first come, first served." Chu Bei opened his mouth slightly and said a maxim that made Han Feng confused, and then he raised his right arm. The humanoid purple armor raised the long sword in his hand at the same time. Feeling the strange energy fluctuation flowing on the purple long sword, Han Feng quickly took a step back and hid behind Protector Yu. Your aura is even stranger than the previous person, and it's even more worth taking back to study. Protector Yu's eyes were fixed on Chu Bei, and at the same time, he didn't forget to point at Hu Gan below. As his low and hoarse voice fell, his palm moved, and the strange black chain appeared in his palm again. Then, it quickly extended and circled around him. Chapter 86. You still want to study me? Chu Bei stood in the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at Guardian Yu with a mocking expression. Whoosh! Guardian Yu did not say anything else. He swung his right hand, and the black chain tore through the void and whipped toward Chu Bei. Everywhere the chain passed, circles of spiral ripples spread out, and the tip of the chain was covered in mysterious and strange runes. Under Protector Yu's control, the strange runes seemed to be able to freeze the void, giving off a murderous aura. Chu Bei's expression did not change at all as he looked at the approaching black chain. He even took a step forward and faced it head-on. Dang! 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 The pitch-black chains fiercely whipped Chu Bei's humanoid purple armor, causing a series of deafening explosions. At the point where the two intersected, strands of black energy ripples silently spread out from the strange rune at the tip of the chain. The void where the black energy ripples covered was distorted and vibrated. However, the humanoid purple armor was not damaged at all when it came into contact with the black energy ripples. Bang! Chu Bei shook his shoulders. At the same time, the humanoid purple armor shook, and a blue light wave spread out from the surface of its body. Under this wave of blue light, the strange runes on the black chain directly shattered, and the chain also shot out. I knew it. The source of your power has nothing to do with battle energy. Guardian Yu frowned when he felt the mysterious energy in the blue light wave. Then, he was delighted. If the Palace Master is here, he will be interested in you. Guardian Yu was so excited that he forgot that his previous attack did not even break the humanoid purple armor. Are you still thinking about me? Chu Bei could not help but laugh when he saw Guardian Yu's passionate eyes. 3 soul lock. After a long while, Guardian Yu's eyes turned cold again. He shook his arm, and the black chain in his hand was split into 3. As he stretched out his hands that were covered in black fog, 3 chains intertwined and whistled through the air. Compared to the previous chain attack, the might of the 3 intersecting chains was even more terrifying. The dense and strange runes rushed towards Chu Bei like a flock of black crows. Chu Bei raised his hand. The humanoid purple armor slashed out with its sword. Clang! The 3 intertwined chains were cut by the sword light at the same time, and the cut was smooth and clean. Before the strange runes could even get close to the humanoid purple armor, they were annihilated and disappeared. This time, a hint of seriousness finally appeared on Protector Yu's face, and he didn't attack again. On the ground, the inner court elders and disciples who had witnessed Guardian Yu's attacks being ineffective smiled with joy in their eyes. On the contrary, the experts of the three sects had grave expressions on their faces. The situation on the battlefield was first reversed due to Hu Gan's explosive increase in strength, then Protector Yu's appearance caused them to once again gain the upper hand. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, another person of unknown origin appeared and changed the situation once again. Protector Yu, do you need my help? Not far away, Han Feng couldn't help but ask. At this moment, he and Protector Yu were grasshoppers on the same boat, and they would live and die together. With your cultivation base, you're not qualified. Protector Yu mocked Han Feng mercilessly. Then, Protector Yu shouted loudly, and the black fighting energy on the surface of his body became denser. Since we can't capture him alive, we can only bring his corpse back. Protector Yu's gaze towards Chu Bei changed. In the next moment, 6 black chains appeared behind Protector Yu again. In addition to the 3 chains that were cut and reattached, there were a total of 9 black chains that surrounded him in a ring. As the black fighting energy surged, the 9 chains began to vibrate at the same frequency. The 9 chains slowly approached each other, and under the protection of the black fighting energy, they transformed into a black giant axe that was more than 30 meters tall. The giant axe's color was dark, and it didn't have any luster. However, when it was formed, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered towards it. Dense black runes surrounded it, and it was a few times denser than the previous black chains. Protector Yu opened his hands, and a black light shot out from his palms. It connected to the handle of the axe, and he lifted it up high. Everyone, back off. Looking at the giant axe that was attracting the energy of heaven and earth, and feeling the terrifying energy that it contained, Hu Gan and Su Qian's expressions changed drastically. Then, they immediately gave the order to the elders and disciples. Hearing this, everyone in the inner courtyard quickly backed off and activated their fighting energy armor. As for the battlefield, after Chu Bei glanced indifferently at the pitch-black axe, his right hand made an upward motion. At the same time, the purple humanoid armor raised its purple longsword, and a black flame rose from the tip of the sword. In the sky, the axe and the sword faced each other. The giant black axe crazily absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, and it kept accumulating energy. Dark blue energy flowed on the purple longsword, and a black flame jumped on the tip of the sword. The people who were watching the battle, whether they were from the inner courtyard or the 3 sects, had their hearts in their throats. Hu Gan, Su Qian, and Han Feng also stared at the 2 figures on the battlefield without blinking. Nether slash. On the battlefield, Protector Yu suddenly let out a deep roar. The moment he roared, the giant black axe let out a trembling sound. Under countless shocked gazes, the giant black axe spun crazily, and when its power reached its peak, it flew out. The giant axe was extremely fast, and in a flash, it was less than 100 meters away from the purple humanoid armor. Feeling the terrifying energy that the giant black axe carried, the faces of the elders in the inner courtyard instantly turned pale. Even though they were far away, and only faced with the aftermath, they did not have any intention to resist. If the figures on the battlefield were them, there was no doubt that they would be turned into ashes in an instant. Hu Gan and Su Qian's expressions became more and more serious. Kai. At this time, the space around Chu Bei also began to ripple with energy. The purple longsword slashed down. Different from the sword radiance before, this time, other than the dark blue energy, the sword radiance also had a strange black flame. The black flame was different from ordinary flames, and just looking at it made one's heart palpitate. Boom! In an instant, the sword and the axe collided. A thunder-like explosion resounded in the sky. Even though they were prepared, the experts who were watching the battle from both sides still showed pain on their faces. Their ears buzzed, and even their vision started to blur. At the place where the 2 collided, a substantial energy ripple crazily rippled. Under this terrifying collision, the void began to distort. The glaring energy ripple spread quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire battlefield. In an instant, the people who were watching the battle from both sides could no longer see the battlefield clearly. As they waited anxiously, the terrifying energy ripple gradually disappeared. Almost at the same time, the glaring energy ripple started to dissipate. After a long while, the battlefield that was covered became clear, and it returned to the sight of the people who were watching the battle from both sides. When the people saw the battlefield clearly, they were all stunned. When they came back to their senses, one side was happy, and the other side was depressed. Chapter 87. High up in the sky, the energy ripples dissipated and everything became clear. On the battlefield, Protector Yu's black robe was torn apart. He was a skinny old man with a head full of white hair. At this moment, Protector Yu's face was pale without any blood. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his body was covered with small bloody wounds. His originally gloomy and powerful aura had become extremely weak. It was obvious that he was severely injured in the previous collision and had almost died. Looking at the purple human-shaped armor, it was still undamaged. Chu Bei, on the other hand, was at ease as if he did not care about Protector Yu's terrifying attack. The person invited by the vice principal won. This is great. The crisis has been resolved. After the Inner Institute elders reacted, they cheered loudly. Not far away, Han Feng inhaled a breath of cold air. When he looked at Chu Bei again, his eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect that the unknown person invited by Hu Gan would not only severely injure Protector Yu, but he was also unharmed. He originally thought that the worst outcome would be that both sides would be severely injured. Even if Protector Yu was severely injured, his opponent would lose the ability to continue fighting. After witnessing this outcome, the experts from the three sects, including the sect leaders, looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Rumble in the sky, Chu Bei stood with his hands behind his back. With every step he took, the human-shaped purple armor on his body would take a step forward. Every time his foot landed, the void would emit a deafening roar. "You can't kill me." Protector Yu stared at Chu Bei as he watched the human-shaped armor getting closer and closer. He felt the energy ripples from the purple longsword in his hand getting sharper and sharper. "I am from the Hall of Souls. If you kill me, you will suffer from the Hall of Souls' crazy revenge." "Stupid." Chu Bei shook his head. As his disdainful voice sounded, he casually raised his hand. Immediately, the human-shaped armor raised the purple longsword high up in the sky. "Since this is the case, I will drag you down with me even if I die." Protector Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. His voice had just sounded when his aura rose once again. Numerous blood droplets seeped out from his body. Finally, they merged with his do chi and burned fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Protector Yu turned into a blood-red fireball. Kai! Amidst the piercing sound, the blood-red fireball hurtled toward Chu Bei. Everywhere it passed, the scorching heat caused the void to distort. Chu Bei remained expressionless. With a cold snort, he chopped down with his purple sword. Within the sword radiance, there were pitch-black flames. In an instant, the sword light hit the blood-red fireball. The pitch-black flames continued to descend, enveloping the blood-red fireball. As before the crimson fireball had a chance to explode, Enforcer Yu's anguished cries rang out from within it, as if he were being tortured by hellish pain. Under countless astonished gazes, the pitch-black flames seemed to grow and multiply endlessly, as if they could devour everything in the world. They swallowed and melted the blood-red fireball. As the blood-red fireball disappeared, Enforcer Yu's shrill cry disappeared as well. In the end, the pitch-black flames also gradually dissipated into the void. His dead. All the spectators, regardless of whether they were from the inner court or the three sects, were stunned. Vice Dean Hu, Great Elder Su, the crisis in the inner court has been resolved for you. Next, it's time for us to carry out our deal. Chu Bei lowered his head to look at Hu Gan and Su Qian. His loud and clear voice reverberated in the air, ringing in everyone's ears. Hearing this, Hu Gan was stunned at first, then he nodded repeatedly, Please do as you wish." At this moment, a confused expression appeared on the faces of the inner court elders, the powerhouses of the three sects, and even Han Feng. Obviously, they did not understand what this deal was all about. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Bei looked at the giant fire python that was continuously hitting the 9-chain formation. Noticing Chu Bei's gaze, the giant fire python's huge triangular eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the giant fire python hit the 9-chain formation that was on the verge of collapse even more desperately. Finally, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the 9-chain formation turned into a rain of light and completely dissipated. Not good. The fallen heart flame has broken through the seal. Looking at the giant fire python that had regained its freedom, the expressions of the elders changed drastically. They immediately circulated their do qi and prepared to fight again. However, what surprised them was that not only did the giant fire python not retaliate, it instead turned its head and fled in the opposite direction. "Little guy, I'm not a merciful person. Did you really think that the fire spirit crystal was a helping hand?" As his smiling voice fell, Chu Bei disappeared along with the human-shaped armor. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of the giant fire python. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Hu Gan, Su Qian, and the elders of the inner court were at a loss. On the other hand, the giant fire python seemed to have understood Chu Bei's words. Its huge triangular eyes suddenly focused and stared at Chu Bei. Then, with a low hiss, a blazing fireball condensed in its mouth. However, before the giant fire python could spit out the fireball, a huge purple palm extended from the human-shaped armor's left arm and clasped the former's neck. Immediately after, ripples appeared in front of Chu Bei. A golden disc with a diameter of 1 meter appeared from the ripples, emitting a glaring light. On the top of the disc, the words, "Mission Roulette," were engraved. Compared to the roulette of a normal transaction, the mission roulette did not have a limit on the number of times it could be turned. The transaction would only end when the system determined that the transaction target was 100% satisfied. Of course, because there was no limit on the number of times it could be turned, the success rate of the mission roulette was also quite high. That is, looking at the roulette that suddenly appeared in front of Chu Bei, Su Qian tilted his head and looked at Hu Gan with confusion. Hu Gan did not respond. He only pointed at the roulette and signaled Su Qian to wait quietly. Buzz, with a trembling sound, a black vortex appeared in the middle of the golden disc. In the vortex, a strange black light rushed out like a river and swept toward the giant fire python. Screech, screech. The giant fire python seemed to have sensed danger and started to struggle frantically. However, due to the existence of the giant purple palm, all its struggles were in vain. In an instant, the strange black light arrived and enveloped the giant fire python. When it was held by the giant purple palm, the giant fire python was still able to struggle. However, when it was enveloped by the black light, it seemed to have lost its consciousness and became motionless, allowing it to disappear into the vortex in the middle of the disc. Where did the fallen heart flame go? Has it been subdued? What a fast speed. His strength has already reached such an extent. The fallen heart flame actually did not have the slightest ability to resist. Witnessing the scene in the sky, everyone present was flabbergasted. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Han Feng was so shocked that he found it hard to believe. As a possessor of a strange flame, he knew better than ordinary people the difficulty of subduing a strange flame. Chapter 88. Above the blazing sky chi refining tower, Han Feng's gaze was firmly locked onto Chu Bei. Although he had personally witnessed Ting Qingshan subdue the fallen heart flame, he did not dare to say it out loud. At this moment, after witnessing Ting Qingshan's terrifying methods, he only thought of how to leave safely. "The two of you, come over." High in the sky, Chu Bei waved at Hu Gan and Su Qian. Hu Gan and Su Qian looked at each other and immediately soared into the sky. "I have already accepted the fallen heart flame. It's your turn to spin the wheel." Chu Bei briefly explained the rules. Compared to an ordinary wheel that would spin automatically after receiving money, This task will require the trader to place his palm on the wheel and could only spin it once. Old man Hu, you do it. Su Qian looked at Hu Gan. Hu Gan nodded and placed his right palm on the wheel. The needle spun. Ding, accompanied by a clear sound, the needle landed on a square box. The square box exploded. Among them were 3 thumb-sized spirit pills and 7 green pills. Looking at the familiar spirit pills and green pills, Hu Gan's expression suddenly froze. He regained his senses and was extremely excited. Old man Hu, these are? Looking at the unusually excited Hu Gan, Su Qian hurriedly asked. Dozong Dan and Huaxiong Do Chi pill. Hu Gan's excited voice trembled as he said, do you know how much of a price one would have to pay to obtain even one under normal circumstances? At least 20 million, but there are 10 of them in this box. Speaking until here, Hu Gan calmed his trembling heart and explained the effects of the Dozong Dan and Huaxiong Do Chi pill to Su Qian. Is this the source of your explosive increase in strength? Su Qian took a Dozong Dan and a Huaxiong Do Chi pill and carefully sized them up. The transaction has not ended. You can continue to spin. Chu Bei's voice was calm. It can still be continued? Hu Gan did not dare to believe his ears. The value of 3 Dozong Dan and 7 Huaxiong Do Chi pills had already caused him to feel a little hot. Who would have thought that it could still be spun? Boss Chu, shall I continue? Hu Gan probed. Chu Bei responded softly. Previously, when the square box contained the Battle Grandmaster pills and Huaxiong Battle Chi pills, he also thought that the transaction was over. However, the system did not sound. This meant that according to the system's judgment, the Dozong pill and the Huaxiong Do Chi pill were not products that Su Qian and Hu Gan were completely satisfied with. Hu Gan once again placed his right palm on the wheel. The needle turned. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the needle fell on the square box. Explode. This time, it was a floating mass of colorful mist. The transaction of the fallen heart flame is complete. The host has received 150,000 willpower. Reward, 1 chance to use a level 8 product at any time. Just as the information about the colorful mist flowed into Chu Bei's mind, the system's voice sounded. Then, the mission will disappeared. Boss Chu, this is. Hu Gan looked at Chu Bei. At the same time, he pointed at the colorful mist with an expectant expression. After several transactions, he could be considered to have grasped the knack of it. This wheel would either not appear, or once it did, it would definitely be a premium product. In layman's terms, you can call it a battle chi amplifier. Its effect is similar to the fallen heart flame, and it can increase the cultivation speed of a cultivator. Chu Bei continued, currently, the area it covers is roughly equivalent to the area inside the blazing sky chi refining tower. However, as it grows, the area it covers will also become larger and larger. It's not impossible for it to cover the entire inner court one day. Increase cultivation speed. Hearing the effects of the colorful mist, Hu Gan and Su Qian's eyes lit up. Although the danger of the fallen heart flame had been resolved, its disappearance also caused the blazing sky chi refining tower, which was the core advantage of the Jiulan Academy, to become an empty tower. As the ending was destined, they could only accept this result. However, who would have thought that the colorful mist in front of them could actually replace the fallen heart flame? Moreover, in comparison, it would never be obscure. Especially the fact that it could even increase the area it covered, it was like a bomb that struck the hearts of the two people. Boss Chu, you are really our academy's benefactor. After Hu Gan carefully kept the colorful mist, he and Su Qian bowed to Chu Bei together. New mission, host has killed Han Feng and obtained the Sea Heart Flame. Mission reward, 1-time right to use a level 9 product. Suddenly, the system's voice once again sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Chu Bei was at a loss at first, but when he recovered, he was pleasantly surprised. After completing the mission reward was actually 1-time right to use a level 9 product. Even though his cultivation had already entered the Do Huang realm, all the products at level 9 and above in the All Heaven Merchant City were still grayed out. Without the code to exchange, he was also unable to use the level 9 lucky wheel to sell level 9 products. In short, Whether it was to be exchanged or sold, the upper limit of the products was level 8. Level 8 products generally corresponded to the Dozong realm. The weakened version of Susanoo that Chubei had chosen came from the Naruto dimension. It was the best batch of level 8 products. After using it, its strength was equivalent to a half-step Dozun. Level 9 products should logically correspond to the Dozun realm. This was the one-time right to use the mission reward. He could definitely choose the best level 9 products that were comparable to 9 stars Dozun. Han Feng, where should you go now? Su Qian's aura rose and killing intent surged in his eyes. Let me do it. Just as Su Qian was about to take action, Chubei's calm voice sounded. Other than the system's requirements, the person he hated the most in his life was an ingrate. This Han Feng's action of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors deserved to be killed. Since you are a merchant, I wonder what price I have to pay to buy my life from you. Sensing Chubei's gaze, Han Feng's heart sank and he hurriedly opened his mouth. You can't buy it. Chubei's voice was indifferent. With a step, he was less than 100 meters away from Han Feng. Hearing this, Han Feng's face became gloomy. You're going too far. After seeing Chubei's strength, Han Feng did not dare to hold back. The deep blue flame in his body continuously surged out and finally turned into a deep blue sea of fire that was 70 to 80 feet wide. Sea Heart Illusionary Beast. Han Feng's hands swiftly formed a seal. A low and deep cry sounded and the deep blue sea of fire writhed intensely. Finally, it agglomerated into an enormous deep blue beast. The enormous beast was shaped like a lion but had a large scorpion tail. As it swayed, the air trembled. The appearance of the enormous beast directly caused Han Feng's expression to become pale. Clearly, this move exhausted him greatly. Before he could injure the enemy, he had already injured himself. It is unexpected that this fellow's control of the Sea Heart Flame has already reached such an extent. If he is allowed to continue growing, there is no telling just how many innocent people will die in his hands. Su Qian frowned as he looked at the deep blue enormous beast. Go. Han Feng's gaze was firmly locked onto Chubei. Both of his hands suddenly pushed forward. Immediately, the deep blue enormous beast that was agglomerated from his strength emitted a thunder-like roar and charged toward Chubei. Chubei casually raised his hand. The purple longsword hacked down. Chapter 89. Whoosh. The sword gleam flashed by. The deep blue giant beast had just opened its mouth when it was pierced by the sword gleam. It was annihilated. Fart. The moment the deep blue giant beast was destroyed, Han Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In the next moment, he stared blankly at the sword gleam that was getting closer and closer. There was only fear left in his eyes. He knew that he was no match for the other party, but he never thought that his strongest move would not even be able to take a single sword from the other party. The sword gleam arrived in an instant. A pitch-black flame appeared from the tip of the sword and swallowed Han Feng. Before he could even let out a scream, Han Feng was burned into nothingness. That is. It's the heavenly flame that Han Feng obtained. Looking at the place where Han Feng disappeared and a deep blue flame that was as clear as lake water appeared out of nowhere, the group of inner court elders were first stunned before they cried out in surprise. At this moment, the Sea Heart Flame was like a frightened child. It trembled up and down as it circled around Chubei in an incomparably flattering manner. Don't be afraid, I will give you a good home. Chubei caressed the Sea Heart Flame. After he finished speaking, the golden disc appeared again. In the center of the disc, a wisp of energy ripple in the whirlpool directly dragged the Sea Heart Flame away. Immediately after, with a buzzing sound, the golden disc once again entered Chubei's body. Han Feng's heavenly flame was also subdued by him. Seeing the disappearance of the Sea Heart Flame, shock surfaced on the faces of everyone present. It was also at this moment that a low rumble came from Chubei's body. Following that, 3 flame words of different sizes and colors surged out from Chubei's body. They formed a triangle and floated around Chubei. High up in the sky, the temperature in the air suddenly rose with the appearance of these 3 flames. The fallen heart flame and Han Feng's heavenly flame. What's the other one? There's no need to think, it's naturally a heavenly flame. Could it be that he has already subdued 3 heavenly flames? Who exactly is he? The appearance of the 3 heavenly flames not only shocked the inner court elders, but also Hu Gan, Su Qian, and the group of inner court disciples. Yarou Lao, didn't you tell me before that you've researched heavenly flames for dozens of years and that only people who cultivate your flame method have the possibility of possessing many types of heavenly flames? Xiao Yang extended his hand and pointed at Chu Bei in the sky as well as the 3 clusters of heavenly flames floating around him. He said, "What is the matter with that boss Chu? Could it be that he secretly learned your flame incantation?" Yarou Lao was silent and did not respond. If one were to say who was the most shocked person present, it would be him. After a long time. Only then did Yarou Lao let out a long sigh and slowly said, "He is truly an exception." Boom. As soon as Yarou Lao's voice faded, the 3 balls of mysterious fire around Chu Bei merged together and intertwined into a tricolored flame before flying back into Chu Bei's body. Chu Bei, who was the main character, was also a little stunned by the scene that happened without any warning. He withdrew his divine sense. Whether it was in his body or in the system interface, he couldn't find the 3 intertwined deviant fires. Host has killed Han Feng and obtained the Sea Heart Flame. Reward, one-time use of a level 9 commodity. The system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Shou. At this time, the elites of the 3 sects also recovered. After clearly understanding the current situation, they all turned around and fled without hesitation. Do you think Canaan College is a place where you can enter and leave as you please? Su Qian indifferently swept his gaze over the elites of the 3 sects who fled. After which, he looked at the group of inner academy elders and ordered, "Leave no one alive." After saying this, he took the lead and rushed toward the sect leaders of the 3 sects. In an instant, the battle started again. However, because the elites of the 3 sects lacked top fighting strength and their morale was greatly reduced, a large number of casualties occurred in a short while. As time passed, in the battlefield, the miserable screams gradually faded away and the corpses on the ground increased. From elite Doulings to elite Do Wangs to elite Do Huangs, the 3 sects had all been destroyed. An hour later, Su Qian and Hu Gan once again returned in front of Chu Bei. As for the group of inner academy elders, they began to clean up the battlefield. "Boss Chu, how long do you plan to stay in the academy?" Su Qian asked politely. "Up to fate." Chu Bei opened his mouth and spat out 2 light syllables. After returning to his residence, Chu Bei opened the system's interface. After completing the transaction for the fallen heart flame, he received 150,000 willpower points. Currently, he had a total of 1,805 million willpower points. For the Do Huang realm to exchange for a 1-star cultivation base, he needed 500,000 willpower points. At this moment, Chu Bei's cultivation base was 2 stars Do Huang. Without hesitation, Chu Bei directly used 1.5 million willpower points to exchange for his cultivation base. Host successfully exchanged for cultivation base. At the same time the system's voice sounded, a warm current flowed through Chu Bei's limbs and bones, filling every cell. In just a few seconds, Chu Bei successfully broke through to a 5-star Do Huang. Time flew by. 15 days quietly passed. Although the Jiulan Inner Academy had already regained its usual peace, there were still disciples discussing the fallen heart flame and the 3 sects invasion even after half a month. Be it disciples or elders, all of them were incomparably respectful when they saw Chu Bei. Their faces were filled with gratitude. From their point of view, if it wasn't for the person in front of them, their inner academy would have been destroyed by Han Feng's group. Every time he met these people's grateful gazes, Chu Bei didn't show any abnormalities on the surface. However, his heart carried a trace of apology. After all, he was the one who released the fallen heart flame. Moreover, in this inner academy, other than the dean, Mang Qiankai, there were actually 2 other strong people overseeing it. However, Elder Qian and Elder Bai would only take action at the most critical moment. If Chu Bei didn't take action that day, Elder Qian and Elder Bai would naturally appear and the outcome of Han Feng's group wouldn't change. In half a month, Chu Bei also became familiar with the rich elders of the Jiulan Academy, including the first elder, Su Qian. In 15 days, Chu Bei squeezed dry many elders and earned a total of 2 million willpower. These willpower were all used to exchange for cultivation. Chu Bei also broke through from a 5-star Do Huang to a 9-star Do Huang. There is still 1 day left until the fixed-point teleportation array can be used. On the 16th day, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. On the 17th day, in the morning, Xiao Yang, Xiao Zuna, Zi Yang, Hu Gan, Su Qian, and many other elders came to send him off. Boss Chu, come to the Jiulan Academy often when you have time. Su Qian cupped his hands toward Chu Bei in an extremely polite manner. Although his savings of dozens of years were all gone because of the person in front of him, his cultivation had also advanced from a 2-star dozong to a 5-star dozong. I hope that the next time I come, your storage rings will be filled with money. Chu Bei's words carried a smile. After he finished speaking, his gaze swept across Xiao Yang, Zi Yang, and the others and nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Chu Bei waved his sleeve and a beautiful formation appeared under his feet. Immediately after, a buzzing sound sounded and his figure disappeared. Old man Su, what exactly do you think Boss Chu's cultivation is? Watching the teleportation array disappear, Hu Gan glanced at Su Qian and muttered. If the dean was here, he might be able to answer your question. As for me, I still can't see through him. Su Qian shook his head and sighed. Chapter 90. Wu Tan City. Above An Yi Street. A young man walked out of the strange formation. Chu Bei frowned as he walked out of the teleportation formation. He lowered his head and swept his gaze over the area below. His expression became a little more serious. Compared to the Wu Tan City before he left, it was much more depressing and quiet. The streets that were usually bustling with people were now rarely seen. The shops on both sides of the street were also closed. Soon, Chu Bei noticed the abnormality. The air in the city was mixed with wisps of poisonous gas. This thin poisonous gas may not have much effect on cultivators, but to ordinary people, it was extremely harmful. What happened? A bad premonition rose in Chu Bei's heart. After all, the woeful poison body lived in his shop. However, just as Chu Bei was about to fly to the All Heavens shop, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Hearing the sound, Chu Bei's figure flashed. In a few breaths, Chu Bei came to the top of the city wall of Wu Tan City. Looking at the scene below, Chu Bei let out a long breath. The heavy stone in his heart was put down. At least, the poisonous gas in the city had nothing to do with the little doctor, and it was not an outbreak of the woeful poison body. As far as the eye could see, the city gate that should have led to the outskirts of the mountain range of magical beasts was tightly shut. Normally, only 2 or 3 people would be needed to guard the city walls, but right now, the walls were filled with people, all of them armed and ready for battle. Among these people, besides the army of the empire, there were also several forces in the city, such as the Xiao family, the Aoba Pa family, the Prima auction house and so on. Chu Bei even saw the desert metal mercenaries led by Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. In front of the city wall, the large open area was also filled with people, all of them staring at the city wall aggressively. How can there be so many poison masters? High up in the sky, Chu Bei's gaze swept across the crowded figures in front of the city wall, his brows furrowed. Inside Wu Tan City, the poisonous gas in the air came from the same source as the poison masters in front of the city walls. This was also the reason why Chu Bei concluded that it had nothing to do with Little Doctor. F***ck, these poison masters only know how to use poison. They are too despicable. I really don't understand why the 3 empires would suddenly join hands. Why did they choose our Karma Empire as their target? I heard that this war was planned by the Chu Yun Empire. As for the Outcloud Empire, there seems to be a power called the Soul Sect behind it. Soul Ancestor? Why have I never heard of such a force in the Chu Yun Empire? Speaking of which, it's rather strange. The Soul Sect only appeared recently. The moment it appeared, It immediately became the #1 power in the Chu-Yun Empire. Even the imperial family of the Chu-Yun Empire is under its control. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. The Chu-Yun Empire is rich in poison masters. Ever since the emergence of the Soul Sect, all of these poison masters have been under the sect. It's just that I don't know who the sect master of the Soul Sect is. Today is the 7th day of the war. I don't know how many border cities have been captured. Early in the night, with Princess overseeing the city, we can only win and not lose. But then again, why is Princess early in the night not at the front-line battlefield? Why did she come to our Wu-Tan city? On the city walls, a group of soldiers looked at the army of the Chu-Yun Empire and discussed animatedly. In front of these soldiers was a valiant and beautiful woman in a military uniform. She was the current eldest princess of the Karma Empire, early in the night. Eldest princess, what should we do now? I can see the badge on the chest of the leader of the Chu-Yun Empire's army. He is a 4-star poison master. A poison master of this level can't be resisted by anyone below the Dowang realm. A middle-aged man in silver armor pointed at the old man leading the army of the Chu-Yun Empire and spoke respectfully to Early in the Night. So what? No matter what method we use, we can't lose this city. Early in the Night frowned. If we let these bastards from the Chu-Yun Empire occupy this city, the people in the city will be plunged into an abyss of suffering. If only we had a Dowang expert with us, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation. The middle-aged man sighed. Compared to here, the front line needs them more. Early in the Night looked into the distance and let out a long breath. Once the front line is lost, the Empire will fall into eternal damnation. Father, we can't just keep defending like this. According to what I know, a few small towns 100 kilometers away have been massacred by these poison masters because of their resistance. Only a beast would be so ruthless. Xiao Ding fiercely looked at the army of the Chu-Yun Empire below the city walls with a strong killing intent in his eyes. There is a 4-star poison master among them. We can't fight them head-on. Right now, they are on the lower ground while we are on the higher ground. We can still resist them. Xiao Zhan's expression was grave. Compared to the front line, the pressure we are under is nothing. No matter what, we must defend Wu-Tan City. Just as early in the night, Xiao Zhan and the others were discussing their plan, the army of the Chu-Yun Empire moved and approached the city gates. There is a limit to my patience. I will give you 5 minutes to consider whether you will open the city gates and welcome us in, or I will release the poison fog and let the people in the city pay the price for your foolish decision. In the army of the Chu-Yun Empire, the grey-robed old man took a step forward. His cold triangular eyes glanced at Early in the Night, Xiao Zhan, and the others as he spoke in a low and hoarse voice. Archers, get ready. Early in the Night snorted and raised his right hand to give the order. Swish, in an instant, the hundreds of archers in the front row narked their arrows. Do you really think I am threatening you? Looking at the archers on the city walls who were ready, the grey-robed old man's shriveled face revealed a trace of viciousness. As his cold voice fell, a layer of strange green light suddenly surged from his body. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a large amount of dense green poison fog emerged. Almost at the same time, the dozens of poison masters standing behind him waved their hands and released various kinds of poison fog. As the wind blew, the various kinds of poison fog intertwined and spread toward the city walls. Cover your body with battle energy and hold your breath. Looking at the approaching poison fog, Xiao Zhan's expression changed and he hurriedly gave the order. In the next moment, on the city walls, the experts above the Dou Masters and above raised their battle energy cloaks or armor, preparing to defend against the incoming poison fog. As for the ordinary soldiers, they immediately put on the fully sealed masks that they had prepared beforehand. You want to defend against my poison fog with these methods? What a joke! As the grey-robed old man's contemptuous voice fell, the color of the approaching poison fog became more and more terrifying. The poison fog continued to spread and soon reached the top of the city walls. As soon as the archers in the front row came into contact with the poison fog, they immediately felt dizzy despite the protection of their masks. Chapter 91. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Early in the night shouted as he looked at the archers in the front row, whose faces were turning purple. Eldest princess, why don't we open the city gates and fight it out with these bastards? One of the generals had a ferocious look on his face. Once we inhale this poisonous fog, we will slowly lose our fighting strength. Why don't we fight to the death while we still have the strength to fight? Eldest princess, please fight. Open the city gates. A group of soldiers knelt in front of Early in the night with fighting spirit rising in their eyes. Father, let's also prepare for battle. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li looked at Xiao Zhan as their auras rose to their peak. Xiao Zhan focused his gaze and nodded in response. The grey-robed old man seemed to have sensed the intentions of the people on the city walls and sneered disdainfully. Then, he waved his sleeves and worked with the poison masters behind him to release a large amount of poisonous fog. Open the city gates. Chase away these bastards from the Yun nation. Kill. Looking at the increasingly dense poisonous fog in the air, the people on the city walls gripped their weapons tightly. There was no fear on their faces, only a fearless fighting spirit. However, just as they were about to rush down the city walls and open the city gates, a violent gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc. The gust of wind swept in the direction of the Yun nation's army. The poisonous fog that was about to engulf the city walls was also reversed by the gust of wind and surged toward the Yun nation's army. Moreover, with the gust of wind, the poisonous fog spread at an even faster speed. Within a few breaths, the terrifying poisonous fog had shrouded the Yun nation's army. Suddenly, the soldiers in the Yun nation's army, who had no cultivation, let out miserable shrieks. One by one, they fell to the ground in pain. Their faces turned from red to purple before they spat out white foam. After twitching for a while, they stopped moving. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Even the experts above the dosha level panicked and hurriedly put up their battle energy cloaks and armor. The grey-robed old man and the poison masters behind him clearly didn't expect to be counterattacked by their poisonous fog. The sudden change caught them off guard. What's with this wind? Looking at the heavy casualties on their side, the poison masters frowned, their complexions extremely unsightly. On the city wall, everyone, including Early in the night, was stunned. They looked at each other in confusion. After a long while, even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Haha, with this kind of wind, the heavens will not destroy my Wu-Tan city. Let's kill all these bastards from the Yun nation. The soldiers came back to their senses and cried out in surprise, their faces brimming with excitement and joy. Look at the sky. Suddenly, a poison master from the Chu Yun Empire seemed to have discovered something. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky above the city wall. Hearing those words, the grey-robed elder and the other poison masters swiftly turned their gazes over. A figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was cold, and there was a pair of battle chi wings behind his back. He floated above the city wall. Expert Do Wang? The grey-robed elder stared at Chu Bei with a frown. He did not believe that Chu Bei had already stepped into the Do Huang realm. After all, the other party appeared to be in his 20s. At this age, even if he was in the Do Wang realm, it was terrifying enough. So it's Boss Chu. He's back. He's the one who helped us. That gust of wind must have been brought by him. On the city wall, everyone's gaze turned toward Chu Bei. When they saw the latter's appearance, they cried out in surprise, their expressions extremely excited. Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding, and the others were also extremely excited. The corners of their mouths curled up into smiles. Early in the night locked his gaze on Chu Bei and let out a long breath. From his expression, his originally tense body was clearly much more relaxed. On the city wall, whether it was the soldiers or Early in the night, when they saw Chu Bei, it was as if they had found their savior. Unlike the grey-robed elder, Early in the night and the soldiers did not think of Chu Bei as a Do Wang. After all, at the auction a few days ago, they had personally witnessed the latter easily killing the Gold-Silver brothers, who were comparable to Do Zongs. Hearing the cheers of the soldiers on the city wall, the grey-robed elder's expression was extremely ugly. If this Do Wang of unknown origin really stood on the opposite side, then he could only temporarily avoid him. Our country has records of all the experts of the Kama Empire. However, there is no information about you. I presume that Do Wang does not belong to the Kama Empire, right? The grey-robed elder cupped his hands toward Chu Bei, who was on the city wall. His words carried a probing tone. In his opinion, the Kama Empire was currently in a tense situation. The Do Wang should have already gathered at the front lines. Secondly, the other party was too young. A Do Wang at this age was difficult for the Kama Empire to nurture. It was more likely that he came from one of the superpowers. However, what responded to the grey-robed elder was Chu Bei's cold in the forest gaze. Xiu. Chu Bei's figure flashed, and appeared above the grey-robed old man and the others in an instant. Do Wang, what is the meaning of this? The grey-robed elder raised his head and looked at Chu Bei with a cautious expression. Chu Bei still did not respond. He only slowly raised his right palm and made a downward motion. A bright golden light bloomed from Chu Bei's body. Then, a gigantic right palm that seemed to be made of metal appeared out of thin air. Let's attack together. The grey-robed elder's expression changed drastically. He immediately condensed a terrifying poisonous gas and formed a poisonous tornado that soared into the sky. The poison masters behind him attacked at the same time and followed closely behind. Rumble, Chu Bei expressionlessly glanced at the grey-robed elder. At the same time, he waved his right hand and the gigantic golden palm fell. The void rumbled like the sound of a thunderstorm. The speed was extremely fast. Kai, numerous poisonous gases intertwined and met the gigantic golden palm. However, these poisonous gases seemed to have met their natural enemy. When they were still a few meters away from the gigantic golden palm, they evaporated like water vapor and disappeared. It's that palm technique that descended from the sky. Tathagata divine palm. I remember that the royal family obtained it in the end on the city wall. A group of soldiers who knew about the auction exclaimed one after another. Early in the night, Luo Ruoxin's eyes flashed. She had been practicing the Tathagata divine palm, but its power was far inferior to Chu Bei's. As for the grey-robed elder, when he saw his poisonous tornado disintegrate in an instant, his pupils shrank and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Rumble amidst the rumbling, the gigantic golden palm came closer and closer. No. The grey-robed elder's face turned pale and his voice trembled. Bang! The gigantic golden palm fell and covered the grey-robed elder and the poison masters behind him. With a loud bang, under the gaze of countless people on the city wall, the gigantic golden palm slammed into the ground, creating a huge five-fingered pit that was several meters deep. A moment later, the gigantic golden palm turned into wisps of golden light and disappeared, leaving behind a pile of flattened flesh and blood in the pit. It was a ghastly sight. Dead, they're all dead. Wu-Tan City is saved. It's all thanks to Boss Chu. If he hadn't appeared in time, the outcome would be unimaginable. On the city wall, the crowd of spectators was in a daze at first. When they regained their senses, they cheered excitedly. Chapter 92. After dealing with the invading army of the Chu Yun Empire, Chu Bei landed on the city wall. Boss Chu, you're finally back. Early in the night was the first to step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt in front of Chu Bei with a plop. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers and the people from the various forces and clans in the city were all shocked. Everyone present knew that early in the night's identity was the empire's eldest princess. However, at this moment, the other party knelt in front of Chu Bei without hesitation. Could it be that Princess Early in the Night came to Wu-Tan City for Boss Chu? Now that I think about it, this is the only possibility. If Boss Chu makes a move, he might be able to change the situation on the front line. Some of the soldiers guessed the purpose of Early in the Night's visit to Wu-Tan City and started discussing. Get up! Chu Bei waved his hand and a majestic fighting aura lifted up Early in the Night, who was kneeling in front of him. Boss Chu, I didn't expect you to have such a reputation in Wu-Tan City. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li led the members of the Desert Metal mercenary group to Chu Bei and greeted him very politely. Chu Bei nodded slightly at Xiao Ding and the others in acknowledgement. Boss Chu, you must save the Karma Empire. Right now, only you can solve the Empire's crisis. Early in the night steadied himself and looked at Chu Bei sincerely. His anxious voice carried a hint of pleading. Chu Bei didn't respond and only looked at Early in the night calmly. Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Early in the night took a deep breath. Half a month ago, a faction called the Soul Sect appeared in the Chu Yun Empire. Its origins are unknown and it is incomparably mysterious. In just half a day, it destroyed the strongest sect in the Chu Yun Empire. After that, he spent another half a day to gather all the poison masters in the Outcloud Empire. It didn't take long for the Soul Sect to take control of the imperial family of the Chu Yun Empire. Even the emperor of the Chu Yun Empire had become their puppet. At present, the Karma Empire is being besieged by 3 great empires. The situation on the front line is especially unfavorable, and the mastermind behind this is the Soul Divine Sect. Soul Sect. Chu Bei frowned slightly. As of now, our imperial family knows very little about the Soul Divine Sect. We only know that they have a mysterious ability to collect the souls of the dead. The way I see it, the reason they started this war is to get a large number of souls. Early in the night, when the Soul Divine Sect was mentioned, a strong sense of disgust and killing intent rose in Tang Wulin's eyes. Interesting. The corners of Chu Bei's mouth gradually raised into a smile. It was very clear that the so-called Soul Sect originated from the Soul Palace. Boss Chu, do you know of this soul ancestor? Noticing Chu Bei's expression, Early in the night asked hurriedly with a puzzled expression. You don't need to know the origin of the Soul Divine Sect. Chu Bei calmly looked at Early in the night and said, tell me about the situation on the battlefield in detail. Half a month ago, the first to attack the Karma Empire wasn't the Soul Divine Sect or the Chu Yun Empire. Instead, it was the Luoyang Empire and the Mulan Empire that had formed an alliance. The strongest faction in the Luoyang Empire is called the Gold Geese Sect. Its leader, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven, is a genuine elite dozong. As for the Mulan Empire, the strongest faction is the Mulan Valley. Although it doesn't have a dozong overseeing it, it has an extremely unique combination chi method called the Three Beast Savage skill. In the Mulan Valley, the Valley Master and 2 other elders practice this chi method together. The 3 of them are at the peak of the Do Huang class. However, once they circulate the Three Beast Savage skill at the same time, they have the ability to fight even against the leader of the Gold Geese Sect, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven. The first battle will be led by the 4 of them. On the other hand, our Karma Empire will be led by Great-Grandfather, Grandfather Hypedon, and Grandfather Dharma Mammoth. Early in the night bit his lips when he spoke until this point. His fists had unknowingly been tightly clenched. The Yunlan sect didn't help. Chu Bei asked faintly. Early in the night coldly snorted, they won't help. If we had their help, we wouldn't be so passive. Then can Jixingshan, Hypedon, and Dharma Mammoth stop the Gold Geese Sect and Mulan Valley? Chu Bei looked at Early in the night with interest. At first, Great-Grandfather and the other 2 were indeed no match for the 3 elders of the Wild Geese Fall to Heaven and Mulan. They didn't have the ability to fight back at all. However, at the critical moment, Queen Medusa of the Naga tribe suddenly appeared. She fought against the 3 elders of the Wild Geese Fall to Heaven and Mulan by herself. Not only did she not fall into a disadvantage, but she also seriously injured one of the 3 elders of the Mulan. It was also because of Queen Medusa's intervention that the 2 empires and their forces retreated, saving the Karma Empire from a life-and-death calamity. Early in the night seemed to be recalling the scene of the first battle, and his eyes gradually filled with gratitude towards Medusa. The Naga tribe will help you. Chu Bei was slightly surprised. As far as he knew, the Naga tribe didn't have any good feelings towards the Karma Empire. They had no reason to help the Karma Empire. Before the 3 empires attacked the Karma Empire, they first attacked the Naga tribe and caused them to suffer heavy losses. If Queen Medusa hadn't returned in time, the Naga tribe would probably have ceased to exist. Early in the night added, I see. Chu Bei seemed to have thought of something and said, then, Is the Naga tribe allied with the Kamar Empire? Early in the Night nodded. As long as the Kamar Empire can survive this life and death calamity, we will allocate a territory for the Naga tribe to reproduce and live in peace. Even with Medusa's participation, the Naga tribe is still at a disadvantage? Chubei asked. For the first half of the month, there were only the 3 elders, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven and Mulan. Medusa alone could deal with them. But on the 8th day, someone from the Soul Divine sect finally appeared on the battlefield. His strength wasn't inferior to Queen Medusa's. The situation also changed from then on. Early in the Night's expression became grave. Moreover, the sect master of the Soul Divine sect still hasn't appeared. If the sect master of the Soul Divine sect were to join the battle, even Queen Medusa wouldn't be able to resist. Finished speaking, Early in the Night bowed to Chubei. Boss Chu, I came to Wu-Tan City a week ago. I didn't expect that you would be out. Fortunately, I waited until you came back today. I implore you to save the Kamar Empire and its people. Chubei was silent for a long time before saying, let's go take a look at the situation first. Lead the way. Thank you, Boss Chu. Hearing this, a happy expression appeared on Early in the Night's face. Early in the Night. Immediately after, he put his hands in front of his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Not long after, a rank 4 flying magical beast flew over from afar. Boss Chu, the most intense frontline battle is at the Black Mountain Fort in the east. After Chubei stepped on the flying magical beast, Early in the Night immediately issued an order to the magical beast. At the same time, he continued to explain the situation of the battlefield to the former. With Boss Chu taking action, the Empire should be able to survive this crisis. Looking at Chubei's figure disappearing into the distant eastern horizon, Xiao Ding looked at Xiao Zhan and muttered, I hope that the sect master of the Soul Divine sect, who has never appeared before, is also not Boss Chu's match. Xiao Zhan let out a long sigh. His eyes were still filled with worry. Chapter 93. After leaving Wu-Tan City, Chubei and Early in the Night flew all the way to the front line where the battle was the most intense. After flying for about 2 hours, the surrounding mountain range gradually became shorter and an endless plain began to appear. Boss Chu, after this plain is the Black Mountain Fort. Early in the Night pointed to the front and said. Chubei nodded slightly. During the flight, he saw thousands of people fleeing. It was obvious that they were aware of the Empire's crisis. Once the front line was lost, the originally prosperous empire would become hell on earth. After flying for another half an hour, Boss Chu, someone is coming. Early in the Night exclaimed. 2 figures flashed over from afar. Even though they were far away, the ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Just as Early in the Night finished speaking, before they could see the 2 figures clearly, another 6 figures appeared behind them. Boss Chu, those are the 2 strong warriors of the Snake People race. When he saw the 2 figures at the front, Early in the Night's pupils suddenly shrank. He said, they are being chased by the strong warriors of the 3 empires. These damned humans. If we can successfully escape this time, today's hatred will be repaid 100-fold. Yu Mai wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She turned around and glared fiercely at the 6 figures behind her. As her voice filled with killing intent fell, her dochi wings flapped and her speed increased by a notch. As the front-line battlefield, the Black Mountain Fort could be divided into several battle regions. As a Do Wang, she and the other Snake People tribe leader Mo Baisi were in charge of one of the battle regions. In the region led by her, she and Mo Baisi had defeated the 2 Do Wangs of the 3 empires several times. But unexpectedly, 2 hours ago, the 3 empires added 4 Do Wangs to their battle. This sudden turn of events caused their advantage to vanish completely. 2 Do Wangs against 6 Do Wangs. Moreover, one of them was a 9-stars Do Wangs. They were instantly at a disadvantage and were forced to retreat. Helpless, they could only leave the battlefield and escape into the distance. Where can you go even if you try to escape? A pointless struggle will not change the ending. A Do Wang who was giving chase let out a cold laugh. Keek, once we catch up to that serpent woman, we can't kill her immediately. I have to have a good taste first. A middle-aged man with green hair revealed a wretched expression. All right, that male snake person will also be left for you to taste. A Do Wang voiced his agreement. With a mocking laugh, the body of the 9 stars Do Wang, who was the strongest of the 6 Do Wangs from the 3 empires, suddenly exploded with a bright golden light. In the next moment, a pair of golden wings in the shape of geese extended from his back. With a flap of the golden wings, his speed instantly skyrocketed. Yu Mai's and Mo Base's expressions became increasingly solemn as they sensed the aura fluctuation behind them that was getting closer and closer. They circulated the Do Qi in their bodies with all their might. However, because the 2 of them were injured, the 9 stars Do Wang finally caught up to them. Bang! While being passive, Yu Mai and Mo Base stopped and simultaneously attacked the enemy 9 stars fighting king. In the blink of an eye, the other 5 Do Wangs from the 3 empires also caught up and surrounded Yu Mai and Mo Base in a circle. Why don't you try to escape again? The middle-aged Do Wang with a little green hair looked at Yu Mai and licked his lips. His eyes flashed with heat. I'll cripple your Do Qi later. Stop wasting time, attack immediately. We still have to rush back to support the other battlefield. The 9 stars Do Wang coldly glanced at the green Do Wang and shouted. After speaking, the 9 stars Do Wang from the gold geese sect intertwined his hands and a golden light shone brightly. In an instant, the powerful Do Qi condensed into 2 golden geese that were several feet in size. With a sharp sound of breaking air, the 2 golden geese shot toward Yu Mai and Mo Base respectively. Almost at the same time, the other 5 Do Wangs from the 3 empires also attacked Yu Mai and Mo Base. Numerous sharp forces cut through the air and blocked Yu Mai and Mo Base's escape route from different directions. Damn it! Are we really going to die in the hands of these fellows? Looking at the numerous powerful attacks that were quickly approaching them, the 2 of them shouted loudly. The little Do Qi in their bodies was crazily activated and faced the attacks from all directions. Rumble. 8 waves of energy intertwined and collided. A deafening explosion brought about a terrifying energy wave. Yu Mai and Mo Base, who were in the middle of the 6 waves of energy, only managed to hold on for a moment before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Everyone, you can kill the male snake person. Leave the female to me. Seeing that the others were about to launch another killing move, the middle-aged Do Wang with a little green hair hurriedly spoke. Even if I die, you won't be able to touch me. Yu Mai glared fiercely at the green Do Wang. After Cold in the Forest shouted, beads of blood began to appear on the surface of her body. Gradually, these beads of blood began to emit a red glow and a faint flame appeared. I only regret not being able to kill a few more. Mo Base looked at Yu Mai and shook his head. Beads of blood also began to appear on the surface of his body. Quickly retreat. They are going to self-destruct. Sensing Yu Mai and Mo Base's intentions, the 9 stars Do Wang immediately distanced himself. Seeing this, the other 5 Do Wangs also immediately retreated a distance. Gradually, Yu Mai and Mo Base's aura became wild and chaotic. The blood-red glow on their bodies became more and more intense. However, just as the wild energy was about to explode their bodies, an even stronger energy suddenly enveloped them. Immediately after, this sudden energy suppressed the energy that they were about to use to self-destruct. Chem. Sensing the abnormality, Yu Mai and Mo Base opened their eyes. In their line of sight, a figure appeared in front of them like a ghost without any warning. Lady Yu Mai, we meet again. Looking at the somewhat familiar back, Yu Mai was feeling doubtful when a voice with a smile sounded beside her ear. Yu Mai was startled at first. When she saw the appearance of the person who turned around, surprise surfaced in her eyes. However, she quickly pretended to be calm. So it is Boss Chu. I thought that you would not care about the survival of the Kamar Empire. Although Yu Mai's words were sarcastic, when she saw that the person who came was Chu Bei, an unconcealable joy appeared on her originally serious face. Mo Base did not say anything. He only cupped his fists towards Chu Bei. When he was in the Snake People tribe, he had personally experienced Chu Bei's methods. Moreover, Queen Medusa had specially instructed him not to offend Chu Bei even if he could not be on good terms with him. Because of this, when Mo Basi faced Chu Bei, other than respect, he also had some fear. So it is the two leaders of the Snake People tribe. Are your injuries serious? At this moment, Early in the Night also rushed over on a rank 4 flying magical beast. He politely greeted Yu Mai and Mo Basi. I can still fight. Yu Mai glanced at Early in the Night and said, Thank you for your concern, Princess Royal. Chapter 94. May I know who you are? The figures of the 6 Do Wangs from the 3 empires flashed and once again surrounded Yu Mai and Mo Basi. At the same time, the gazes of the 6 people focused on Chu Bei. They all frowned and sized him up. The person who will kill you. Chu Bei smiled and calmly looked at the 6 Do Wangs. Arrogant. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the green-haired Do Wang coldly shouted. Looks like you want to be our enemy. The 9 stars Do Wang of the Gold Geese sect glanced at Chu Bei before his gaze landed on Early in the Night and said, I didn't expect the eldest princess to take the initiative to come to us. If we capture you, I think the battle will end even faster. As his mocking voice fell, the 9 stars Do Wang looked at the other 5 Do Wangs. Leave only Early in the Night alone. Kill the rest. As he was unable to determine Chu Bei's cultivation, the 9 stars Do Wang of the Gold Geese sect was extremely careful. As his shout fell, he directly took out a strangely shaped weapon from his storage ring. The weapon looked like a golden ring, but its surroundings were filled with sharp hidden thorns. There was a faint purple glow on the hidden thorns. Boss Chu, the weapon in his hand is the Gold Geese sect's unique weapon, the goose feather ring. It is extremely tricky and vicious. Using it with their cultivation method, its power is greatly increased. Moreover, it is coated with a deadly poison. Seeing the weapon taken out by the 9 stars Do Wang of the Gold Geese sect, Yu Mai's expression changed slightly. She had suffered a great loss in the previous battle and couldn't help but remind them. As for the other 5 Do Wangs, after a slight hesitation, they also took out their own weapons. Clearly, Chu Bei's arrival had caused them to become serious. Let's attack together and end this quickly. The 6 Do Wangs looked at each other. After communicating with their eyes, they simultaneously rushed toward Chu Bei. Boss Chu, Mo Basi and I can share 2 of your burdens. Yu Mai looked at the green-haired Do Wang, her eyes filled with coldness. With a flip of her right hand, a sharp long sword appeared in her palm. However, before he could do anything, Chu Bei's voice rang in his ears. What? Do you think I can deal with them alone? With a smile on his face, Chu Bei waved his hand and a majestic energy of fighting aura shook Yu Mai Mo Basi back several meters. Then, he took a step forward and calmly looked at the 6 Do Wangs from the 3 empires. The 9 stars Do Wang of the Gold Geese sect was the fastest. The goose feather ring in his hand emitted a frightening cold light under the golden light. Fire ring explosion. When he was less than 3 meters away from Chu Bei, the 9 stars fighting king suddenly threw out the dark green circular ring of fire in his hand and shot it toward Chu Bei. Chu Bei's expression was indifferent. He casually raised his right hand and waved it gently. Bang! A stream of energy easily knocked away the ring of fire that was rushing towards them. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the pupils of the 9 stars Do Wang of the Gold Geese sect shrank. His face was filled with disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the other 5 Do Wangs also arrived. However, it was highly similar to the previous scene. Chu Bei casually waved his hand and easily resolved the fierce attacks from different directions. Retreat. The 9 stars Do Wang of the Gold Geese sect was the first to recover from his shock. With just this attack, he knew that the mysterious person who appeared together with Yi Qingyu early in the night was not someone they could deal with. At this moment, the other 5 Do Wangs, including the green Do Wang, also reacted. Without any hesitation, they turned around and flew toward the front line of the battlefield. Any one of them had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. Their sharp intuition and decisiveness were the main reasons why they could survive for so long. The 6 of them did not hold back in the previous attack, but it was easily resolved by the other party. It was impossible for a Do Huang below 3 stars to do such a thing. I haven't even made a move and you're already retreating? Chu Bei was a little surprised by the decisiveness of the 6 people. After his mocking voice sounded, he used 2 fingers as knives and danced rhythmically. Catcher, catcher. As his 2 fingers danced, an energy green dragon appeared at his fingertips. Wherever his 2 fingers passed, slender black lightning appeared and a strange dark demonic aura appeared in the air. The demonic aura surged and gathered at Chu Bei's fingertips. In an instant, Chu Bei's 2 fingers seemed to have become a demonic knife. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as it crazily absorbed the demonic aura. In the blink of an eye, a cold knife aura appeared from his 2 fingers. The knife aura quickly became longer and wider, gradually becoming solid. The energy green dragon that appeared first also seemed to have come alive. The eyes of the dragon's head opened and closed continuously. After a dragon roar from its huge mouth, it merged with the knife aura. Now, Chu Bei's strength had reached the peak of the Do Huang level. Even if he used his fingers as knives, the power of the heaven-defying 7-demon knife from the divine tomb dimension was far greater than when he was a Doling clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal vibrating, the demonic knife at his fingertips was completely formed. The invincible power that belonged to the heaven-defying 7-demon knife once again surged from Chu Bei's heart. Not far away, the 6 Do Wangs who had already fled far away seemed to have sensed the energy fluctuation behind them. They couldn't help but look back at Chu Bei. With this look, a sense of fear immediately surged in their hearts. Immediately, their flying speed increased again. At this time, Chu Bei, whose demonic knife was formed at his fingertips, disappeared. He first appeared in front of the 9 stars Do Wang from the Gold Geese sect. Double command. A dragon's roar resounded through the void. 7 knife auras shot out from his fingertips. Each knife was faster than the last. 7 knife auras overlapped. With each stack, the momentum of the knife aura would climb to a new level. When the 7 knife auras overlapped into one, the black lightning that had disappeared appeared again around the knife auras. Feeling the oppressive feeling from the knife auras, the face of the 9 stars Do Wang from the Gold Geese sect instantly turned pale. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately urged all the Do Chi on his armor while holding the goosefeather ring in front of him. Clang! The knife aura had arrived. It easily shattered the goosefeather ring and broke the Do Chi armor. Finally, it pierced through the Gold Geese sect's 9 stars Do Wang from between his eyebrows. Hearing this, the other 5 Do Wangs looked over. Witnessing the tragic scene, the fear on their faces became even more intense. They even burned their blood essence to increase their flying speed. Chu Bei only glanced at the corpse of the 9 stars Do Wang from the Gold Geese sect before his figure disappeared again. Then, he appeared in front of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th person one after another. Using his finger as a knife, he waved it down again and again. In just a few breaths, Chu Bei returned to Yu Mai's side. As for the sky not far away, there was a pile of half-corpses that were falling down in an orderly manner. Looking at the miserable state of the 6 Do Wangs from the 3 empires, Yu Mai, early in the night, and Mo Baisi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their gazes were filled with even more respect. Let's go, continue to lead the way. In the blink of an eye, the demonic knife on Chu Bei's fingertips disappeared. Okay. Early in the night was stunned at first, but when he came back to his senses, he quickly nodded. Chapter 95. The Black Mountain Stronghold was located at the northeastern border of the Kamar Empire. Ever since it was built, it had stood for hundreds of years. The current Black Mountain Stronghold had become the frontline battlefield between the Kamar Empire and the 3 empires. As far as the eye could see, there were 2 towering mountains in front of the fortress. They were called the Left Peak and Right Peak respectively. The 2 peaks reached into the clouds and were difficult for ordinary people to climb. The Black Mountain Stronghold was located in the middle like a primordial beast, guarding the main road of the Kamar Empire. In terms of location, this stronghold was the most crucial line of defense for the Kamar Empire. Once it was breached, The enemy would be able to march straight in. Rumble. At this moment, the left peak and the right peak were both battlefields. The former was the battlefield of the cultivators. It was separated into a couple of fighting areas. There were Doshur, Doshur, Doling, and Do Wang. There were even a couple of strong people with terrifying auras fighting each other on the top of the mountain. As for the latter, it was the battlefield of the Karma Empire and the Three Empires. All of them were wielding swords and sabers as their battle cries shook the heavens. On the walls of the stronghold, large ballistae were arranged in an orderly manner. Each ballista was loaded with hundreds of fine steel arrows. Amidst the sonic booms, a dense barrage of fine steel arrows shot towards the armies of the Three Empires. Looking at the battlefield on the right peak, the Three Empires had more soldiers than the Karma Empire. However, because the Three Empires were attacking while the Karma Empire was defending and had the assistance of the ballistae on the walls, the Three Empires were at a disadvantage, but they were still able to contend against the Three Empires. Of course, regardless of whether it was the Jomar Empire or the Three Large Empires, every soldier knew in their hearts that the ones who truly decided the outcome of this battle was not their right peak battlefield. Instead, it was the practitioners who were fighting on the left peak battlefield. In the distant sky, several figures flew past and landed on the walls of the stronghold. The vigilant soldiers immediately gripped their weapons, but when they saw the appearance of the person who had arrived, they immediately knelt. "Greetings, eldest princess." The soldiers spoke in unison, their expressions extremely respectful. Early in the night nodded and waved her hand, indicating that the soldiers did not need to pay attention to her. "Boss Chu, let's continue fighting." As for Yu Mai and Mo Basi, after cupping their fists towards Chu Bei, they immediately flew towards the battlefield at the left peak. That was the area where the two of them were originally leading the battle. "It's more intense than I thought." Chu Bei sighed as his gaze swept across the two chaotic battlefields. "Boss Chu, why don't you help these Empire soldiers first?" Early in the night, Boss Chu pointed at the battlefield on the right peak and said anxiously. Compared to the battle on the left peak, the battle on the right peak had even more casualties. Corpses were strewn all over the battlefield, and blood flowed like a river. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. "I can help." Chu Bei looked at Early in the night calmly and suddenly changed his tone. "But you know, I'm a businessman. Everything has to be done from the perspective of benefits, and this is no exception." I understand. Early in the night was stunned for a moment before seeming to understand Chu Bei's meaning. He hurriedly nodded and said, "I have money, I can use all of the money in the national treasury." As he spoke, Early in the night took out 6 storage rings with dragon patterns engraved on them from a storage ring. 90% of the national treasury's wealth was stored in these storage rings. Usually, these 6 dragon pattern rings were personally taken care of by the Jomar Emperor. However, due to the empire being surrounded and having some understanding of Chu Bei's character, the Jomar Emperor gave these 6 dragon pattern rings to Chu Bei early in the night when he asked Chu Bei to go to Wutan City to invite Chu Bei. Moreover, he specially instructed that as long as they could survive this crisis, it didn't matter even if the national treasury was emptied. "Then let's start with 100 million. Chu Bei's light sentence caused Chu Bei's heart to freeze early in the night. However, he only took a deep breath and immediately calmed down. After lightly counting the assets in the dragon pattern rings, he took out 3 of them and threw them to Chu Bei. Although he was already mentally prepared, the other party had offered nearly half of the national treasury's wealth. Early in the night's heart couldn't help but ripple uncontrollably. Chu Bei's gaze swept across the 3 dragon pattern rings and glanced at the battlefield on the right peak before waving his sleeve. Buzz, the empty space trembled and ripples spread out. Different from the past, 3 dazzling golden discs appeared from the ripples this time. According to the order, they were the Level 3 Wheel of Fortune, Level 4 Wheel of Fortune, and Level 5 Wheel of Fortune. Looking at the 3 spinning discs that appeared out of thin air and floated in the air, Early in the night gently bit his lips and quietly waited. Obviously, she had some understanding of Chu Bei's trading method through some channels. "I've chosen 3 lucky wheels for firearms for you. The Level 3 and Level 4 wheels will give you 40 million each, and the level 5 wheel will give you 20 million each. Chu Bei looked at Early in the Night, who was a little nervous, and smiled. Their prices are 100,000, 250,000, and 500,000 each time. Boss Chu, let's begin. Early in the Night nodded as if he understood. Just as Early in the Night's voice fell, the 3 golden discs vibrated again. In the next moment, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the 3 discs at the same time and swallowed the 100 million from the 3 dragon pattern rings. The system obtained 1 million willpower. The host received 500,000 willpower. The familiar system voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Then, the silver needles on the 3 discs spun crazily. Ding, ding, ding. Amidst the continuous crisp and pleasant sounds, the 3 golden turntables flew out of the square boxes one after another. At first, it did not attract the attention of the nearby soldiers, but as the number of boxes in the air increased and the continuous tinkling sound, more and more soldiers turned their attention to it. What's with those boxes? Who was the person that Princess Early in the Night brought back? Those boxes seemed to be made by him. I don't know. It should be clear soon. The group of soldiers discussed softly. After a long while, the silver needles on the 3 golden discs stopped spinning. Looking at the area above where Chu Bei was early in the night, 600 square boxes were arranged in an orderly manner, occupying hundreds of cubic meters of space. It was very shocking. Among them, 400 level 3 square boxes, 160 level 4 square boxes, and 40 level 5 square boxes. Boom! Under countless shocked gazes, the 600 square boxes exploded at the same time. The sound of the explosion was neat and uniform. This loud explosion even startled some of the soldiers on the battlefield near the right peak. 400 level 3 square boxes, 314. Thank you for your patronage. 86 of them opened products. Among them, 40 AK-47s, 40 minutes and 416 seconds, and 6 Barrett AMRs. 160 level 4 square boxes, 138. Thank you for your patronage. 22 of them opened products. Among them, 16 were grenade launchers and 16 were laser cannon guns. 40 level 5 square boxes, 37. Thank you for your patronage. 3 of them opened products. Among them, 2 were long-range controlled bombers, and 1 was long-range controlled tanks. Chapter 96. There are things in some of the boxes. Oh my God! How can such a small box contain such a huge thing? Could these boxes be treasures like storage rings that we don't know about? Unbelievable! What are those things? Why have I never seen them before? On the city wall, the soldiers stared at the bombers, tanks, and various powerhouses in the sky. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Boss Chu, what are these? Early in the Night pointed at the sky and looked at Chu Bei expectantly. With these, the situation of the Empire's soldiers on the battlefield will change instantly, and the battle will end quickly. There was a smile in Chu Bei's words as he tapped Early in the Night's forehead with his index finger. Suddenly, a stream of information regarding these products flowed into Early in the Night's mind. Early in the Night was startled at first, but after sorting out the power and usage of the bombers, tanks, and other firearms, his face was filled with excitement and joy. The nearby soldiers looked at Early in the Night, who was suddenly overjoyed, and they looked at each other in confusion. They were curious but did not dare to ask. Now that you have these, do you still need me? Chu Bei pointed at the bombers and looked at Early in the Night. I'm confident that I can take care of this side. Elder High, Medusa, and the others still need you on the battlefield. Early in the Night looked at the even more intense battlefield on the left peak. He immediately summoned the surrounding soldiers and began to use firearms, bombers, tanks, and other firearms to formulate a new battle plan. Buzz buzz. Early in the night, the horn on the city wall sounded. Hearing the horn, the Empire's soldiers who were fighting on the battlefield on the right peak were all stunned. What's going on? Why are we retreating now? Forget it. Since the horn sounded, let's retreat first. I really want to kill these bastards from the Chu Yun Empire. On the battlefield on the right peak, The Kalmar Empire soldiers looked back at the fortress wall and began to retreat in unison. As the thousands of soldiers retreated, 108 armored soldiers landed on the walls of the fortress. Taking a closer look, he saw that each of the 108 soldiers was holding a strange weapon. With one retreating and one advancing, the 108 soldiers quickly appeared in front of the Kalmar Empire's army. The Jeomar Empire army is afraid. They retreated. Follow up the victory. Kill them all. The allied army of the three empires came back to their senses and quickly pressed forward. At the same time, 2 bombers had also arrived at the battlefield in the distance. A tank that had already aimed its cannon at the 3 armies also entered the battlefield. On the other side, the left peak battlefield had yet to realize Chu Bei's arrival. Compared to the battlefield on the right peak, the battlefield on the left peak had fewer people, but there were more fighting areas and more intense sounds of fighting. Dazzling fighting skills, scattered fighting energy, and deafening energy explosions. This was the battlefield between the Kalmar Empire, the Naga tribe, and the cultivators of the 3 great empires. Of all the battlefields on the left peak, the one that attracted the most attention was the one in the sky above the left peak. That was the area where the strongest cultivators of the Kalmar Empire and the 3 great empires were fighting. Rumble in the sky above the left peak, 6 figures intertwined. After several exchanges, they returned to their original positions. Among the 6, the 3 from the Kalmar Empire were Jixingshan, Hypedon, and Dharma Mammoth. The other 3 were the Mulan Empire's 3 elders. The fighting skills of those 2 are too hard to deal with. Before we kill them, we must obtain those 2 fighting skills. The 3 elders of the Mulan Empire looked at each other and gloomily looked at Jixingshan and Hypedon. The 3 of them practiced the same chi method and complemented each other. If they joined hands, they could fight against an initial stage Dozong. Originally, they thought that it would be easy to take down Jixingshan and the other 2. However, they didn't expect that the other party would practice a strange and powerful fighting skill that allowed them to contend with them for a long time. Jixingshan and Hypedon also looked at each other. The cultivation of the 3 elders of the Mulan Empire was above theirs. In addition to the perfect chi method, they wouldn't have the ability to fight back in the past. However, after the 2 of them practiced the Buddha's palm and icy soft palm, they were able to rely on the frightening strength of these 2 Do skills to exchange blows with the 3 Mulan elders. They would advance and retreat at times and would not be at a disadvantage. Queen Medusa, how are your injuries? Jixingshan couldn't help but ask when he saw the cold and beautiful woman not far away. Although the sect leader of the Black Soul sect hadn't come to the battlefield, he had sent out the sect's first elder, a 6-star Dozong, to participate in the battle. In that battle, Medusa had defeated the first elder of the Black Soul sect, but she had also been injured. Currently, the injured Medusa's opponent was the sect leader of the Luoyang Empire's Gold Geese sect, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven, a peak 2 stars Dozong. It's fine. Medusa glanced indifferently at Jixingshan. Her expression was still cold. Queen Medusa, why do you insist on helping the Kalmar Empire? What the Kalmar Empire can give you, we will give you even more. Wild Geese Fall to Heaven looked at Medusa with some fear. The sect leader of the Black Soul sect is already an 8-star Dozong. Chapter 97. On the battlefield of the left peak, tens of thousands of cultivators simultaneously cast their gazes over after sensing the aura fluctuations above the peak. At this moment, in the sky above the peak, Soul Sect Wu Qian and Medusa were facing each other from a distance. Just the collision of their energy auras was enough to tear cracks in the void. Rumble tilde. However, just as Wu Qian was about to make his move, an earth-shattering explosion came from the battlefield of the right peak. Even though they were far away from each other, the continuous explosions could still be heard clearly by their ears. How can there be such energy fluctuations on the battlefield of the right peak? Almost at the same time, the cultivators on the battlefield of the left peak shifted their gazes to the battlefield of the right peak. In their minds, the people on the battlefield of the right peak were all ordinary soldiers of the Empire. No matter how many people were fighting, they shouldn't be able to cause too much of a commotion. However, at this moment, the continuous explosions and the energy fluctuations that were beginning to spread caused their hearts to tremble. Countless gazes were cast toward the battlefield of the right peak. It was also because of this that even Medusa, Jixingchen, Hypedon, Wu Qian, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven and the other top experts of the two armies revealed expressions of shock. As for the other cultivators on the battlefield, their faces were filled with shock. Their mouths were wide open as if they didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. In the sky above the battlefield of the right peak, two huge bombers were flying side by side. They crossed the sky above the Allied forces of the Three Kingdoms and dropped a 2-meter-long missile every 1,000 meters. As these bombs exploded, flames filled the sky and soared into the sky. The blazing temperature and terrifying energy waves directly caused damage to an area of 100 meters. The soldiers of the Three Kingdoms who were closest to the bombs didn't even have time to scream before they were directly vaporized into blood mist, leaving nothing behind. In addition, the tanks that were moving on the ground were even more unstoppable in the battlefield. Not to mention the soldiers of the Three Kingdoms who were crushed to death, just the places where the cannons and shells landed were filled with blood and flesh. The 108 soldiers on Jiomar's side who were equipped with firearms seemed to have turned into killing gods. Sparks flew from the muzzles of the guns, and the bullets easily pierced through the armor of the soldiers of the Three Kingdoms. With the addition of firearms, the Kalmar Empire, who was originally at a disadvantage, reversed the situation in just a few minutes. It could even be said that the three empires had already been utterly defeated on the battlefield of the right peak. They were fleeing in all directions amidst miserable screams of fear. Some were dodging the bombs dropped by bombers, some were dodging the shells of tanks, and some were dodging the continuous stream of bullets. Unfortunately, under the large-scale coverage of the firearms, the Allied forces of the three countries on the right peak had nowhere to run. The area they were in had directly turned into a purgatory-like battlefield. The number of soldiers standing was decreasing, and the corpses piled up like mountains. "No, don't," terrified screams echoed throughout the battlefield. Looking at the bombers in the sky and the tanks that were getting closer and closer, their eyes no longer had the pride they had when they had threatened to invade the Jiomar Empire. All that was left was the fear of death. What's going on? What are those things? Where did they come from? Looking at the defeated Allied forces of the three empires, Mulan and the other two elders sized up the bombers and tanks and frowned. Feeling the energy ripples from the explosions, although they were confident that they could block the explosions, they were more concerned about the origin of these strange things. "Your Majesty, the situation on the battlefield has changed. Look at the city wall, the eldest princess has returned. Now that I think about it, these mysterious things must have come from Boss Chu. I wonder if Boss Chu came with them." The upper echelons of the Jiomar Empire's royal family all had excited expressions. The Jiomar Empire's emperor also let out a long breath, as if his tight strings had relaxed. Looking at the Jiomar Empire's army that had originally been fighting with the armies of the three empires and had now retreated to the rear, they were all so shocked that they could not speak. Their eyes were wide open as they stared blankly at the bombers in the sky. This situation had changed too suddenly, and they were unable to react in time. Only when 70% of the soldiers of the three empires had become corpses did they react, hugging each other and cheering. Although the empire's crisis had not been resolved, at the very least, they had already won the battle they were in. Rumble. The two bombers were still dropping bombs. Amidst the explosions, the number of soldiers from the three empires became fewer and fewer. Amid the screams of fear, they began to run towards the battlefield on the left peak, as if they were seeking shelter. "Do we still want to continue fighting in this situation?" Jixingchen pointed at the battlefield on the right peak and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Wu Qian. "What a joke! Only a few small fries have died." Wu Qian's eyes were filled with coldness, and he did not care about the heavily injured soldiers of the three empires. Not only him, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven, Mulan, and the other two elders also did not have much of a reaction. Obviously, at their level of cultivation, they did not care about the lives of ordinary people. "Brother Wu, let me help you take down Medusa." Wild geese fall to heaven looked at Wu Qian and said. Wu Qian nodded slightly, obviously agreeing to wild geese fall to heaven's help. He had already experienced Medusa's strength, and it was because of this that he was even more cautious. Queen Medusa, we will also lend you a hand. Jixingtian, Hypedon, and Dharma Mammoth looked at each other and said at the same time. You three's opponents are us. However, before Jixingtian and the other two elders could reach Medusa, Mulan and the other two elders let out a cold laugh. Then, the three figures flashed and quickly surrounded Jixingtian, Hypedon, and the other two elders. Then, the three of them each took a step back and formed the same hand seal. With a loud shout, 3 different colors of green, red, and blue combat energy surged out from Mulan and the other two elders' bodies. At a closer look, the combat energy that surged out of their bodies did not spread out. Instead, it followed a series of strange paths and intertwined, finally forming a perfect cycle. Gradually, the area surrounded by Mulan and the other two elders turned into a light prison, trapping Jixingtian and the other two elders within. Damn it! Jixingtian and Hypedon's faces darkened as they used the Buddha's palm and Frost soft palm on the prison walls. Wild geese fall to heaven looked at Jixingtian and the other two elders who were trapped by Mulan and the other two elders and let out a disdainful laugh. Then, his gaze returned to Medusa. With a buzzing sound, a golden light appeared in Wild Geese Fall to Heaven's palm, and a strange golden longsword appeared. The blade of the sword was covered with sharp spikes that looked like goose feathers, shining with a cold light. Medusa, who was wearing the 9th generation Iron Man armor, shot out a ray of red light from her eyes. Majestic rainbow-colored energy surged around her like a tide and began to merge with the energy source of the armor. Sensing Medusa's rising power, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven's pupils constricted and shot out immediately. Wild Geese Fall to Heaven was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Medusa. With a shake of the goose-feather sword in his hand, the blade sliced through the air and went straight for Medusa's back. Chapter 98. Medusa sensed the fierce attack coming from behind her. She did not even turn her head as she swung her right hand backward and opened her palm. A blue beam of light shot out from the energy port on the armor's palm. Clang! The energy beam hit the goose-feather sword, causing the latter to tremble violently and emit an ear-piercing sound. Wild Geese Fall to Heaven hurriedly retracted his sword and removed the residual energy from the sword. Then, his figure flickered again. Slash! Wild Geese Fall to Heaven thrust his sword forward again. The tip of his sword shot out a dense number of sword shadows. Medusa seemed to have predicted the direction of Wild Geese Fall to Heaven's attack. When he thrust his sword forward, a dazzling golden light bloomed from her chest. Not good. Wild Geese Fall to Heaven immediately sensed the danger. He quickly switched from offense to defense and held the goose-feather sword horizontally in front of his chest. At this moment, the energy beam from Medusa's chest had arrived. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Wild Geese Fall to Heaven let out a muffled groan as his figure was pushed back several meters. The moment he was hit, his aura became chaotic. However, he quickly recovered. Damn it! Wild Geese Fall to Heaven stabilized his body. His expression gradually became serious. In terms of cultivation, Medusa was on par with him. However, she had an extremely strange armor. What puzzled him even more was that Medusa's attack after putting on the armor clearly did not have any fluctuation of fighting energy. However, the killing power was extremely terrifying, causing him to feel apprehensive. Brother Yang, help me stall her. Just as Wild Geese Fall to Heaven was hesitating whether to attack again, a message was transmitted to his mind through divine thought. Wild Geese Fall to Heaven was stunned at first. Then, he looked in Wu Qian's direction. After exchanging glances with him, the goose-feather sword in his hand released a third sharp sword beam. In the next moment, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven launched another attack. Not far away, Wu Qian put his arms behind his back and quickly formed a strange seal with his hands. As the frequency of the hand seals increased, Wu Qian's figure became increasingly strange and ethereal. Tiny chains that were hard to detect appeared and intertwined around him. Obviously, He was taking advantage of the time that Wild Geese Fall to Heaven was dealing with Medusa to silently accumulate power and prepare to launch a fatal attack. Since Wild Geese Fall to Heaven had used up all his trump cards, Medusa had no choice but to focus on dealing with Wild Geese Fall to Heaven. If she wasn't distracted at this moment, she would definitely be able to sense that Wu Qian was preparing a killing move, which was the move that had severely injured her last time. Furthermore, judging from the aura, it was even stronger than the last time. Crack. Wild Geese Fall to Heaven was hit by the energy cannon in the Iron Man armor's palm again. Under this attack, the goose feather sword that was blocking in front of his chest was directly shattered, turning into several blades. Brother Wu, when are you going to make your move? Seeing the weapon that had accompanied him for several years shatter, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven finally couldn't help but look at Wu Qian and shout. Just as Wild Geese Fall to Heaven shouted, Wu Qian suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Immediately after, a black curved blade that was several hundred feet long appeared out of thin air in front of him. Upon closer inspection, this massive black curved blade was actually formed from tens of thousands of tiny chains intertwined with a dense array of fingernail-sized runes. Soul Devourer Blade. With Wu Qian's low shout, the black curved blade shot out toward Medusa. Seeing this familiar move, Medusa's expression darkened. She didn't dodge, because she knew that she couldn't. This move seemed to have a tracking function. Once it was launched, it wouldn't disappear until it hit its target. Let's see if you're as lucky as last time this time. Wild Geese Fall to Heaven retreated several meters and looked coldly at Medusa. However, just as his mocking voice fell, he met Medusa's gaze and saw the determination in her eyes. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Relying on his intuition, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven didn't dare hesitate and immediately prepared to distance himself from Medusa. But just as Wild Geese Fall to Heaven moved, an extremely cold voice rang out in his ears. Fallen God Contract. As Medusa uttered the words cold in the forest, a large amount of purple light surged out of her body, instantly enveloping Wild Geese Fall to Heaven. It was also at this moment that Wild Geese Fall to Heaven's body sank. It was as if every cell in his body had stopped circulating. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, making it impossible for him to move. As the purple light surged out of Medusa's body, a blood-red round shield appeared out of thin air around her body. However, just like Wild Geese Fall to Heaven, she was also unable to move. No! Don't! Wild Geese Fall to Heaven seemed to have guessed something. Deep fear appeared on his face, and he used all his strength to speak, as if he wanted Wu Qian to withdraw his attack. Kai. The black curved blade formed by tens of thousands of tiny chains pierced through Medusa. With a loud bang, Medusa's blood-red shield was the first to shatter. It turned into a rain of light and disappeared. Then, the metal armor disappeared, revealing Medusa. At this moment, Medusa's face was pale. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and her breathing was extremely chaotic. Queen Medusa, are you alright? Jixingchen and Hypedon, who were trapped by Mulan and the other two elders, immediately spoke up. The three of them were anxious and worried. The moment the other party died or was defeated, the stalemate would instantly be broken. Medusa ignored Jixingchen and the other two. Her gaze was fixed on Wild Geese Fall to Heaven. Pu. Mouthful after mouthful of blood spurted out of Wild Geese Fall to Heaven's mouth, spraying the air. Compared to before, the current Yang Luotian seemed to have lost all his vitality. His original appearance of a middle-aged man was filled with wrinkles. His tight skin had loosened and his head was filled with white hair. He was like an old man past his prime. Brother Yang, why are you? Wu Qian's gaze also fell on Wild Geese Fall to Heaven. When he saw the other party's transformation, his face was first filled with shock. Then, as if he had guessed something, his gaze returned to Medusa with astonishment. Not far away, Mulan and the other two elders also seemed to have understood something. When they looked at Medusa again, the fear on their faces deepened. Is this a secret technique of the serpent people? Jixingchen and Hypedon looked at the dying Wild Geese Fall to Heaven and looked at each other as they muttered to themselves. They knew that the reason the wild geese fall to heaven was in such a pitiful state was definitely due to the purple light that had surged out of Medusa's body. To be more precise, because the purple light had connected the two of them, when Medusa had taken Wu Qian's killing blow head-on, the wild geese fall to heaven had also suffered a blow of equal power. In the air, the wild geese fall to heaven stared at Medusa, the murderous intent in his eyes wanting nothing more than to tear Medusa into pieces and scatter her ashes. Medusa no longer paid attention to the wild geese fall to heaven. With the fallen god contract and the soul devour blade in his body, the other party would not live for long. Of course, if not for the blood shield and the metal armor, her situation would probably be even worse than the wild geese fall to heavens. As for the fallen god contract she had just used, she had obtained it from the All Heavens Mall. When she used this technique in battle, a blood shield would instantly appear on her body. At the same time, she would establish a contractual link with all enemies within range that would last for a few seconds. During the contractual link, if either party was injured, the other party would also be injured. Chapter 99. What happened to the sect leader? Why did he suddenly become like this? It must have something to do with the Naga Queen. What did she do to the sect leader? On the left peak battlefield, the experts of the Gold Geese sect noticed the change in wild geese fall to heaven, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Brother Wu, kill her. No, leave her alive. I want to torture her day and night and make her wish she was dead. Wild geese fall to heaven glared at Medusa as he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with hostility. Wu Qian glanced at wild geese fall to heaven and nodded slightly. His gaze then fell on Medusa. Without that armor, what are you going to use to fight now? Wu Qian was expressionless. His sneer was filled with disdain for Medusa. Wu Qian's cold voice fell as he formed a seal with his hands again. The dense, tiny chains appeared again and began to intertwine. Medusa stared at Wu Qian in silence. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyes were filled with determination. Although her condition was much better than wild geese fall to heavens, she would probably die on the spot if she took another hit from the soul devourer blade. Moreover, with her current chaotic aura and weak body, she could no longer mobilize the Iron War armor to fight. Even if she forcibly mobilized it, the latter's enhancement would be far less than before. It was meaningless in front of Wu Qian. Gradually, the black curved blade in front of Wu Qian began to take shape, and its aura became more and more terrifying. Bam bam bam! Witnessing this scene, Jixingchen and the other two looked grave. They attacked the light prison of Mulan and the other two elders even more ferociously. Finally, with a loud and clear sound, the light prison broke. As the light prison was broken, Mulan and the other two elders let out a muffled groan. Jixingchen and the other two immediately flew to Medusa's side and faced Wu Qian together. Medusa glanced at Jixingchen and the other two. With a flip of her right hand, a huge azure hammer appeared in her palm. Then, she donned another set of armor. The frost hammer and the violent armor were also obtained from Chu Bei's plate. Almost at the same time, Jixingchen and Hypedon had finished accumulating power, and were ready to strike out with the Buddha's palm and cold ice soft palm at any time. You have quite a few treasures. Wu Qian could tell at a glance that the frost hammer and violent armor were extraordinary. After I kill you, I will study these treasures. After saying that, Wu Qian poured the black gas from his body into the curved blade. Whoosh! The black curved blade shot out. In the blink of an eye, the black curved blade was in front of Medusa and Hypedon. At such a close distance, Jixingchen and Hypedon realized the gap between themselves and Wu Qian. The pressure from the black curved blade directly affected the circulation of their fighting power, and it became sluggish. Even if I die, I will take you with me. Medusa's snake tail appeared, and her body became ethereal. The frost hammer in her hand was emitting a bone-piercing chill. Bang! The frost hammer was thrown out, and it went against the black curved blade. With a loud bang, the black curved blade paused for a moment. However, after knocking away the frost hammer, it swept towards Medusa again. As for the attacks from Jixingchen and the other two, they had no effect on the black curved blade. Medusa's pupils constricted, and she transformed into the 7-colored sky-devouring python. However, just as she was about to use her physical body to meet the black curved blade, a golden wall of light that was 100 feet tall blocked her way. At this moment, the black curved blade had also arrived. Kai, however, when the black curved blade that easily knocked away the frost hammer with its terrifying power hit the golden wall of light, it disappeared like sugar falling into boiling water. Seeing this, Wu Qian's eyes narrowed, and he could not help but frown. What's with that wall? It actually dissolved the Soul Devourer blade. Could it be Medusa's trump card too? Mulan and the other two elders looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. When they looked at the wild geese fall to heaven and saw that the Soul Devourer blade had been dissolved, his body trembled with hatred, and his veins popped out. Medusa, Hai Buodong, and the others were startled when they saw the golden light wall appear out of nowhere in front of them. After they thought of something, joy immediately appeared on their faces. They tilted their heads and looked all around, as though they were searching for something. Soon, their eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. They had been waiting for this figure for a long time. Chu Bei had his hands behind his back, and under the gazes of many people, he casually appeared on the battlefield. Boss Chu, you're finally here. We've been waiting for a long time. If you hadn't come, the Kalmar Empire would have been destroyed. Jixingchen and Hypedon hurriedly went forward, and their expressions were extremely emotional. This was especially so for Jixingchen. As the guardian of the Jiomar Empire's royal family, he carried too much on his shoulders. If the Kalmar Empire was really conquered by his hands, he would not be able to face the Jiomar Empire's emperor even if he died. Fortunately, the last hope that he had been holding on to appeared in time. At this moment, Jixingchen finally let out a long breath, as if he had relaxed a string that had been stretched taut for a long time. Medusa was the same. After seeing Chu Bei, she transformed back into her human form and began to treat her injuries. On the battlefield of the left peak, the group of cultivators who had heard of Chu Bei's deeds began to reveal expressions of excitement. Who are you? Sensing the change in the emotions of the cultivators of the Kalmar Empire, as well as the respect that Jixingchen and Hypedon had for Chu Bei, Wu Qian sized up Chu Bei, and a trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Chu Bei indifferently glanced at Wu Qian, Mulan, and the other two elders. With a wave of his sleeve, the 100-foot-tall golden wall of light disappeared. You were the one who blocked the Soul Devourer blade just now. Looking at the disappearing wall of light, Wu Qian's pupils contracted. Chu Bei ignored Wu Qian, and his gaze returned to Medusa, Jixingchen, and the others. The corner of his mouth gradually raised into a smile. You all know that I'm not a savior. I'm just a merchant. Chu Bei made a gesture of asking for money towards Medusa, Jixingchen, and spoke with a smile. Although the country was facing a crisis, business still had to be done. Previously, he had blocked the Soul Devourer blade for Medusa and the others, which was already very generous. Fortunately, the system still had some conscience. The willpower that he needed to directly exchange for goods was far less than the willpower that he earned from the roulette. Especially for single-use defensive consumables, he did not even feel the pinch when spending them. Just like that golden wall of light just now, he had only spent 80,000 willpower points to exchange for it from an 8th-grade item. If these 80,000 willpower points were used to exchange for cultivation, he would not even be able to raise half a star. Of course, there were some top-grade items that required a lot of willpower points to exchange for. The main point was that his sales today had not reached the upper limit yet. Otherwise, he would not mind directly killing Mulan, Wu Qian, and the others. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Jixingchen and Hypedon were slightly stunned. However, thinking of Chu Bei's way of doing things, they quickly returned to normal. Boss Chu, as long as you can solve the current crisis of the Empire, I, Hypedon, am willing to give you all of my assets. Hypedon was incomparably forthright. Plus the national treasury, Jixingchen added. And the Naga tribe. Medusa's voice was indifferent. Count it in the Alchemist Association. After Dharma Mammoth's voice fell, he scratched his head a little awkwardly. But last time, in order to buy Huang Dan and his pill formula, the association's money has already been used up. I'm afraid I'll have to put it on credit first and slowly make up for it later. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.